to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
lot to me to compete here. It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to be a rampage! Overhead. Go, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Hello and welcome, my friends. We are here at the Riyadh Masters 20. Sure. Again to the Riyadh Masters 2023. That's right, we are getting into it with the play-ins for the group stage here, and this is going to be an awesome tournament. Of course, it's like it's big. It's big. We got a lot of money. We got some fantastic teams. You know, teams are coming to win this event. Everybody's taking it seriously. T-Governor, I mean, it's a biggie.
I mean, mate, it's what, like 5 mil for first place? You know, you come top 12, you get 300k. Like, this is basically like a little bit of DPC, poof, +1, you know? So, you know, no complaints here. Just gonna be, I mean, I just can't get over the fact that we have like this play-in stage, and like, I thought group stage was intense, you know, with like 4 concurrent games. What we've got now, if you just look at the schedule today, it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 12 best of 2s in a row. It's like, oh, it's
6 concurrent streams. What now? Your god is dead.
It's so much Dota, but either way, we're already jumping straight into Aster versus Virtus.pro. Of course, everyone knows about Aster. They're the team. Sumo jumping onto the roster just before, and then of course now Kaka has jumped in. But for me, my main look here is it has to be Virtus.pro. You know, this is the team that has sat in the shadows of every other team in the region. You know, when you think about Eastern Europe, you're thinking about Bet Boom, Spirit, 9 Pandas. And then when you, well, after you go past them, this is a team that always gets 4th place. Like, they don't get to the international tournaments because they're just like, we're not good enough to be top 3, but we're there, we're 4th. So you expect this team to be like the TI qualifying team because they've consistently been that best of the rest type deal. But yeah, we now get to see Virtus.pro on an international stage, and we'll see how FNG can captain the lads in this new situation.
Yeah, it's gotta be rough, you know. Like no one really knows about this team because they've just been stuck basically over and over again in that 4th place. So they yet to really have a chance to prove themselves on the international stage. So yeah, pressure's on. Hopefully they'll take that pressure and, you know, turn it into something good. You know, turn it into diamonds because that's
or
how
just
you make
flop.
diamonds.
No, man, we don't have to be PMA here. They could just flop and not be that good.
Yes, they could absolutely just face plant.
I'm down to just see what they're like. You know, I'm not gonna try and, you know, sugarcoat it. I'm here for some realistic Dota, and of course Aster. They are,
you know, realistic Dota.
I don't know. I'm hyping up. Am I hyping it up? I'm bringing it back down to earth. You're trying to set the storyline, and I'm like, no. This is the play-in. To be fair, the play-in is like the best time, right? Because you get to you're playing so much Dota that, let's say your style is like kind of bad against Chinese Dota, where maybe it's like just something that you do is slightly off, and then suddenly you go to like Eastern European Dota again, you're comfortable, right? So this is like the best time to be the new team because you're gonna get every single variation of Dota thrown at you. That if you can adapt, then you'll be fine, right? So we'll see if this team actually has the muscle to get out of their region.
Indeed, it's the primordial ooze of this tournament, you know, where potentially the strongest evolution could come from. That's the analogy I'm gonna go for. So yeah, we've got we've got some heroes coming out already. We've got Io Pangolier coming out for Virtus.pro. I mean, this isn't a combo I'm particularly excited by. I mean, it's no Io Lesh, I think, is basically what I'm trying to get at here. It's not like a Giga broken combo. So is this Io just something which Virtus.pro is kind of falling back to? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, so in regards to DPC, Virtus.pro wasn't rushing towards picking this, but when you think of their squad, Squad 1X, surprisingly enough, I didn't set that up. He is a Pango specialist. There have been plenty of games where he's played it throughout DPC, throughout the Malta Vibes tournament, and also in Twitch clips as well. We've seen multiple Koi cover clips and whatnot where it's actually Squad 1X on the Pangolier just absolutely crushing these fights. So yeah, for VP at least, they'll be always happy to get this hero for Squad 1X.
Alrighty, yeah, so definite comfort coming through. And then Aster actually grabbing the Mars into it as well, which I find very interesting because, again, it just doesn't feel like a good matchup to me. Like, Pangolier is pretty great against Mars, in my opinion. So, yeah, interested about this one. Darkseer going to come out from VP, but, you know, I guess what the Mars does give you is that absolutely broken combo of Snapfire Mars together.
It does. Like, Aster's... They're basically setting up their draft where Monet and Sumel will basically get pick of the litter on what they want, right? Because you know that your Clock 5 will secure most carries. Your Mars Snapfire, if that's your offlane duo, will just be a solid lane. It will get through the lane provided you your team fight. And now you get to see all the heroes and then go, okay, how are we going to break them with our scaling? How are we going to break them with our early game rotations, right? So, yeah, I think for Aster, this is a very regimented draft style that leans on counter picks, and yeah, we see the faces Void into Darkseer, you don't really get pressured, into Pangolier, again, there's not enough control to keep the Void annoyed, and then now you have this Chrono just to throw her into fight. So yeah, overall no complaints. It's a very clean looking draft. I feel like their last pick from mid does need to be some like Queen of Pain style hero that can just connect the dots, because they are so strong and so tanky, but they also are always missing that one bit of damage, right? You've got Mortimer Kisses, and that's about it until items come into play, right? So they do need some big punchy mid laner to bring Aster's lineup together.
And to be clear, you know, we have seen Sumail absolutely dominate lanes and then dominate games on this hero, so it's not outside of the realms of possibility that Snapfire is just going to absolutely destroy everyone and be all of the damage the team needs. But also, it's a lot of like pressure. You don't really want to put your draft in that situation, so... yeah, I would definitely like to see them kind of scaling into something else with the final support pick from them. What do you think, Are we going as far as like a Skywrath mage or something?
I mean, I think that'd be like the old school thinking potentially, but into IO there's a lot of healing. So I think just because of the rise of Quest Esports, you can then start considering Snapfire being the mid as well. Like Noob popularized it with Quest, and now other teams have been playing it a lot more. So if you were to put Snapfire mid and then pick up another 4.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just realized after I said it, I was like, wait a second, you just said Sky 4. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you're right, Nomad. My logic, I'm on ping right now.
10 a.m. here on the UK, you know, it's
I'm
not
on ping.
gamer hours.
Bro, I'm so sorry. You were right. I like the idea of Snap mid with the 4. That's cool. Or picking up the spicy mid laner. But you can see from VP, they're thinking along the same line, right? They're banning out like 1 support, 1 mid. They don't really know exactly what's happening because they respect the fact that Snapfire can go both places. We even get to see a Meepo ban that we've seen a couple teams trying to pick up, but instead, no, it's just the old Undying. So it's going to be... Sure. Is it Carry IO?
Okay. Who's... What? Huh?
Is this like, okay, so my read on this is like Carry IO with Undying 5, and then you have like Darkseer Lion as your offlane combo.
What the hell are
That's
they doing?
my guess.
What are they cooking? Virtus.pro just coming into this tournament with some wild swings. Like, all right, boys, international stage. It's time to bust out the Carry IO. We've been holding this throughout the entire DPC.
It's like we've been stuck in Eastern Europe for so long, but now the shackles are off. But I look at Kiritic is Dota Pro tracker, right? He's got, as carry player, he's got 11 games on Meepo, 5 games on Brood, and then it's Bloodseeker, Morphling, and like traditional carries. But he's already showing to us that he's like the annoying carry player. And for Aster, sure, we mentioned the fact that there's this flexibility. I had a bit of ping. Luckily, Sumail's not playing on ping, got the Storm Spirit, and not a lot of lockdown, right? Like this Lion, it's a great Lion game in the essence of you will always hex an elusive hero, be it Void or Storm. But do you really kill after that? It is actually the carry IO that I guess. So.
Is it blessed? Is it cursed? I guess we're going to find out. But
sure.
yeah, this is something I haven't seen in ages. I haven't seen this in such a long time.
All right, I'm checking Pro Tracker. And there have been 2 players, in regards to pro players, that have played Carry IO. And it's been Yuma and RTW, and both of them are still going for Helmet Dominator into Aghanim's. So it's still kind of like the traditional carry IO from years back. Of course, over the time, the damage has been changed, the talents have been changed, so kind of like the boiling point of this hero has been just pushed further and further back. That's why it kind of fell off as a carry. It's also, oh my god, I just realized, Mikey, you fiend. Mikey has played 15, so this is the mid laner for Nigma, has played 15 games of mid IO in his pubs. 15. He has the most games of IO of any player, like pro player. He's only got a 20% win rate. He's not winning, but
it's not going well, but he's doing it.
The point is, like, clearly in the scene, in the pro pub scene, there is some like IO tech floating around, right? And
yeah, the conversation is being had, but obviously theories and actualization are two very different things. Virtus.pro, they're putting a lot of kind of pressure on themselves to make this kind of crazy strategy work. Is it going to work, especially versus Team Aster? That remains to be seen, but I like what they're doing. You know, I love a good curveball. It's very early in the day for a curveball, but whatever. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table.
All right, now I'm gonna sit back and just see what happens. Because like Aster, when you look at this lineup, I was mentioning the fact that they don't really have damage into their big spells. Like, their lanes are strong, but their ability to play lanes and be in the face of your opponent isn't really there, right? It's that constant hit that next item, go fight, wait for the next item, and then once you've got like 2-3 items on your void, then you sweep across the map. And when you look against a lineup like this VP one, it's kind of the opposite, right? It's go, go, go. You get a diffusal blade on Pango, fight. IO picks up a Dominator. You probably want the Ags, but like you still want to like at least entertain the idea of getting everyone together.
Yeah. All right, quick branch check on everyone. Good to see VP turning up with as many branches as they can possibly fit. There you go. You love to see it. The IO and the Pangolier just maxed out on branches. The IO doesn't even have any tangos. He's just going straight in for the 5 branch build.
I'm just quickly double checking like the changes to IO just to make sure we've not missed any new tech that has appeared. And
30 seconds.
so yeah, IO's universal hero. His Ags, you allow him to explode the balls whatever you want, and 50% reduction. So yeah, cool. So yeah, spirits are still the same annoying explosive. The question is there any like interesting plays to make because he's universal? Because like you're already pretty tanky, and you're already like, I remember old school carry IO was about the sustain of getting the spirit spam, and then you would just push another hero so far into the fight, and you can't kill the IO plus the spirits hitting you. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, but.
Yeah, a bit of fighting coming on straight off the bat here for this topside bounty rune as both teams kind of scrap it out a little bit. Some very strong fighters on both teams as well, with the battery assault coming out. You had an earth spike there as well. So a lot of damage being traded, but overall, no one really getting super low. Nothing impactful happening for that first rune fight. Both teams just flexing a little bit.
And so you, of course, stole Kaka's lion, so maybe a little bit of psychological damage entering the series. You know, you join a new roster, you probably want to play your pet best hero. Psych! We took it. But anyway, this Clockwork, he does so much work against these kind of ranged heroes that want to poke non-stop, because the clock just runs so far in that the ranged hero needs to disengage. And yes, you then get the right clicks off, but it just prevents you from always hitting your carry. So yeah, Clock's quite a nice hero for this.
Yep, definitely. And you don't want to use that one stun you have on the Clockwork, really. It's like, okay, yeah, I get you off me for a bit, but at the same time, the carry's just having a free time pretty much. And
yeah.
Very, very annoying. Ooh, Curry being killed off by Karkar down on the bottom side. FNG unable to micro that one properly, and yeah, Sunfire just being pretty annoying from the side. But I'm very interested in this mid matchup as well. Of course, you know it is Pango Storm. You know it's going to be a bit of a trade, but strange things always happen in Sumail lanes. You know, I don't know if it's Sumail the player or just people, you know, playing against Sumail. They start to get the blood flowing or whatever. But
I think Sumail he always just plays for the lane, and then when kills arise, he's ready to capitalize on it, right? Where other players will always be looking to chase for that kill, right? And Top noticed chasing down.
Yeah, they got the vacuum
well.
here as well, and that will be the first blood coming through for the Ducks here. Very nicely done from Noticed, and so all of a sudden the battery cell didn't feel so good when you've got an iron shell chasing you down, as well as two guys clicking you in the back of the head.
12 for 2 on the Storm Spirit. Like, he is just, all he's done is just hit creeps, not care, push it out. I'm excited to see how VP actually plays for the runes. Because when you have Undying Lion, like, naturally these heroes, like, you throw a Tombstone down, you have the control of line, that you want to kind of make moves on the map, but when you have a Darkseer in one lane, and then you have the IO as well, like, mainly the IO here, you actually need quite a lot of assistance for him. Like, he needs that body to help him survive the lane, right? So maybe VP won't be as explosive on making moves on the map, and because of that, Sumo should have a better time. We'll see how they navigate that one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we know that Aster are going to start playing around Sumail the moment he says ping or whatever. He however he communicates this team. So I'll say the moment he says go, but yeah, they communicate via pings mostly. So
I mean, that was a pretty important thing, right? It's why the roster changed it. Sumail nearly got swashed back to the fountain.
that was spicy.
That was very close. But no, it's like when they're talking about the changes of like Baboka to Kaka, it's like there was a lot of like posts saying how Baboka was maybe a quieter player who sometimes wouldn't want to communicate as much. Again, I don't really know how Kaka is in game, but if he does have that ability kind of to connect the Chinese side of it to Sumail, maybe he's a kind of the middle ground, maybe talks more, like it is going to be able to bring more light to the team potentially. Again, I don't know if that's the type of player Kaka is, but if he is that kind of in-game vocal player but has that Sumo, I got you, let me help translate some moments, it could actually just bring that team to another level. We'll see. Again, this is the first time we get to see them pre-TI
Fighting coming over the bounty runes here as sorry, the water runes, as PQ gets jumped in, and they're actually doing a decent amount of damage to Squad here. Now comes the blood grenade as well, but they don't really have the catch. But Squad was still able to grab himself that water rune, but as was Sumail. So just a trade coming out here, but Squad definitely getting his feathers ruffled a little bit in the process.
We'll get the D1, nice.
All right.
That's the beauty of Clockwork. Yeah.
I've done it for a while, but it's time to look at the bottom lane now. We've got this IO. He's actually going for the 1-2 build at the moment, and he's already got himself this Helm of Iron Will. So this guy's yoked. You're not really going to be killing off this IO, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So
He didn't buy any tangos in this laning phase. That's crazy.
yeah, I mean, does he need them? Like, he has an
Obviously
Undying. Not. Yeah, I mean, the Undying didn't even go Soul Rip, right? He doesn't need it, but Undying's basically the same as like the Clockwork, just better, right? Like, you are the body to soak up all damage, and Mars Snapfire, they kill if you're within proximity, but IO, like, you're always kind of a little bit distant. In worst case, you just tether out. So yeah, I can see the greedy aspect of it, and it's paying off. This hero is all about timings. Like, if your IO carry doesn't hit the dominate, doesn't hit the Ags timing, now you're like just a scuffed support-esque IO that's existing, right? Like, you need to be at the forefront of every item and getting your team to rally behind you.
Sure, but he's got Diadem coming out to him already, so he's going to have Helm Diadem. Straight off the bat in the mid lane, though, they do bring down Sumail. Nice rotation in from Sayu there, getting it done. Fortunately, PQ not able to help out in time. That's a big deal.
Yeah, nice rotations. I was mentioning how VP would need to be very careful how they make those rotations, but yeah, the fact that I has got so much farm and is so tanky, he can be left alone, which then allows him to make the moves, which shuts down Sumo pre-level 6. So yeah, everything kind of going the way of VP right now.
Yeah, now they're moving on to Clockwork as well. Storm jumping on across, though, trying to help out and turning it back around onto Sayu, and they're going to be able to bring him down. I mean, the kill does go to PQ regardless, who then immediately dies to Squad. So, well, it's a trade. Not really super beneficial for either team, but Sumail will be happy for it, for sure. Like, he gets back into the lane, he gets that level 6, and then immediately jumps across and contributes to a kill, so...
Yeah, gets a freebie. This game's so hyped because it's like in 10 minutes time, VP either has to make the move to win the game, or they're just awkwardly outscaled, you know. And it's like I'm just on the edge of my seat, like, ooh, how are they gonna do it? Like, how are they gonna balance it all? And like, for Aster, they need to get the active runes right. And they just get Sumo to make a key move, but FNG, he's so deep
FNG.
by himself.
Yeah, look at Karka immediately just throws down the ward, gets that tombstone. Now they'll run down FNG as well. They just want to make absolutely sure they're taking this guy out. Kill him, kill his tombstone, and send a message. Wisdom rune secured.
I mean, fair play. Like, when you're an undying player, you always want to ruffle the feathers of your opponent, right? But Aster brought everyone, just dealt with him so quickly. I mean, it helps, right? Because like Monet top, like we not mentioned him, but nothing's stopping him. Like Darkseer is one of the more passive offlaners in most matchups, unless you're against some like ranged hero where you can chase them down and bully them a little bit with the vacuum and punishment. But some Void, it's like super chill.
Although, that said, he's stunned at the moment. He's actually going to get hexed as well. Time Walk is available when he comes out the other side, but they're actually looking for the turnaround here onto Noticed. And yeah, they're going to jump in. They're going to drop the Chrono. Monet, he needs a damage, and he doesn't want to come through and finish the job. That is so awkward, but they will get the kill regardless. Really didn't want to die to that Ion Shell, and he had to like okey dokey in and out for that one.
I was like, was he trying to survive? Was he just trying to give it to Sumo instead? Oh, and Sumo gets the DD as well.
Yeah, but he could be. He is out of mana, but they don't really have to chase down in these three heroes, so use the swashbuckle to get across, so Sumail will be alright. And here we go. Io's got his creep down the bottom side.
Yeah, I'm just constantly keeping note on what Io's doing here. Like, he's already got, the Helm of the Dom. Because you're an Io, you just share the move speed. You don't need to buy boots, of course. So he is just going to rush his way to the Aghanims. Yeah, and Aghanims, it allows him to get the spirits up. He can activate when they explode. They constantly respawn, and I expect at that point he'll probably tether the Pangolier in the fight, and then suddenly you get a rolling thunder Pango with a tethered Io chasing with you, kind of throwing out all these spells. Of course, Chrono and Arena are going to be key to prevent that. Like, Aster have all the tools to deal with this. They just need to make sure they use them correctly.
Lane, looks like PQ's days may be numbered, and that number is looking like 0, though. Didn't quite vacuum him out of the cog, so it's becoming a little bit awkward, but Squad should be able to finish the job. Should be able to. Yeah, Shell's gone now. All right. And there we go. Blimey. Made him work for it.
Oh, they're on the Iron.
Oh, bottom lane. Yeah, looks like they are going to have him dead to rights here. That's 6 on the Mars, giving him the Arena, giving them the lockdown they needed, along with Sumail and Karka. They'll get the key kill. Now, well, stuns out onto XXS. He'll be falling. Squad's jumping through the mix as well. Tries to go for the kiss on Snapfire, but immediately cancelled out. Jumps in for the last second stun. That's going to set Sumail up for another kill here, but now he needs to leave, and I think he's going to be able to do so. But Squad, he's still interested in chasing this one. I mean, Sumail, he doesn't have the most mana in the world. Rolling Shield Crash is going to connect. Stuns out from Sayu as well, draining the mana. He's got no zip available, and Squad will run him down. This Pangolier is taking over the map right now.
4-0 and 2 at the 10-minute mark. Getting all the runes he needs. Yeah, VPO making sure that Squad can make every play, and the key thing there is Aster finally get a kill onto Io. They stop his free farm, but then it's like, wait a second, Pango's there to counterplay, and that's kind of the story for VP right now. If they try and shut down one hero, Pango's there. If they shut down the other hero, boom, Pango's there again. So it's like, if you shut down the Pango, there's only Darkseer and Io free farming. So I think VP have done a very good job setting up the map, and you can just see on the net worth, Pango, Darkseer, even Io just kind of holding down the top side, and this Mars, he will soon fall off if he has to rotate defensively to every engagement.
Yeah, I mean, what point do you want to play aggressively, though? Is that when you get the Blink Dagger?
Oh, that's Chrono.
Top lane, Chrono comes down. Yeah, I mean, so far, well, it's just Sayu who's fallen, but it looks like they are going to be able to get Squad with this one as well. A lot of damage coming out from both teams. You notice Karkal getting very low in this engagement, but Sumail finds a support kill on the backlines. Now Hookshot comes through onto the two of them, but the relocate is there to get the Darkseer away. And that was a reload in, so he's not going to be jumping back into that engagement on the carry IO, which is thankful.
Okay, this is fun. All right, so now it's like, for VP, they want to be aggressive, right? But now it's like, don't forget, guys, you're playing into Faceless Void, right? Snapfire, Clockwork, playing into high ground areas with no vision. They're going to hit the spells, and like, I love the fact that VP are trying to be aggressive, but on the flip side, it's like Aster, like, it's just be in the correct place, put your spells defensively, you're going to easily clean them up. Pangolier, Darkseer, Undying, all going to be in melee range. Io naturally tethers quite close, so it's kind of hard for Aster to miss their spells. The real question is, can they do the damage through in that moment? And right there, right then, yes, 100% they can do it. So 3k lead now for Aster. We were mentioning how VP was doing a very good job choosing where to fight, and they kind of blundered it a little bit, entering the 11-minute mark of the game with quite a...
Not the jump, and Samael has just gone. Tried to come in for the room, but immediately gets taken down. Now Squad bouncing around left, right, and center, trying to lock down Kaka. That'll be the next kill for him with his Arcane Rune. He is so damn scary. XXS trying to come in and find the fight here. Squad, oh, he doesn't quite make it out of the arena, and now he's in a very awkward situation indeed, trying to limp himself away from this one, but despite the Arcane Rune, doesn't have the cooldowns. A miss on that swashbuckle really, really hurts. And now they'll run down FNG as well. 3 heroes dead on the side of Virtus.pro. They did get the Samael Storm Spirit though.
Yeah. And when you think about the repercussions of that, after this next fight, Pango's gonna have Defusal played. Void just picked up Maelstrom. Mars gets blinked. Like all the cores, even though we're seeing these scrappy fights, and it's relatively even. Like the net worth, no team's really running away with it. After every fight, the cores are kind of happy. They're picking up their items. It's gonna be like Aster are just slightly ahead.
Yeah.
Just slightly, but it's not anything to be crazy about, right? And I think for VP at least, they need to be careful. And it's like, respect the fact that IO needs Ags. When you get Ags, sure, throw the kitchen sink at Aster, just get yourself amongst it, but you got to be careful, because any free kill you give Aster, it's that Faceless Void getting to the Mjolnir, getting to the BKB, getting to that unkillable state. Same thing for Sumail.
Yeah, and there are some really scary times on Aster as well. Like, I mean, I might just be saying this, I don't know the IO, but I feel like his Ags isn't like a, oh no, he's going to win the game moment like it used to be.
I'm trying to remember his old talents, because like right now, and current IO, he has the 15 talent for extra 55 damage, and then obviously he shares damage at 25, or attack hits, but there isn't like constant accelerants towards his spirits. So I am going to quickly refresh myself. I'm going to tab out and remind myself what it used to be.
Jump in. I mean, whoa, this is interesting. We've got a Chronosphere and an Arena coming down, but whatever. It gets them all 3 kills, so it's fine. It's fine. No such thing as too much topping on that pancake, as now we move over towards Kritlich as well. He's in a bit of trouble, but he's got that Helm the Dominator creep very nicely positioned to try and run himself away. And my god, he's fast with that Kobold Foreman to speed him up as well. So he's just zooming away from the team at the moment. Once again, separating himself from his Kobold, and that leads him astray, and he gets himself out. Beautiful plays there from Kritlich, but... yeah, ultimately still a bit of a disaster for Virtus.pro, but now they kind of need to make some moves, I feel. You know, this Chronosphere is on cooldown. It's time to make something happen whilst that's, those ultimates are down on the side of Aster.
Yeah, so I'm looking at, so yeah, old IO basically was about spirit damage being at 15 and spell lifesteal. And they were basically juggling between spell lifesteal and then the damage, and if it was like 15 or 20. But now with the shard, having that spell lifesteal and the bonus amp, and the damage returning to the 15, it kind of, I guess, makes sense that it is potentially viable. You just need the player to want to play it and to try it out again, because it's relatively in the position of old school IO to some degree. Again, there's of course slight changes to other things, right? But
yeah,
again, we'll see. Right now, you might be top of the CS, but you're pretty much bottom of the cores, relatively tied with Pango, so we really get to see the explosive nature of the hero.
Yeah,
that often
I'm
comes
glad
when you hit
VP
the
are trying to
timing.
make something happen here. You know, they are smoked up, they are looking in the neighborhood, they're going to find Monet, but Monet's got plenty of time just to back himself away, but Notice can still come in and just steal these creeps, and this is a stacked camp as well, so it's going to feel reasonably good for Virtus.pro to do that. But again, Aster, they're already moving forwards. You know, they're going to have these kisses back again. Arena's already off cooldown, so they're feeling pretty confident they can take a fight.
Yeah, no, we haven't really mentioned the Darkseer too much, but I do love the fact that he is just going for the auras. He's not trying to do Aghanims, Blink, or any of this type of stuff. He's really focused on, I want to get my unit forward in the fight, and he's going to go for Crimson Guard after. So there is going to be this timing in about a couple minutes time where you have Crimson Guard and Pipe. The IO just completed the Aghanims as well. This is the moment for VP to really make the statement in the game. You fell short to spells already, but this is it. This is it.
No, they found him. He relocated back to Fountain, I think, to get his Aghanims. Yeah, and now they're going to try and fight on top of this, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to keep himself alive. Let's see if he can survive through this. Kritlich taking so much damage, and he is going to fall. The TPs are cancelled. They realize there's just too many heroes in the neighborhood for them to take that fight, so Io dies cold and lonely in the bottom lane.
I was trying to hype VP up, like this is their moment, this is
Yeah.
their chance, and it's like he relocated into his death, and now Io doesn't have relocate when back up, so that the argument of maybe even playing around that respawn isn't available. VP, they're finding XSS right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good, especially if he doesn't get the arena off, which he certainly will not be able to. No kisses to combo with it anyway, as Smell just
still have
passing
Chrono.
through, and there's a Chrono dropping down onto 4. They'll take down Zayu straight off the bat. Looking over towards Squad now as well, and Smell catches him out mid-swashbuckle as well. It's going to get them the second kill here. And now look at those cogs, locking them down. FNG, you can't go anywhere. He's going to die as well. Nona's trying to run himself away. He's got the surge, but is he fast enough? I don't think so. They're still chasing Aster. Monet leading the chase. He's got the cookie coming in as well. Notice does sidestep, search out as well. Nice little moves coming out from the Dark Sea. He does actually get away. So a small, thin silver lining here for Virtus.pro, but it's still such a rough game for them.
Yeah, it's like the smallest of silver linings. I think for VP at least, like they have really just now understood the strength of Aster's lineup. Like you have gone for a very skirmishy, loose kind of lineup. You've basically had 3 moments in this game where you've not been able to successfully be aggressive because you've just run into like no good vision basically into the darkness, and in doing so, yeah, Aster just picked you apart. And I would love to see one fight from VP where you're putting the pipe aura onto the IO, you're throwing down the tombstone, like you're basically as 5. The issue is you're always scared about that next chrono, that next arena. Where's the hookshot coming in to put the cogs and displace the eye from the next hero? Like it's super hard to do. I feel like this lineup from VP, if it was against any other combination of Void or Mars, if you swap those heroes out, this lineup is like goated. Like we're probably praising it to the end of time. So I think this concept is good, but against what Aster has, it's so hard. And you're gonna need to basically difficult. You just need to like to play this. You need to have like no cares. You know, it's like you hit your timing. We don't care, guys. You die, it's fine. They use their spell. We go again. You need to have that like OG mentality of chip, chip, chip. Break your opponent just through constant aggression. And yeah, we'll see if it works out. But
yeah, we could take a quick, cheeky little look at the schedule whilst we've got this pause going on, because why not? Of course, we got another Virtus.pro game coming up after this one with Entity, Execration Aster later on, and then Entity Aster later on. But back into the game as we are unpaused. So let's get back into it. I feel like Aster, though, they've just got all this team fight, and this game has been entirely based on fighting. You know, there's been very little people trying to play the lanes. You know, no one's tried Roche yet. It's 18 minutes in. It's all about just smashing your heads together. Not even in lanes as well. No one cares towers. No one cares like objectives. It's just a brawl.
Yeah, and it's good to see. You know, it's like offense versus defense, right? Aster's quite the counterplay style lineup, where VP they need to be the aggressors and to get things going. And you can see it as well with like the itemization from Aster, right? You've got the blink rush on the Mars. We're not seeing any quirkiness. Sumail going for the Orchid, so if anyone wants to jump him, he can then quick Orchid disengage or even go on the aggressive. So yeah, I think Aster just... I mean, they're going themselves now, look.
They have him on vision, right? Like Kiritich is he doesn't know. And now in comes the rocket. It's going to give him a bit of a warning, but with the arena coming down, XXS, they're going to take him down again. Yet another death for the IO. And a look across towards FNG, pick up their little freebie on top of that as well, the cherry on the cake. And yeah, this is rough. 0-3 now on the IO.
Ooh, and another pause as well. Oof. This one's for lag, of course, that's fine. But no, it does feel like for VP at least, they are just struggling with their ability to get the IO into the game. Like, unfortunately, his scoreline was what, 0-3?
Yep.
Yeah, where's the IO? Like, he's got to do something.
Do you want a carry comparison? The IO is 0-3-2, and the Faces Void is 9-0-5.
Oh yeah.
Monet is having a gay old time. And he's not even been bothering about Chronosphere either. He's just bouncing in all the time. Like, he's like, Chronosphere, Schmonosphere. I've got an arena. You know, I've always got someone to fight with me. Really pushing the advantage,
for a minute,
which I
at
like
least.
to see.
This has been one of those, like, sleeper games from him, where he just had to, like, he had the free lane, because he was against Dark, so there's a Void. He was just farming. And then he knows there's always going to be opportunities where Chronos present themselves. I think every single chrono so far in this game has been 3 or 4 man, like minimum. There hasn't been a chrono other than like the top one where he kills off this Darkseer, right, with Sumo. Like every other one has been impact chronos. So he hasn't had to force it. He's not had to like, oh my god, I need to use my chrono. They just kind of come to him, and that's like the perfect game for Aster, right? Like, don't get punished. Sure, Sumo does a couple times, like, oh, it happens, right? But yeah, Monet really is just like the perfect insurance policy right now, and what, 4.5k above the eye right now.
Yeah,
Gonna
so
have that
9-0
Mjolnir.
insurance policy is a good one indeed.
And it's not like an
Okay,
alchemist or
feeling
something
very
where like
insured
one
at the
death.
moment.
Yeah, there's no problems, honestly. I'm trying to think like itemization wise against an IO. Like you probably want Skadi to reduce the healing a little bit as well. Void happily would like to buy that. You don't really need to buy Vessel. This item's relatively redundant nowadays, but I think even just one Skadi, a later on Shivas, like if this IO was a threat, Aster has the heroes to be able to buy these anti-healing items as well. So yeah, I think they're perfectly fine scaling into this game. They got a 10k lead at the 20-minute mark, and can VP take one fight? That's it. I've not seen them do one fight as 5 yet. It's been 20 minutes and it's just been 3 or 4 or 2.
Yep, and another hook shot, another kill onto a support of Virtus.pro, another kill from Monet as he gets his 10th kill of the game. I really just want one fight where I say, wow, this IO hero looks pretty good.
That is the thing of IO, right? Like, remember when it was at TI and like OG showcased it? It was this was like the storyline of the cast. We're kind of repeating that cast, right? Which is like, IO's doing nothing, IO's dying, ooh. And then eventually it's like, oh my god, you know, like that is the story of IO. I'm not seeing it right now though. I don't think it's gonna have that impact.
I'm watching FNG and Kiritich trying to take the Tormentor is oh man, I was like, okay, maybe this is a cool idea, you know. It seemed like they had a real plan there. Kiritich like tethered to the Undying. Yeah, Roche happened. No, we don't care about that. And they were like, all right, let's take this thing. We did 2 of us. We got infinite heals between us, and then they just didn't do any damage at all.
I'm gonna make a bold statement, though, man. I think Kiritich has got 5 IO games played in the last like 2 weeks. That's my vibe right now. Like maybe they've scrimmed it or something, but I'm not getting the I am an IO specialist from him. I'm gonna quickly double check his Dota buff to see if he played it years back when it was very, very good, but I'm not getting the feeling that he is like the guy for this hero. And this is more of like a, let's try it out. We played it once in a pub and a scrim, it was great. This is his first competitive IO game. This is his first competitive IO game, and he's now inside a tombstone. There we go.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. How the hell did Monet get that kill? He literally just jumped in to kill him the moment he came out of the tombstone. Oh no. They thought they could get something, but yeah, somehow gets out.
God, this is crazy to think actually. Like I was guessing it was sub 5, right? I checked the stats. And now Sumo, he gets the rune, comes back in, gets another kill. I just don't see how VP can stay out on the map right now. Like they've got no posturing to make, and unfortunately this Pangolier as well. He's not scaled at all. He's had Diffusal Blade quite early, but since then he's now only just scrambling his way to the Aghanims, and it's not as if that's going to be too crazy in the fight. So yeah, VP, I think they're going to have to try and play the wider map, start splitting some lanes, and just hope Aster gets a bit too comfortable hitting creeps, but at this level, that's very unlikely.
Yeah, I kind of feel like VP's game might be a little bit over. I hope I'm wrong about that, but I just don't really see a way back for them, you know? Like,
yo, we could do the win probability guess. I'm gonna go with 94% Aster.
well, I was literally thinking 93. I'll stick with 93.
Okay, you're sticking 93, alright? What?
Wow!
Yo,
Alright.
Valve, low-key, OG fanboys, all I'm saying. Alright?
Yeah,
Because, like,
yeah.
if they,
This
because,
is
you
the
know,
TI effect.
exactly, TI effect, IO carry, they've got it hard-coded. If IO carry in-game,
Yeah, give them
slap
an extra
10%.
Yeah.
There we go, yeah.
Because I don't see any ways back into the game for them. So usually when that's the case, it's usually sitting around like 90 to 95-ish. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean,
I think The issue I see right now is when you look at heroes like Mars and Void, you're always talking about what happens after their big spell. But because of the lead that they've accrued so far, they have become the heroes that they don't care about their big spells anymore. They're like complements to the fight. A Void with 17,000 gold, with BKB, Mjolnir, and a soon-to-be Skadi, he happily plays on time dilation and time walks, right? And I think that's for VP. It's like their entire draft is built on playing before this window opens, right? Before Aster get to the point where they don't need their spells to be the crux of their lineup. And VP, they are trying to go aggressive here. Sumo is in the bottom side of the map, so potentially a numbers advantage.
I just want to point out something, but I will wait as there is a fight going on right now. Notice trying to run them in circles. They will get the Chronosphere dropped down. I mean, it's onto the Darkseer and the Undying, who's just going to get himself inside the Tombstone. Meanwhile, they were able to take out, at the very least, Peaky on the sidelines here. FNG buying back into this one. They want to try and take this fight. This is their moment. Can they make it happen? Io tethered up to the Pangolin, not really getting a whole lot done. I mean, the balls are kind of bouncing around, but doing, well, not enough. Monet, even if he was getting low there, he had himself an Aegis, so no real threat on the board. And yeah, just a kind of useless ball rolling around the fights. But two useless balls rolling around the fights, actually. Pangolier. Pangolier did a bit, but... I mean,
Oh no. Oh, FNG.
100 damage, yeah, it's going to be another one. Well, that was
Okay, so this is now the test of VP's resilience, right? Some teams in this type of scenario where you've drafted a very time-heavy lineup, GG's already in consideration, right? But so far, VP are showing us a little bit of resilience. I think even though the fact that 3 fights in a row have amounted to negative impact for their side, I guess that is testament to them maybe trying it out, or at least maybe they are still in the hope of a timing. So you have to give them a little bit of respect there, that they're still playing for the win when the game is so difficult. But we shall see if they can find that timing, or if this next fight is the fight.
Ooh, a lot of spells missed there onto PQ, trying to catch out the clockwork, but he's got himself a 4-star. Oh, get him to safety. All plays down. Squad does actually find him with a swash, but immediately gets hookshotted up, but now in comes the arena. XSS, he pumps a refresher to get another spear off. Does have another arena should he want to use it, thanks to the double soul ring, and well, Storm jumps in, immediately getting disarmed, but they've already taken down Kiritich, so already looking a little bit awkward. FNG is going to get jumped on now as well. He's going to get burned up by the kisses, and yeah, another train wreck for the side of Virtus.pro. At what point do we put this train into the station is the question we're going to be asking right now.
Resilience, Nomad. Fight to the bitter end. You're alive in 30 seconds. Give it another go, boys. And even Notice is throwing out the well played. Like, we just haven't seen spells used together from VP. That's the issue, kind of. And hang on, but he has buyback. He has buyback. No roll though.
You. I was worried for a minute there. I thought that things were about to go real bad for them.
Oh, and Chrono's up, and Mars has a refresher, of course, so Arena's up. Like, oh no, and FNG's dead again.
that is.
Oh no. Alright, you're back up in 30 seconds though. Don't worry.
Oh, he's timed it perfectly. Look at that, actually. This guy's a
Synced
gamer.
it up.
Yeah.
It's actually slightly out of sync, just like VP's so far in this game.
True. Oh yeah, the reload plays. I'll never see it coming. Haha! Thought you had me, didn't you? And here comes the arena, catching the both of them. Oh, with the shard as well. That is just tasty. On the sideline, they're actually jumping Sayu as well. So split targeting from the side of Aster with the Chrono coming down onto 2 of them. They're allowed to do this. They'll take down Kiritich once again. Look at what's noticed as well. The wall, it's probably the most damage we've seen from anything this game. And it's still just not doing enough. Although I say that, they are actually be able to bring down the Mars with these illusions. The Void is his own worst enemy at the moment. They have one of their own, and he's actually doing so much work with it. BKB coming out from Monet. He doesn't have that Aegis anymore, so slight threat, but Squad is just getting run down from the distance by Samel. Samel is now out of mana though, so just going to make sure, stick the Destroyer in and make sure he's completely drained, but FNG is dead once again. And there it is. The GG comes out, they get their last hurrah, but the GGs are dropped, and yeah. Cute draft from the side of Virtus.pro, bringing some new ideas to the table, but in the NT didn't quite work out.
No, and for Aster, they just showcase just disciplined draft and play, right? Like when you look at this foundation that they set themselves, Mars, Clock, Snapfire, the flexibility of Snap to the very end of the draft, and then being able to kind of counter pick your opponent. it just felt like they had such control from the get-go. And then when you look at their play as well, sure, Sumail's dying a couple times just to natural support rotations, but you can just see how calm they are in the game. Monet not over-rotating, he waits for things to occur to then, capitalize on it. It allows him to get this 19-0-13 scoreline. Same thing for Sumail. It's like, even though he gets a couple deaths, it doesn't matter because he knows when he plays the wider map with how disciplined his team's playing, they're going to get the kills. And if you are going to go up against Aster, you either need to punish that methodical farm and fight that they have installed into them and outpace them, which is kind of what you can see VP was trying to do with the concepts of their heroes. Just the execution wasn't there. The where and why they were playing on the map just didn't feel like they were up to scratch against the major attending team of Aster, who were also not all invited to TI, but kind of favorites for their region.
Yeah, for sure as well. And yeah, this just looked like business as usual for this team. They really did just come in hard and didn't really give Virtus.pro any room to breathe. I mean, it was some pretty clinical stuff coming out. 1-14 on FNG, by the way. Tough time for this Undying, and yeah, just absolute clinic from Aster. Like, really, hard to see how game 2 can go differently, but I guess we're going to see a different Virtus.pro in game 2.
I mean, just don't pick Keratic, a hero that he's not played at all in his competitive history. Like, I'm going to quickly double check. How many years do you think Keratic has been playing competitive Dota? Give me a random guess. It doesn't need to be right or wrong.
I'll go 5 years.
Yeah, so he's been playing since 2020. So 3 years. So in 3 years of competitive play, he's never touched IO. In his competitive pubs, he's not played IO in the last 8 days. Maybe he scrimmed it a couple of times, but like, all these variables don't come to the point where it's like, wow, this is the hero for him to play. And I think when you're entering the mini TI of the season, the big tournament, the money, the hype, picking IO doesn't sound like the best way to get the team morale all the way up there and winning the game. So I hope they come back to their previous kind of playbook and just show us some VP that they are showcasing the DPC.
Yep, I hope so. I mean, this just was not really a competitive first game, unfortunately.
Nope.
Virtus.pro, good start for sure. Like, they came out and they looked great, but unfortunately, in the moment the fight started happening, it just all fell apart very quickly for them. So we'll see what they can bring to the table for game number 2. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with the second matchup between Virtus.pro and Team Aster here at the Riyadh Masters 2023. We'll see you in a bit.
All new. Astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
We didn't want to. Hello and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. We are now getting into game number 2 of Team Aster versus Virtus.pro, and I'd love to tell you that game number 1 was close and dramatic and full of twists and turns, but to be honest, Aster just smashed them. Aster just came out, showed us why they made up a bracket at Bali, and yeah, thankfully we didn't see the performance they had in the actual playoffs of Bali, but nevertheless, they came out smashing T.
Yeah, it was quite a one-sided affair, and I feel like for VP, they're the team that needs to make the changes coming into this next game, because for Aster, I'll say happy. I loved this drafting style. Like, going for Snap Mars with a really strong laning 5, and then flexing it to the end and counter-picking, like, it was a really nice way to see second pick used. It is punishable, I think, with certain styles of lineup, but this draft and play was super fun to watch, super fun to see, and it just felt like they always had a good chance. Whilst, like, when you look at VP, the picks just gave you discomfort. And this time around, you bring the big man from Extreme to your roster, you see VP stealing, the audacity to steal the line and lose. You put this hero into first pick, and
that's why they were mad, man. That's why they were angry about it. They weren't giving them a chance after they steal the Kaka.
The thing is, though, it's like, Lion isn't some, like, GOAT support, right? Like, only a few players in the world can make this work. Potentially Save, you've got Kaka. And it's like, the reasoning is, when the fights get so scrappy, and you're not playing from pick-off to pick-off and just blink Hex, go kill, the game can get hard, right? And I think for VP, at least, you either get your death ball up early enough that the blink initiations of Lion don't feel good, or you just get so tanky that if Lion does hex a guy, it's like, oh, whatever, you're still going to live through it. And we'll see how they navigate that. And right now, yeah, both teams just picking just big statement heroes. Timbersaw, of course, prevalent throughout 7.33. Same thing for Medusa.
Yeah, these heroes have been defining the meta for a very long time now, so it's no surprise to see them still in that first phase area. Like, sure, they've been tuned down a little bit, but the nerfs were very slight, It was a gentle kind of like pouring a cup of water on the kitchen fire.
It's like an oil fire as well, when actually in reality it just gets bigger.
Oh, that would make it worse.
Like,
they haven't gotten worse,
yeah,
to be clear.
No. But like for Dusa, at least, it's like, what, she got 2 less base int. Int gain is now slightly less as well. I think the main change for her is simply the split shot damage is 35% now on level 1 rather than 55%.
Yeah.
So your AoE hits are doing 35% damage, sorry. And you pretty much need to get to what level... if you're level 3 split shot now, it's the same as level 2 split shot before. So that already, you can feel that Dusa can't just go for some like 0-4, like all Mystic Snake, all Mana Shield build, and then split shot later, because the one value point does everything. So it does maybe make the farming speed slightly less, or at least the skill build need to be different, but it's still nothing crazy, because if you're a free farm Dusa in your safe lane, you can just change up your build and you're perfectly fine. And yeah, so I think Hero's perfectly fine. Same thing pretty much. And Timbersaw, what was his change? Less damage on Timber Chain and less HP on Reactive Armor. Yeah, so he didn't really get touched at all. Timbersaw is still the same hero.
I don't know, man. He's 5 less movement speed, 5 less base movement speed. That's
whoa! Because that hero is all about running around the fight, not just Timber Chaining through it and just existing.
Spell, so.
0.
Yeah. All right. We've got some interesting bans coming out from Aster, though. They get rid of the Anti-Mage, they get rid of the Meepo, they get rid of the Pangolier. They're getting rid of all the spicy heroes which Virtus.pro like to pull up when they're in a bind.
No, I think, ban-wise, Anti-Mage, of course, is the big one. The fact that Darkseid hasn't been banned is mainly because Timbersaw's picked. You're not going to pick offlane Darkseid mid-Timbersaw. Like, it's just awkward, I'd expect. So that's why you see them shift towards the Pangolier with the Diffusal Blade purchase, and then Meepo. It's just a respect towards Kiritich, I feel. Like, they're not banning this Meepo in any other draft. It's just because of this player forcing it out. And then now, because of this, SD does get through the pool. And we've mentioned this so many times in previous casts and tournaments.
Do it
SD,
again.
Yay! You create the butterfly, you create the Medusa illusion. If she binds butterfly, then the illusions have the evasion. So now if she can't really kill her own illusions, she'll need like an MKB, and then it just gets awkward. So it causes Medusas to think about, am I going to win the game quick enough that I don't care about SD stealing myself, or is the game difficult that I need to itemize slightly differently? It just causes you to have a slight kind of choice in the game rather than old school Dota, which is just buy the same 3 items and win the game.
Yeah, more or less. And now Kotlem is going to come out from the side of Team Aster, so you get that hero which can kind of deal with the Shadow Demon, force him to use his spells defensively, which is really what you want from Aster. It was obviously going to be happening regardless. You've got Samael on the team, but I think Emma's a really good one as well. You can kind of scout into the fog a bit, so if you think the Shadow Demon's hiding in the trees, you can use a Sleight of Fist and clear that suspicion pretty easily.
Yeah. Key thing here for Aster is they're basically telling us that they're not going to play the safe lane in like an honest way, because Kaka's playing the Lion, right? So you expect the Lion to go with some big, brute XSS style hero, and now this Medusa plus Kotl, it's going to be Illuminate plus Mystic Snake, Split Shot, get rid of that wave as quick as possible, and just be efficient elsewhere. And it's going to be a very play the lane on distance. And that's where I think Sumo needs to have an incredible game right now, because he's doing everything for the team. Like Lion, Kotl, yeah, they're right, they're there. Medusa has to farm. So I feel like if XSS is on another static hero, all eyes on Sumo, and VP still have the counterpick to do here. If they did want a hard counterpick, that is.
Yeah, if they want to lay down the law. Let's see what direction they go in. I mean, all we're really looking for is like a defusal carry at this point, right?
For carry, yeah, I think some carry monkey is still pretty good here. Just because of the fact that you play super aggressive. When Timbersaw has his early timings, you're happily using that twin gate, jumping in, springing, going aggressive. I wouldn't want him to buy defusal, but it's more just the style of play that you can present. I think Slark's too volatile, I feel. Like it's too awkward. Like we just get outscaled and it's like, so I probably wouldn't want to see that one. And in regards to mid lane matchups for squad, at least, it's like he could go for a Storm potentially just to find the backlines. Lanes pretty well. You can go for a Quap because there's not a lot of perfect control for him. Sure, there's a Lion, but you can just buy Lincolns. So
one matchup I've kind of been won over by recently. Okay, so just going to grab the Underlord here. This will move the Timbersaw to mid, and their Underlord will be their offlaner. Kind of annoying for Medusa, honestly, because like she doesn't have the most damage in the world. If Underlord kind of bullies her, then it can be kind of tough. Doesn't have the most health either with mana shield. So
beefy boys. You know, I mentioned at the start of the draft with the Lion, like you either pick heroes that just ball up or heroes that are so tanky you don't care about the initiation. Right now, Kaka playing this Lion, at no point in this game is, guys, I've hexed the Timbersaw, I've hexed the Underlord. It doesn't feel good when you say that out loud. And maybe it simplifies his game because he knows all I need to do now is hex the carry that's going to be picked down the line. But for Aster, at least, there is a big window in this game where they do no damage to VP, right? Yeah, unless Sumo pops off and like crushes the game with some like early corrosion maelstrom and he's poking and killing supports, there will be a point where VP are going to bundle together and just the Timbersaw tankiness plus the auras of Underlord, they can just A-click down the lane whilst Deuce is still trying to get to her Manta plus Butterfly. And I really want to see VP pick up a carry that can just amplify that as well and say, let me join that. So the Slark we mentioned earlier is fine. I think Monkey King bad is still going to be pretty good there. The other option, maybe unconventional, but like a Luna could be okay here.
Oh, okay.
Just because it's
I'm thinking of a hero and I'm waiting to see if you mentioned it. But
oh no, what hero is it?
I think I'd like a Muerta.
A Muerta?
Yeah.
I feel like she plays a little bit too greedy in her scaling, where it takes her 3 or 4 items to become a hero. And I think they have a very clear 20...
There's a special information. I saw I think it was Shiro, who's the best Muerta player. He was against the Medusa and he went for Witchblade into Diffusal and just fucking ran at the Medusa and it was sick. He just murdered the Medusa. It was really cool.
That's cool tech. Yeah, I would have never suggested that build being an option.
Yeah, it's like insane attack speed. Like it gives you loads of stats from the Witchblade, and then also the Diffusal obviously just turns Medusa inside out. I think it was against like Medusa Storm as well, so like the Storm couldn't enter fights anymore, and they just destroyed. But yeah, that was a pub by the way, not a pro game. So I don't know.
Oh yeah, I was looking for his pro games just to see if it happens. Oh, okay, it's a pub. All right. But I just want to see VP pick up a hero that plays on the fact that you are going to naturally own the early game. And like we feel like we mentioned that in the previous game, where Aster, they had all the team fight in the world, but if they get picked apart, then they're always chasing the next item. They crushed it, therefore they just own the game.
Yeah.
In this game, it's different for Aster. They don't have the immense amount of team fight where they can control areas defensively. And it's all about kind of this inevitable XSS pick. What's he going to bring? And right now, it's kind of a difficult pick, I feel, for Aster, because you can't just pick some like casual Beastmaster because you're playing into Underlord and Timbersaw. A Doom would have been nice. That's a good ban. Just some generic delete one hero style hero. You don't want to pick up Tidehunter because you're not really contributing anything.
Yeah.
And that's the issue. You need some assistance. I could see maybe like a Brewmaster being okay, just for the fact that you just get rid of one hero. But still, it's like not a lot of damage. It's actually a really awkward pick, I feel, for Aster.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. I mean, I'm trying to think of like XXS specials as Legion Commander, which could be an option, perhaps.
I feel like whatever you pick here, you either need to... Because right now they don't have the answer to the tanky heroes.
Yeah.
So it's like you either pick the hero to deal with the tanky heroes, or you pick an offlaner that will always assassinate the carry, and then you don't care if they're tanky because you're just killing the carry every single time, right? It's like Lion plus Ember plus something kills Kiritich. Good job, guys. You got Timber Underlord, but they're going to do nothing to win this game, right? They're just going to exist. So that's kind of the logic, potentially. We'll see if they go, but they actually go for the Beastmaster. So
No
I mentioned that they might be dissuaded by it, but no cares, and an Alchemist.
Interesting. Okay, not one of the heroes we mentioned, but I mean, what does this unlock them? It gives them another big boy on the front lines, I guess.
Yeah, so Alchemist is a hero that thrives on things occurring for him in the early game to then be able to have that, 20k gold at minute whatever, owning the game with your BKB Radiance Blink. So in this game for Aster, they don't have a lot of laning presence. And because of that, Underlord and Timber will naturally dictate a lot of the early moves, like defend your tower or try and get that one quick kill, or at least one attempt of a kill. And it never happens. And when that happens, Alk's farming behind you. So I think VP, this is a much better draft than the previous game. I favor their draft. I feel like these heroes should be able to win the game against Aster, but based on execution, if you falter and Alk misinitiates and suddenly Monet's got a Butterfly, the Daedalus, a Skadi, she will just win this game. There'll be no damage. So VP, I like the heroes, but they have to win the game like pre-25. If this game for any reason goes past that, this Dusa will still be the unkillable hero because Underlord and Timber won't do anything to her, and Alk doesn't really scale perfectly to kill her off. So we'll see if VP can execute in this game.
Yeah, again, it feels like they've gone for something slightly off meta, slightly left of field. And in a situation where, I'm not favoring them really on just generally the team versus team matchup, it's pretty wild to see. But at the same time, I guess, I don't know if it shows a lack of confidence because they're not willing to kind of play just like straight down the straight and narrow Dota, or it shows lots of confidence because they're just willing to commit to their own ideas. I think it's the latter, honestly.
I think this was one of the better ideas. I mean, we've only seen 2 games, and funny enough, it's best of 2, so we are only going to see 2 games. I kind of forgot that. Part of me was like, yeah, so VP can win this. We go to a game 3. No, wait, it's best of 2 group stage.
We get a draw.
Yeah. 1 point apiece. Either way, VP, this is the draft that they can most likely get a draw.
Aster are very ready for this. They've got this Observer Ward already placed down right on top of the bounty. So FNG is going to be the first one seen here, and he is going to be a tempting target for the side of Aster. But look at the discipline here from VP. They get off the disruption, they get themselves back.
Dude, that's so bold. Dude, I think like FNG is just presenting himself as like the carry that gets amongst it. Maybe he's like the Eastern European version of Spartan. Like that previous game, I just saw so many like Undying plays where he's just barreling into the middle of everything. And even on this SD, he's the one going up the high ground. He's the one setting the charge. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was...
Fun fact for the future, if you see FNG, he's probably alone. Just kill him. That's probably what...
Yeah,
what
definitely not one of those
saying
supports you're like, is he alone? Is he not? Is he...
Yeah.
Do we get punished for this? No. And Aster are going to start things off with 3 bounty runes. So great start from them. Nice movements over. Just immediately reading the aggression from VP and splitting across the map. Because they don't really have a phenomenal level 1 on their team either. So this game, it's going to be Smell versus Squad in the middle lane, and it's going to be Timbersaw versus the Ember Spirit. Now, in fairness, I have seen this matchup go kind of badly for the Ember Spirit before.
Yeah, so Ember naturally, it's level based. So Ember early on will do good against Timbersaw. I think Timbersaw can lose this matchup if he buys the incorrect items. So I've seen Timbersaws go not boots of travel. Oh my god, that would have been egregious. Just boots, and they don't have any regen. So then like the flame guard spam plus the slight spam, Timber gets shoved out. So I think for Squad at least, he needs to go for the bottle, the stick. Make sure you have regen. But so far, Sumo is punishing the matchup, and this is what you need to do on the Ember Spirit. It's all about
Squad
time for
only
this
got
one.
one of those creeps on the tower, and no reason why he didn't get the range creep either. He just straight up mistimed it. Yeah, that's tough.
It's why I'm not like I don't mind the flex of it, but I'm not like super excited by it. Makaka on top does go
He's
down.
going to get run down. Kiritich pretty low in response though, but XXS won't be able to do much though. He does have 1 wild axis remaining, but won't be nearly enough damage to secure that kill. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, by the way, he actually, Samel took a step under tower and got Whirling Death and hit by the tower a bunch of times as well. But now he's got the bottle. He might just be able to zone out Squad for a pretty long time here. The Squad got his bottle
Squad's got the
coming.
bottle as well.
He does, yeah, so...
But no, this is the way to play it. We'll see. Okay, Sumo goes for the second point in Slight, and I feel like this is the most important lane, because Sumo gets that 1 solo kill. Suddenly he's hitting 6, he's connecting the dots, killing out, because for him, his game plan is very easy. He doesn't care about this Underlord, right? All he needs to do is win mid, and then gank this Alchemist, run into the enemy jungle with Phase Corrosion, slight spam the Alp, stop him farming, right? And it's all down to, can this Timbersaw shut down this Ember in the laning phase? And so far, you flexed it into the lane, and it's not occurring. And FNG does also die in the top lane, so yeah, Aster, a pretty good start right now, based on the fact that you have Sumo doing so well in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's we know how much this team like to play with Samel. You know, they're happy to just kind of follow him around and enable his game. And last game, that didn't really happen. You know, last game was really the Monet show, but looking so far like an amazing start from Samel, so we can see what he does with that. I mean, look at this. He's so far ahead, and he's got creeps under his tower as well, so 18-3 to the 12-0 of Squad. That is not good for the Timbersaw in mid.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued to see how they kind of break the map from here. I think the saving grace for VP at least is you can leave Underlord alone quite easily. Just suddenly, like, you now have double supports making moves on the map together, and already if you look at top, there's so much kill potential. Disruption, Interconcoction, Shadow Poison. He might not die, but it's just that constant aggression, and you throw a Rubik into the mix and that could offset things quite a lot. So
Yeah.
can VP get that aggression going with their support duo? We didn't really see it in the last game, but this is a game where it needs to be done.
Definitely. And so you kind of has to be like the making point of that as well, I feel. Like you got to have a good game in this Rubik. You got to be setting up the things. You got to try to make things happen, basically.
Or just secure runes. I think that also helps against Sumo, right? Like,
Yeah, that
4 minute
would be good.
Yeah.
Squad is currently sitting mid with like no HP. He's got 4 worse sticks available. Yeah, Sayo is heading towards mid now. Not sure is he going to get there in time? Goes for denied. Does get it. All right, that's going to take off a lot of pressure off of Squad. Oh no, it's not, because Karkar's already there. He secured the other rune.
This is so bad for this Timbersaw.
no.
The fact that sure bot gets denied, but you still access to top, plus the casual Chakra comes in. Like, you have to walk back to base on a Timbersaw. That is rare to see. This hero often lives within the mid lane, right? But just because of the fractional choices made, the smallest of decisions, and yeah, now Ember is thriving.
He really is. He really is. Not the highest Siesta though, as that will go to Noticed in the bottom lane, who's currently being chased down by Monet and PQ. But he's got himself a Firestorm to throw down, and Monet really doesn't want to chase into that. Like, her mana just disappears so quickly inside that Firestorm.
I'm always happy to see how carry players navigate the whole Medusa into SD. Like right now, Monet is only showing us the Manta. Like, will he go for the butterfly still? Will he diversify the build? And this is also a pretty nice MKB game naturally because of the Alchemist with Radiance. So he could just go butterfly and MKB, and now it's like 2-for-1 deal, right? I kill my own illusions, I can still hit the Alchemist. So that could be a cool option.
Yeah, I can see that working out. And Squad does even didn't lose out too hard from going back. Although I say that now, he's getting burned up once again here. Samel just showing so much aggression onto this Timbersaw. Sayu comes in from the side though. He's got the lift up and the throwback, but I'm just not sure they have enough damage. The Timber Chain, the Welling Death does come through, but the TP's coming out from Aster, and they are going to be able to kill off Sayu. And now at level 6 on towards Samel, so he can just TP back to base and get straight back in with the Remnant. And again, this just makes Squad's lane even harder, as if it needed to be. Karkar coming in from the side as well. They're even looking for the kill here. Timbersaw being chased. He does not have the Timber Chain, but they also don't have the damage to finish him off. Samel tries to move across for the rune, but FNG's going to straight up deny it before he dies himself, and he's going to take Karkar down with him. So credit there to FNG, doing a lot of work with his death.
Yes, it all starts because Rubik, he's trying to make the moves happen, but Sumo just throws out the slight post lift, and it doesn't give Timber that next wording death to maybe threaten the kill into the Ember, and of course events unfold. You can see how Aster, I mean, they're both their cores in side lane, the Beastmaster and the Medusa, no real pressure has been applied, so now they're happy to thrive and exist by themselves, and in doing so you're getting this like tri-lane shenanigans mid, and I feel like Lion Kotl packs a much bigger punch than the SD Rubik in the early game. When you think of the control of the Lion, the Chakra amp into Ember, compared to what? I lift you, I disrupt you. So Aster really are just exploiting the fact that their supports can just accelerate the cores game a little bit better from the mid lane. Normally like Beastmaster, like into Alk, the reason why you pick Alk into Beast is just for the, you don't care and you never lose your lane. But sure, Beastmaster in the game is like Primal Roar, BKB, Piercing Stun, but yeah, I was expecting maybe Alk to put a little bit more pressure onto this Beastmaster. I wasn't expecting it to be like this even where Beast is, what, he's going for Dominator, right? Oh, thank God. I'm so tired of these Ags memes. Like, this is the game where, like, if there was ever a game to buy Helm of Overlord, this is it, right? Like, to get another body into the fight, another aura, to be able to buy Vlad's to throw it onto your Deuce, like, this is the game. Like, Ags is, like, redundant here, so I'm very happy he didn't just go down the obvious, have to buy Ags.
Yeah, definitely. Correct.
Too many
choice.
offlaners do that. Yeah.
Yep. And it's kind of just farming time now, you know? Like, Monet, he's got a bunch of stacks in the jungle. Kiritich, he's got loads of stacks as well around the place. So it's time to make that dough, my friends. Meanwhile, Samel and PQ running down to bottom at the moment. So let's see if they've read this on Virtus.pro. Noticed is backing himself away, and it does look like the move has been read, which is going to waste a lot of time for Aster here.
Yeah, they have a ward on the bottom rune spot, so they just saw the Ember walk down with the haste rune. Yeah, so nice disengage there. But so many stacks made. When you look to the Ember right now, he's farming some triple stack. Then Beastmaster himself is farming the ancient stacks. Like, there is a lot of stack efficiency coming from Aster. And then when you compare that to Dai, if you look at Rubik right now, he's only just starting to make the first set of stacks in the ancients, the triangle.
Well,
so
Kiritich did already take the... there were quite a few stacks in the...
Well, there's some top... Oh, I didn't see. Oh.
Yeah, he took them all.
Was it like a double stack situation, triple? Like, how big are we talking? Sell it to me. How juicy?
Medium juice. I think there was
Medium
mostly
juice, okay.
double stack. There was maybe one triple stack on the hard count.
Okay, no.
So
That's important. No, I missed that, but no, that's very important at least.
Right.
But still, after a 2k lead going into the Alchemist, you can see that all three of their cars are doing... Cars? Vroom vroom. All three of their cores are doing extremely well.
Yep.
Now imagine that. We've just spoiled it. Yes, the winner of Riyadh also gets 5 cars. It's the one up to the Mercedes.
Congratulations. Just got to redo everything
actually...
that's been done in esports, but better. That's the play. Monet.
1 car, make it 5.
Being jumped in the bottom lane here, but they've thrown a lot onto him, but haven't really committed for the kill. And now the TPs are going to come through, and they're just going to kill off FNG again. And once again, it's worryingly becoming a bit of a diathon for FNG. 3 deaths already.
Wait, why is Notice tipping him? That's a risky tip.
It's interesting.
That's a real
isn't it?
50-50 tip. When your offlane is tipping your not feeding but dying support, it's like, haha, mate, all good memes, or it's, mate, you should stop doing that tip. You know,
Yeah.
like, oof.
Depends on the vibe in the team, which again we just
Yeah.
don't really know. So
We don't know. Oh, we'll see. Maybe that was a tip that broke VP. We can reference this in the history books at the end of the tournament, but you can see from VP that they are trying to shift their map play right now. Alchemist heading towards the jungle fully. Underlord going to top lane. Like, Kiritich, he just needs to get this Radiance. He needs Radiance, Blink, BKB, and kill. But, yeah, he needs a team to be able to back him up right now, and potentially that isn't the case. Poor Squad 1X just hasn't had a jolly good time. Or he's 4.6k net worth to the 5.8 of Sumo. That is a 1,200 gold difference between the Ember to the Timbersaw.
smoke up now from Aster. Samael and PQ once again moving towards the top side. They really want to kill off Noticed, it feels like. They recognize that this Underlord could be a thorn in their sides, and they let him free, and now the Roar comes down. They want to bring down this Underlord. Hex is there as well from Kaka. In comes Yemma Spirit charging on through. FNG does have the disruption to buy him a little bit of time, but the stun is there from Kaka, and they are going to be able to easily take down the Underlord. Now they look forward for more as well. Death number 4 coming out for the Shadow Demon.
Oh, stack number 1, you mean? Kaka, he's on the board now. Plus 40 bonus damage.
Here we go.
Right now, let's make some predictions. How many finger kills will he get by the end of the game? Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Go on, what's your
You
guess
get
on
it
that?
right at home. You get a Bugatti Veyron. No, that's not true. That is a joke. For legal reasons, that is a joke.
It could be any car.
I'm going to
you
go
want.
for 5 stacks.
Paid by Nomad.
Yes.
Sorry, what was your prediction? 5 or
5, yeah.
5? Okay, I'm gonna go 4 then.
Okay. Typical.
Yoink.
Undercutting.
I mean, you undercut my prediction last game by 1.
Yeah, that's true. We're gamers. What
was
can
gonna
I
make
say? Oh,
The
yes.
E-stream undercut.
Stolen the mana drain. Let's go. That's exactly what we were talking about. We said, so you need some big steals this game. A level 1 mana drain. Samael. He fears nothing at the moment. Kind of just happy to stand his ground. Throws around them backwards, but doesn't jump to it, and just kind of throws out some side of fists and go, yeah, you want to jump me? Jump me. Come on.
Oh, no, I love this as well from Sumo. So he's actually not going for phase boots because of how good of a start of game he's had. He's going to go for boots of travel. So now Beastmaster, with his Helm of the Overlord and his creep, or the Hawk or the Boar, so many opportunities for him to TP into a very aggressive position, whilst also farming for himself.
Might have been able to catch the Keeper of the Light here, and yeah, absolutely.
He got baited. That's miscommunication there for sure. Like, Sumo's in, Kotal follows, Sumo out, and Kotal's like, I can't leave. That will be potentially the Western versus Eastern situation in Aster kind of shining through there.
The
But
continental divide.
yeah, but I love the fact that Sumo is going for the boots of travel. It'll be really fun to see. And Monet, I was mentioning the options he has as a Medusa into SD and Alchemist, and Butterfly MKB being one option. Instead, going straight for that Skadi. So being able to deal with the tankiness of Alchemist and just become a big body. And I guess, again, it all factors in. Because Ember's having such a great game, dudes that can play for her, I will just exist type timing. You throw a Beastmaster amplification into that as well. You now don't need the damage of Butterfly because you're getting attack speed plus Vlad's aura. Like, yeah, I think Aster's going to hit a really strong timing in the next 8 or so minutes. And for VP,
Yeah, I mean,
Alp might have a good game, but where's everyone else? You know,
Yeah.
where are they?
And the Alp's not far enough ahead for me to go like, oh yeah, you know, this is looking great. He's only a little bit further ahead than the Medusa.
He's also playing into Stone Gaze, BKB Piercing Stun, Beastmaster Roar, BKB Piercing Stun, Lion, who can just blink hex him if they're initiating the fight so you can't BKB, followed up by additional damage. It isn't the out game where you have that, don't worry guys, we got the BKB, run them over, right? It's the out game with the asterisks, and
Yeah. Call me crazy, but I almost would have liked to see the Aghanims for the Timbersaw being built by the Alchemist just to buy himself more space. I mean, it would have been awful, don't get me wrong. It would have been awful because we're playing
That
against
would
the
have been-
Medusa, but I think it would have been better than the BK. I'd really dislike this BKP, I would just say. Like,
I think if Timbersaw had crushed mid, had Sanjkaya right now, and the Outcad Radiance, free net worth, and Beast was like going Aghanims, then yes, you do that. But because of how Aster has set the scene for the game, you know there's this like inevitable 20-minute timing that every core needs to be able to play for themselves, right? But I could see a world where that type of gameplay works out beautifully. But in this game, super giga. But I respect the idea, no man. I'm not shutting you down. I'm just pausing you for now. If that's
if
okay.
he wants to play solo Dota, that's what you do. You give your Timbersaw the Yags, then you just go and farm for the next 10 minutes, and then you come out with 6 slots.
Like,
So
again,
I'm not
we
going to
just
play
had a
the
quick
game, but
look.
I'm going to give you this to play the game instead. But meanwhile, Aster are just taking Roshan, and yeah, this is kind of worrying. We're going to have a Medusa with an Aegis now. I'm kind of surprised they gave it to her, but I guess she wants to start turning up to some fights, risk-free, or just take some risky farm. We'll see.
No, yeah, you give her the Aegis just to be able to hit the towers, right? Like, just A-click down the lane. Sumo's got the boots of travel, so he's going to be playing super wide on the map elsewhere. That's the other thing we haven't really mentioned too much for VP. What is their pick-off potential? A disruption? A lift? Concoction? Like, these aren't spells that are really going to threaten the Ember Spirit, so he can play extremely greedy. Meanwhile, you have just the end game ball of Beastmaster Duso happily online, so yeah, all the concerns of the potential scaling for Aster, VP has applied 0 punishment now for 16 minutes, and they're hitting their stride once again. I feel like for VP, they pick heroes and drafts that have a little bit of laning punch in them, but they don't punch in lane, they kind of tickle, and then they're just now in the awkward phase once again.
Well, it does look like VP are turning up to this tower defense at the very least, but they've already taken so much damage on that building. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, they found XSF. VP comes out from Alchemist, immediately gets roared in the face, but he is going to be able to finish the job onto the Beastmaster. Aster, they are backing themselves away from this fight. They respect VP enough not to try and charge them with 4 heroes, so that will be the end of this engagement, at least for now. Samel's still hanging around the area. He's got Run to bounce back to should he come into any difficulties, so not too worried. That is for sure. Yeah, just constant peppering, and this just keeps him in the area as well, right? Like, you don't fully retreat on the side of Aster. You just keep on poking the wave and stuff, and you actually can't go anywhere on at least 2 heroes. And yeah, VP actually have 4 heroes in the area at the moment.
It's just the distance that Aster can push waves out from, right? You've got Kotl with Illuminate, you've got Medusa with the Manta, Ember with the Slight Spam. Like, Aster can pretty much clear out any wave without even showing the main hero in the lane, and then VP, it's like that's the opposite. They need to throw like the body into the wave to click it out. They have 3 melee cores. Sure, there's like Firestorm, but it's not as quick as the others, and yeah, so VP are always going to be the victim of like the macro gameplay. And Kako, of course, with the Blink Dagger, wants to show it off and
Slap.
Get another stack on the cards. 2 stacks now.
Absolutely. Ooh man, he's going quick.
They will
Samel had a
that
double
ward,
damage
though.
rune for that one as well, so yeah, it's just completely free. Yeah, 18 minutes into this game, and yeah, Medusa's just chilling with her Aegis, you know, not just using it to be on lanes, just using it to smack at tier 2s, take enemy ancients. You know, these farming Aegises can be so damn good if utilized correctly. Like, what are you supposed to do on VP? Just commit to killing a Medusa twice? Yeah, good luck. You're gonna have an entire team on you by that point that happens.
They're kind of trying to get something. They're bringing FNG. They've even got Alchemist, who's just kind of parked up here as well. But not really achieving anything, unfortunately, right now for them. Again, it's quite difficult because I was going to pick up Blink, but he's not the carry that goes, guys, I've locked onto Medusa, let me right-click her down, right? It's, I need to kill off the beast or the supports, and they're so far defensively positioned that you need someone else to go first. And for VP, it's like the only hero that can actually get into the fight before Alchemist is Timbersaw. So you kind of need VP to offer up this bait of, look at me, I'm Timbersaw, and they're trying to. They actually found the Kotl.
My goodness! All right, well the Kotl just gets absolutely minced. More than enough damage on these heroes to take him down, and I mean, I think they're just going to be happy with that. Again, just retreating on VP, holding their ground, and trying to wait out the stages as best they can. And yeah, that's a great way to do it.
You can see vision is key though. FNG, he's picked up a gem so early on, and he's just playing so far back. Like he throws out a poison. All right, no ward. He sees the hawk, kills it quickly, runs away. Like they have all in to survive this timing.
He needs to escape. Nice BKB coming out from Kiritich there as he turns around, tries to bring down Kaka. The roar is out onto him though. Squad jumping over the sidelines, misses the Timber Chain, but they've already lost their support. And right now, nobody is down the side of VP. Squad going to jump in, try and bring down the Beastmaster. He's going to be the next target, and they've dragged him back to Kiritich. Doesn't even have to look at the Medusa whilst he gets that kill. And that is going to be another one brought down from them. The FNG does kind of just die on the sidelines to the creeps, into the overwhelming creep as Notice taking some heavy hits in the middle here. Can't really fight up into Monet despite having that aura. And Monet's just going to be able to run him down with that Skadi.
Oh, the fireball. Beastmaster, of course, he died, but his Black Dragon didn't die, so he was throwing a couple fireballs here and there. And yeah, helped kill off the Underlord. It's quite an awkward one for Aster, right? It's like,
as well.
It at least showcases how tanky VP are, because even when Deuce is in the middle of the fight doing, you know, what, 2600 damage, it takes quite a long time to even kill off a single hero. So for VP at least, it's like, guys, if we just get to like one more item, maybe we can try and do something. But I still want to see VP set the pace of a fight somehow. Again, it's so hard in their draft and their position, but if they're able to at least kind of
that was the best fight we've seen so far, right? Like from either game.
In the series. But the reason why is because they played on the timings quite nicely, right? It's the Beastmaster rules. So first of all, Lion just jumped in very quickly by himself, right? Beastmaster then has to roar, the Alchemist, and then the rest of the fight is just contain them in the triangle and poke and prod and then wait for them to at least overstep a little bit, right? But they still don't have any damage. Like, yes, they can survive and they can prolong, but there was no threat to Deuce that entire time, right?
Yeah.
And that's the main question for VP. It's like, even if you can survive the initial jump and poke them, where's the X factor in your lineup to start converting on that type of play?
Yeah, they need to follow up these fights, and yeah, it's difficult. We've seen some nice stuff coming out so far, but ultimately, like the main players, Ember Spirit and Medusa, Monet and Samael, they're completely untouched. Like, they haven't died yet in this game, and that needs to change if VP wants to stand any chance of turning this one around.
Yeah, the big thing for me as well for Aster, they've got the Skadi now onto Monet, going for the MKB, and Sumo's looking for the Shivas. So they're going to have the double HP reduction items against 3 big, tanky healing cores on VP. So the Aster itemization.
Here we go. Blinking and Hex does manage to get off the Lotus, though, so this is going to buy him a little bit of time. In fact, Squad even looking for the kill onto Kaka, but he's getting taken down pretty quick. But Notice comes on across here. He's got down that route as well, just to keep Samael locked down, doing a lot of damage to this Ember Spirit in the process. Kaka and Samael just trying to back themselves away. They don't really have to catch on the side of VP to keep on chasing this one, so looks like that is going to be that. But again, just didn't quite work out for Aster. They make an aggressive movement, and they come away empty-handed.
Oh, they gotta be careful, Aster. Like, sure, you've been kind of the leader this entire game, but if you play without your Medusa, VP are tanky. Like, we have mentioned this so many times, but yeah, I think VP like, guys, this is how we win now. We need to somehow get Medusa to be on the other side of the map, and then we're good to go.
Easy plan.
It's not an easy plan.
Just ignore the Medusa.
Yeah, just hope she's not there, but keep her light. Getting the recall now with the shard, everything I just mentioned is out the window, right? Because let's say there is an engagement where Aster are 4-on-1, Medusa's elsewhere. You recall her in, she's always going to be in the middle of the fight, ready to split shot, Skadi proc. That sounds like a cool split shot, Skadi proc.
Skadi shot, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds very good.
So, VP now with a bit of confidence, starting to put some pressure on this bottom tier 1 tower. The first tier 1 tower of the game for them, by the way. They haven't not taken any.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring that up, but
I did. Get some towers, lads.
any other big items, so yeah. Didn't really see it, but Pichu did get his way towards a vessel. But with a BKB in play, a Lotus, a Greaves, it's kind of redundant on this Keeper of the Light. Like all of VP cores have a way to dispel it, and it's why you see Vessel kind of being quite a awkward item nowadays. Like unless you buy it pre-15, like super early, and just set the pace of the game, there's so many ways to get rid of it. Maybe there'll be like a Vessel Plus in 7.34 when it is like undispellable or something, but
Super Vessel.
that would be kind of broken though if you could buy like a super Vessel. It's like Dagon, there's like 5 levels to it.
Yes. But then you still have to get the stacks for it for a kill. It gets very complicated very quickly. But what's not complicated is the plan from Aster right now. They want to stick around this area. They want to get Roshan, and then they want to start taking some tier 2s. They've already taken one up on the top side, and now that Roshan respawns, they'll be looking at another. But Virtus.pro are on the move. They are going for the big wrap around here. Look at Aster. They're huddled. They know exactly what direction they're coming from. Look at this. Just Medusa on the front lines. 3 heroes behind her. And the Spirit, he's doing other things. He's got travels. He can come through whenever he wants. This is just beautiful positioning from Aster here. And now they'll see Monet straight away just using that disruption to get their own illusions. A decent amount of damage being dealt to Monet, but they'll back out. Arc stuns himself. Waiting for the jump in, but doesn't find the target. Samael already in the neighborhood, using those travels the moment there was any sign of trouble to get in and help his teammates out, and noticed some heavy hits. Glimmer doing work here as well as that mech.
Look at the spam though.
Yeah, they can't win slow fights, and FNG's the one that's going to be taken down. Samael looking over towards Nodus as well. Nodus is trying to get himself out with the Fiend's Gate. Not going to make it though, as the Maelstrom proc does come through. Roar out onto Kiritich as well. He's going to be the next target. Samael brings him down as well. This Emma Spirit just jumping around the fight, doing whatever the hell he wants. Rubik might be able to make his way out of this one. He has got himself a Blink Dagger and the Shard, so very, very mobile, but my goodness, Samael just chasing him so damn hard, but that's going to be that. Now, Aster, they are going to jump into the pit, and they're going to take themselves an Aegis.
And just what a beautiful fight from Aster, right? The fact that they start so defensively positioned, they kite it round, they're basically saying, Sumel, you spam, you set up the fight, and when you say go, we'll then follow up with you. And if at no point VP tries to initiate themselves, they're going to be at such a disadvantage. And we saw the damage numbers there, 438 from Alchemist, 629 from Underlord, you know, compared to 4,300 from the Ember, 2,800 from Medusa. Like, it just, Aster have read how to take these fights beautifully, and I can't say it enough. VP, at this stage of the game, they either need to play the wider map, or they need to somehow find a way to just break Aster. And at that point, I just don't see it with their current cores. Their entire draft is built around laning phase dominance, balling up, and just trying to set the pace. And they've fallen off that timing once again. So,
It's got Remnant. Very tricksy on this Rubik, just trying to make some space, do a bit of
they
scouting.
didn't lose the gem at least. Yeah, they saved the gem, so that's the silver lining of this game at least, right?
Yeah, it's a big plus. Big plus.
Oh, wisdom rooms. No one's taken them yet. 2 are on the field. Who will get them first?
That is the question.
Oh,
Kiritich
outskirts of his.
is the answer.
Oh, yoink. Yep. Now level 19.5, so that's clean level he obtained there. Level 20 on Alchemist will be the base attack time was damn. I'll be interested to see which one he goes. Maybe concoction damage in the hope to like blow up the lion and start the fight or the cuddle. So I'd assume he'd go left here.
It is a pretty ridiculous amount of damage, but you do have to cook it up these days. I remember back in the day when it just added like a flat 400 onto it, so you can fire it immediately for 450 nuke. That was kind of silly, but not the case these days. So this is a dead FNG, yeah.
3 finger stacks now to Lion, so the game is soon to be over potentially. If it hits 5, Nomad wins. If it hits 4 or stays as 3, then I win.
The real game.
Yeah. You gotta play mini games in these games. Aster are put on quite a clinic in both draft and play, I feel, right now.
Yep, 9k gold advantage. Aegis in the hands of their Medusa, and they're just going for the high ground right now. And Nodus is just not even able to escape from this one. Oh, they can't even get Karkar either. The Hex comes out. They're going to die towards Squad. Squad's dead as well. Your mid lane is just gone. 2 cores taken out in the blink of an eye. VP, they don't just slip. They fall down flat.
So Notice tried to gate to the mid wave behind Aster to skip it out quickly in the hope to get backdoor online, but he channeled the Fiend's Gate inside vision. There was the observer
Yeah,
one.
that was way too
Everything just
close.
went south.
Yeah, you can't be making mistakes like that. Not on this stage. Not with against these calibers of teams. And now Monet, he's just taking what he wants. Game 1, Game 2, it has just been Monet completely uncontested.
Yeah, and these are the items that you want against this Alchemist, right? You got the MKB to eat through the evasion. You got the Skadi to deal with the HP reduction. Data's just for the raw damage, and you don't care about this SD because you're not buying like Butterfly or anything too stat heavy. So yeah, just beautiful itemization out from Monet, and I think just everyone on Aster in both games, the game plan was set from the draft, and you could feel it from every item they purchased. Like, I'm not seeing a single player buy an item which is like off sync to the general game plan. So yeah, this is a very disciplined looking team coming into the Riyadh.
Yeah, it's looking great. You know, this team, we know to expect big things from them in the group stage. The question marks starts arising after that point, but
Oh, we're not there yet. Come on, let's live
we're
in the
not there
moment,
yet.
right?
This isn't even group stages yet. We're in the play-in.
We're in the play-ins, exactly.
Yeah, this Medusa does an ungodly amount of damage at the moment. Monkey King Daedalus. Monka King Bar. Yeah, melee barracks. Well, the Crimson Guard's going to help out a little bit, but not nearly enough. Monet is in. Manta is out. Disruption comes through. It's onto a Manta illusion, though, and yeah, Medusa can take those out pretty quickly. Kiritich isn't on the backlines here, just trying to bring down XXS. Doesn't do it in time, and now the Roar is out. Cheese is there as well, so it's like he's done nothing. And now the Medusa gets in on top. Fingers there as well. Karkat's going to take him out, and they bring down Noticed as well. Samael gets a double kill, and GG's are dropped. That'll be it. Virtus.pro crumbling away in this first game of theirs as Aster just completely take them out both games.
And 4 finger snacks to conclude, so I will take my medal for undercutting Nomad, and yeah, that's about it. No, yeah, I feel like in regards to play, Aster, you can feel the identity from the get-go, right? But for VP, it's either they're trying to be too quirky with IO picks or flexes. They're trying to do, I think, a bit too much coming into a tournament. Whilst a team that doesn't really care about what their opponent does, it's just, this is our style, we will force it into the game. That's going to be the issue.
Yeah, and I wasn't really inspired by Sayo's performance this game on the Rubik as well. Like, you know, we talked about him needing to do a lot. Like, for me, he was kind of the crux of the team. Did get the Blink Dagger, but just really wasn't able to deliver. And yeah, that's unfortunate, but, you know, what else can you do? You need to be able to kind of play better as a team, find the effective rotations. Like, if neither the Ember Spirit nor the Medusa have any death to their names, you got to be looking back and going like, right, okay, how do we rotate better? How do we make better plays? How do we be more deadly? You know, it really is that simple, unfortunately.
It also kind of helps that VP's not had any international experience in the last year. Sure, they've played some like Western Europe, Eastern European kind of tournaments, but they haven't really gone up against the other regional meta. And like, I look at the VP lineup and I see Eastern Europe bleed within the draft, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing the, oh, what else? Like, where's the X factor? And like, you look at these scorelines, you know, Kiritich in this game, he finished, 0-2-5. In the first game, he was 1-7-3. I never really saw them get their carry into the game. And then the same thing as well, it's like, I feel like for the Squad 1X matchup, it's like, unfortunately for him, he got just outplayed a little bit in the second game. And for Noticed, it's like, there's just a lot of question marks for VP, right? And I think that the question marks just stem from the lack of experience. And we'll see if they can find that footing throughout this group stage. But yeah, Aster for sure are looking clean as ever. And VP, a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. How many more games they got to play? They got one best of 2.
They got like
3 more best of 2s today.
Today, wow, okay, yeah. All right, no rest for the wicked. Get busy with it, guys. A lot of Dota to be played, but at least they're best of twos, not best of threes, I guess. Yeah, we'll see if they can pull it out, but you know, you need to be quick, you need to be ready to make those adjustments on the fly. That's what this is all about. These play-ins, they're going to be very, very brutal for a team that isn't extremely prepared for every single series. And yeah, I mean, again, it was cool to see them bring some interesting ideas to this one. You know, that is what we would want to see, kind of teams which have prepared at least something to bring to the table against these teams where they're potentially the underdogs, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough coming out from them. So that is going to do it for the first series of the day, which means we move into our second series of the day. And if you're like, man, I can't wait to see Virtus.pro play again, see if they can pull out and improve into the next series, then you are in luck, because the next series we've got coming up today is going to be Virtus.pro versus Entity. So that'll be the next series coming up. Again, another pretty tough matchup for Virtus.pro here. We'll see what Entity can bring to the table. We're going to throw it to a break, and then we're going to be back with that series, so we'll see you a little bit later on.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنقه بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنقه حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنقه جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide, stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
Hello, and welcome back. We are indeed getting into the next series here at the Riyadh Masters. It is an exciting event. So much money on the line. My goodness, the team's been looking forward to it. We've been looking forward to it. And now we're getting into Entity versus Virtus.pro. T, Governor, what is that? Oh,
I am joined by 17,468 grains of rice. This is an art piece, and I thought I'd just show it to everyone once again, and I'll put it back in.
Very nice. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing.
No worries. It was show and tell. What are you going to bring, other than a closed door that magically happened behind you?
I was trying to do that subtly because I realized I left it open. I'm going to bring this fidget cube, which I use to stop myself pressing my keyboard buttons when I'm working, because that would be bad. So let's focus on the series we've got ahead of us. Of course, it is Virtus.pro versus Entity. Entity, of course, just played a very long series versus Liquid, and it didn't quite end up going their way, but Virtus.pro in the same basket. So yeah, no big kind of upsets coming out for either of these teams yet. Although, to be fair, Entity have put up a good fight against Liquid in the past. Yeah,
I feel like for Entity at least, they are the squad that kind of unimpressed us in DPC, not making it to the major last 2 times. They then do a roster swap with Gabby, and then Gabby's the carry player from Fnatic who bombed out in Tour 1 of the DPC. The org just left Dota. Gabby also just kind of went to the sidelines, and now he's re-emerged as an offlaner. So I think for Entity, getting a draw against Liquid, second place major for team for how many majors now? That's actually a pretty good start for them. That's like the confidence boost, and
yeah,
they have picked Invoker too many times already for Entity. They've done it twice in a row, so they've set their scene pretty quick.
Yeah. But we're going to start things with this draft with the Bat Rider coming out for Entity here. So, of course, a very flexible hero still. Wasn't really kind of nerfed too hard. I think the big surprise for me with this and Spirit Breaker kind of being ignored in the patch, which I guess you were happy about.
Yeah, no, I'm happy because then he stays true to himself. No, the thing with Spirit Breaker is even though he is insane with his creep killing abilities, once you get to like phase boots plus some extra levels, you're still so redundant in laning phase, and competitively, laning phase really makes or breaks your entire draft, right? So
yeah,
drafting it is so difficult, but psych, it's here. Oh god.
Who cares, draft? Let's get a Spirit Breaker in the mix. God damn, let's go.
How do we summon it?
I was about to pull the whole, well, there's not a Spirit Breaker in this game, so let's not talk about it. But there he is. He comes in, saving the day.
Wow. Look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah. No, again, so I still think this hero is weaker in laning phase. Often teams can pick up some morphlings, some just big carries that laugh at you for having this hero in the 4 or 3 role. I think I'd like to see the flexibility of Spirit Breaker exist to 5. I think Toronto Tokyo showcased why it's good in that 5 role. You are the Clockwork Undying style hero, and I think that's where it best lands right now. Because if the game goes late, you will always scale into annoying hero of the course, but you're not overplaying your hand, right? So I'd like to see this be the 5, and we'll see how it goes.
I'm on board with that. For sure. But yeah, Batrider Invoker coming out from Entity. So you said we've had two Entity Invoker games, and there's going to be a third Entity Invoker game. No surprises here.
So Stormstormer goes for Exalt build. I think in both of the last 2 games, the Dota buff isn't loading for the second one, but I believe I saw the same itemization, so I'm going to assume it was Exalt 2 times in a row. But yeah, I think this is a hero for Stormstormer that is his specialty. It's his bread and butter. And as long as there isn't objective pressure in the game, Invoker will always be able to play out some variation of the hero. I think the hero falls flat when you're against like the Beast Masters with the the Broodmother style heroes that just kind of overwhelm you, and then suddenly it's like you can't defend your tower, you're farming a Midas +1, and your carry's farming. Like it is relatively greedy, but if you can stabilize a game and get through that first like 15 minutes, then you pop off, and of course Stormstorm will thrive. So yeah, Virtus.pro not really showcasing objective pressure right now with these heroes, so Entity just lock it in, why not? And off they go.
And honestly, you got to look at this Virtus.pro opening and say, like, there's a strong possibility that Snapfire's just going mid, like Snap, Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker's probably the 4. We don't really... I mean, we see him sometimes 5. Like, maybe these guys can be 4 or 5, but they've also got that flex to mid, so...
Once I got a fish alive...
Lovely, beautiful. I want to know, we don't do this very often, but we don't really have much of a delay here, so I feel like I'm able to do it. Chat, how's it going, guys? I wanna hear how many Gabby fans we've got in the chat. Okay, if this is an arena, it'd be like Gabby fans make some noise, but of course we're not in an arena. So chat, Gabby fans, just say something. I want to see how many of you guys are around. How many Gabby supporters we've got in the room? Because you know the SE guys, they always turn up for their homies. The SEA guys, every time they find themselves in an EU stack, they always arrive and fly the flag and pop the pride, and also flame them the moment they do anything wrong.
We're stream D, right? Yeah, cool. I was loading up E.
10 seconds.
I was stream D.
Yeah, all right, say something. I'm going to test the delay. Say something. All right, I'm speaking. Wait, that's the test. Don't worry. I've done the test.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can just remember when we said stuff as well.
Yeah, it's like a minute. So yeah, we're good. We're clean. Yeah, I've got chat open now. Don't know if that's going to be fun or not, but it's now in view for the game.
So, bans. That exciting stuff. We've got the Pangolier, the Drow, and the Bloodseeker removed by Entity. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro have gotten rid of the Beastmaster, the Mars, and the TA. So, oh my god, look at the chat. It's just explained. There was a delay. I was getting worried, but they're there. They're there. Let's go. The Gabby lovers.
Yeah, oh, there's enough of them.
Great. Sweet. I mean, that's like 1/10 of the chat. And everyone says Twitch chat only makes up 1/10 of the listeners, which means 100% of the people watching are Gabby fans. My goodness.
That's true. And we have proven that at least 10% of the audience don't have us muted. So that, in my eyes, that's good retention compared to... I heard the average is like 5.9 plus 1% average. So yeah, we're good. And this is what I was mentioning, by the earlier in the draft when I mentioned the Spirit Breaker. I think Morphling is one of the best heroes against it, because if Spirit Breaker gets flexed to the Morphling lane, you don't have any kill threat on this hero. Like, yes, there's the occasional low HP charge in the tree line surprise, but like at this quality of Dota, like it's very hard. And you just look at the foundation for Entity now. Clockwork with the Morphling. So that is going to secure that lane. Spirit Breaker cannot muscle up into a Clock 5. And then you look elsewhere, there's this Batrider flexed until the 4 and offlane roll. We'll see where they land with it, but it's a comfort for Katomi or for Gabby if needed. So I say comfort for Gabby. It's not really. He was a carry player, but still, he's played it enough in his pubs. Yeah. Like you look at his pro tracker, and he has played so many different heroes in his pubs, like Mars, Axe, Enigma, Quap, Winner on a Legion, Tinker, Brood, Bat, and like he's still playing like the other corals in his pubs, but just knowing that your offlaner has that ability to play any hero anytime, there is creativity potentially down the line where it's like, you know what, Watson, do you want to play like a Faceless Void in the safe lane, but we're going to pick a really left field quirky offlaner, kind of like what Amar did for Quest. I could see that being like the evolution of Entity. Like once they kind of get the training wheels off of Gabby into the roster, like I think the depth of play when you have a carry to offlane is so wide, but it's only once you drill in the foundation for a team.
Yeah, I mean, we see it time and time again, you know, it's a formula that works, for sure, bringing a carry in as the offlaner, you know, Dota players, the good Dota players at least, are capable of switching role without, you know, with the right amount of commitment, the right amount of time, the right amount of practice, they can do it, and they can be effective. So... And it kind of always falls upon the enemy offlaner as well to kind of like stand up for all the like the hard-bred offlaners.
The traditionals, yeah.
Yeah, to do better, to be like, yeah, this is how you play offlane, idiot. So you know, we'll see what Notice is able to do.
I think as well. I don't know if you guys are coming here from the perspective of watching the Entity series and then moving over, or if you were watching the VP series earlier, moving over. But for us, we followed the VP series and they were very underwhelming. You know, they drafted quite aggressively with the focus on taking their lanes into the game, but they never got to that point where they actually made those moves, right? They never really pushed forward. So I feel like for VP, they had an additional hour break, unlike other teams where it's like rapid fire, 20-minute go because of the Entity series. And they need to kind of understand how they want to transition out. And now for VP, at least, you've just showed that you're picking the Darkseer to combo with the Spirit Breaker. Snap's now your mid. They revealed their entire draft, and it's only the carry left. So that's why Entity, they just need to ban out a Naga Siren. They can ban out, of course, the respect to the Meepo once again. Yep, sure. Every game so far has been banned out, but VP hasn't hidden anything, right, within their draft. And sure, you got Darkseer into Morphling, right? You punch, get the illusions, you turn the Morphling against himself, but you are conceding the lane, right? Morph will find farm in this lane.
I'm interested in this final ban from Virtus.pro, actually. Like, what do they view the problem as? What are the potentials which could really mess with them? I mean, it's more going to signify what carry they're going to pick, right?
I want to see Beastmaster. Oh, Beastmaster's already banned out. Is Visage banned out? I think any of these tempo offlaners gives Entity a way to play out this game, right? Because, like I said, you know Morphling's going to farm. Stormstormer's naturally going to do, 50-50 whatever against mid. Like, Invoker doesn't really ever completely lose matchups unless he gets ganked and then suddenly he has nowhere to hit creeps, right? But
yeah,
I would expect Entity to want to pick up some hero to play around, because now it's like Invoker looks towards the hero for a Sunstrike. Yeah, probably it's actually a very good ban as well. It's like you want to have those free Sunstrikes, right? Like right now you have Lasso, you have Get Him Stuck Inside Cogs, and Axe. Oof.
Yeah.
Into Silencer. I mean, yeah, you're quick. You're pre-global for sure. Or, yeah, it's not the worst. I think it's potentially punishable by something, but...
5 seconds remaining.
Everything's punishable by something.
I know, I just said the most open statement possible in a draft. That was hype.
Here we go. They're going over the Legion Commander. Alrighty. So, yeah, gives you a bit of purge, gives you the dueling potential as well.
Yo, well, hold up a second. Did you... Be honest with me. Did you say Axe because someone in chat said Axe?
Yeah, loads of people are saying Axe.
Okay, because I saw a couple Gabby Axes, and I just realized that you were just copy-pasting from...
I think that guy was after... Someone said it earlier on towards the start of the cast, and I was like, alright, I know nothing about what Gabby plays other than with pub profiles, so I'm just going to assume these guys know better than I do. And I'm probably right. Medusa going to be the final pickup now for Virtus.pro. They're going to take a leaf out of the guys they just played book. They just got beaten by it, so now time to give it a go themselves, and that will be the Kiritich Medusa coming out for them.
Yeah, so for Entity at least, they have a soft answer to the Dusa, right, with EMP, so you can at least get rid of some of her mana. So in the early game, it's not as if it's going to be the most Dusa has to stand up and do everything, right? The Entity will have answers. Of course, in lane as well. I think, honestly, Legion will farm perfectly fine and actually have a really good time just because of the Silencer. I think VP have conceded their lanes quite heavily. Going for a Silencer into the Legion doesn't really do much because you have that Dispel. And then Spear Breaker into a Clockwork, you're not going to do much, right? So I feel like Entity, their lanes are going to be having the advantage. And it's all on how does Squad 1X compare to Stormstormer? How does that mid lane matchup go? Because I think if Squad 1X doesn't get to do anything on the map, it's a lot of farm, hope Dusa does everything, right? So yeah. I prefer Entity's lineup, I think, right now.
Okay. I think I like the Snapfire versus Invoker matchup, though. I feel like Snapfire can crush mid pretty hard, and that can spill out across the rest of the game as well. Like, I've seen Snapfires kind of just take over games from the mid lane, and this definitely feels like the kind of game where you can do it. And is a duel going to stop him? Is a Cog saying maybe Cog, Sunstrike duel? There's some nice combos on the side of Entity. They definitely have ways to play their way back into it, but I think the Snapfire might be able to make enough space for the Medusa. But then again, Watson Morphling is also really good as well.
All I'm seeing here is Duel is absolutely nutty in this game, right? Because it's like, you duel a guy, there's going to be a hook shot layering on top, Sunstrike, you've got a carry that can reposition as well in the engagements. So as soon as your offlaner blinks to one location, Morph doesn't have to be, oh, I'm in the wrong spot, I'm going to join you as well. So there's a lot of find a hero, blow them up, and with VP's lineup, if the Snap or the Darkseid just get blown up, it's a lot of backtracking, right? So yeah, again, I really like what Entities presented themselves. I think VP, they're cool heroes, but it's a lot of scaling. It's a lot of like items and positioning factors that need to go their way for it to feel good, and they haven't impressed me in the last series that they played, so I am going to be a little bit skeptical coming into this one, but again, always happy to be proven wrong and see how a team can develop throughout a group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what they can pull out the bag here. It's, a VP, a very prestigious organization. We always expect a lot from them, no matter who the players are, because big investment, big team. We're expecting these guys to start gearing up for the TI qualifiers now and start to put up a bit of a threat to the rest of those CIS teams which keep beating them out. You know, Spirit, Nine Pandas, Bet Boom. These
I think
guys have
they've had
always
probably
been 4th place.
Yeah, they've had like the worst record, I think, for a pro team with this level of history, right? Because it's like they didn't get TI because of the drama and the loss of the point. Then they've been 4th place this entire year. Like they've just been like the team that's existed but not done anything, right? So something needs to start going for them at some point, right? And
surely,
or they just fall off. So yeah, it can happen. We'll see.
Well, a bit of posturing for the rune here. Storm's like, do I want to go for this? The 3 heroes? I absolutely do not. Don't know if he was pretending he couldn't see them to try and protect his ward. I think maybe... Oh, look how close those wards are in the middle lane. That sentry is like on the edge. Of course, there's a fight going on. Kiritich actually in a ton of trouble here. Entity, they're just going to be able to take him down. Wow, okay.
Nice. That was so beautiful from Entity. They wrapped around.
They baited it.
They put the 3 heroes. They baited Storm to then run south. Like it's a very well coordinated gank, and the fact that you give first blood to Gabby, you know, an off-lane Legion.
Yeah. And one thing I want to mention as well is that Storm, oh, Sunstrike for the rage creep gets it. Storm, like, you know, me personally, I would have stayed there because I know my team's wrapping around, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna get me some kills. You know, you're Invoker, you're mid lane, you want that first blood. He backs away when his team are making the wraparound, right? That's not miscommunication. Nice. These guys have been playing together all season. It wasn't miscommunication. He knows that if he stays, they're going to be like, hold on a second, why is this idiot staying here? He's not an idiot at all. He's got a team behind him. And they probably would have backed away. But because he Stormstorm backed away, VP didn't, and they walked straight into the trap. They get the big kill.
Smart
Very
cookie.
Cool.
Yeah, like, again, Legion's the hero that once you get, your early... Let's say you go straight Blade Mail, right? Or, like, if you get early phase boots. Against this like physical damage chip, you don't care anymore because you're proccing Moment of Courage, you're existing, you're a really obnoxious offlaner once you get to your first couple tanky items, right? Like you're not buying helms and all these big items, it's just a lot of cheap items plus your natural spell progression, and you're really annoying. And already here, like super annoying laning phase so far from the Batrider and the Legion Commander.
Brutal.
It also doesn't help I hate Silencer and laning phase, so I think you remember the entire DPC tour where I'm like, oh god.
Not another one.
Like this hero needs like such a specific set of conditions to bully in the lane, and if they're not met, you're just like awkwardly clicking with not much to your name. And that's also the same thing with Spirit Breaker here. He will exist in the lane and won't apply too much threat, so I expect Morphling and Legion to really have quite a happy time in these side lanes.
Yeah, and this is the issue in the mid lane here. Going forward on Storm. It doesn't quite get the kill though. Cookie didn't quite land, so will survive. And yeah, the moment Storm pulls out this Forge Spirit, Squad just runs up and kills it. He just shotguns it down. Gets a lot of damage on Storm in the process as well. And yeah, it's a tough matchup for sure.
Yeah, for Stormstormer, it's just about hit the creeps when they come to you. Don't ever overstep your mark and get, you know, comboed down. But also there are fun counterplays made where if Squad 1X initiates, misses a spell, and then suddenly you're cold snap clicking down yourself 1 TP. So it's a very volatile matchup. I think both players have the chance of getting the kill, but supports will be key. And of course, Spirit Breaker, as soon as he leaves bot lane, he could offset this matchup and maybe get a kill on Stormstormer.
Yeah, we'll see. But jump forward, he gets him. Cookie's there. Squad too good. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane as well, Fishman also going to take a fall to deaths across the map for Entity here. That is going to put their laning phase back a few notches, that is for sure.
I mentioned how Stormstormer just doesn't need to step up and get comboed, and he just stepped up and got comboed. I was like, oh, come on, buddy, no.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he doesn't want to just have to sunstrike every single range creep, but then you go forward like that, and yeah, the Snapfire, you know, she had the bottle, she had the water rune, so she had the mana and the health to be able to just position really aggressively like that. Gabby also getting kind of low up here on the top side, but again, we'll be okay because there's not that much control or chase or catch coming out from FNG.
So Squad 1X already looking to go for the Atos build, because of course being a universal hero, you utilize
FNG
all the attributes. I mean, I'm expecting this Silencer to die, you know? I'm expecting this to occur.
Yeah, I mean, they were very low on the side of Entity. Like, I can kind of see why they wanted to go. And Katomi even trying to jump off the top of
He has
Heritage
one
here.
in Fairy Fire.
Yeah, he's got plenty of health to work with. Just seeing if he can bait something out here. Well, I'm kind of surprised he didn't go for that, considering all the resources he had.
I just love the fact that we're getting scraps everywhere, right? Like, we look top, suddenly Fishman's going in. We look mid, and suddenly, you know, Squad 1X is jumping on Invoker again. Like, every lane, they really are just battling and bruising and trying to kind of make their statement. I think if either team is able to get an advantage from lanes, and they have
might get this. They might get this Sunstrike. Oh, there it is. That'll do it. And now Watson's able to get a second. He gets them both, actually. The Sunstrike just gets them low enough for Watson to get the last hit. Oh dear, that is too good to give to a Morpheus early. FNG in the top lane getting very low indeed. Isn't actually going to be the one to fall. Instead, it's Katomi who will go down. Gabby, he's still fighting up into this right now, but with the grenade coming on from the side, he has got 5-1 charges. He's also got an infused raindrop, so the snake might not finish him off here, but that curse very well might. Oh, L3 he's going to survive. 19 HP. Gabby will be okay. But in the mid lane, Invoker is not. Stormstormer falls, charge into the kisses. It's an easy combo for Squad.
Yeah, this is kind of what VP needs to do, right? Like, if you allow Invoker to stabilize his mid lane, now suddenly Clockwork or Bat, they're setting up these free Sunstrikes, either through move slows in the top lane or containing you in the cogs in the bot lane. And that is why Entity love to pick up this hero so early on, because they know they're going to make things happen. And here's another Sunstrike, and they get the kill. Gabby gets it.
All right, this is this is such an insane game so far.
The Sunstrike didn't even hit, by the way, just so you're aware. That was a just pure right clicks. The Sunstrike connected after death. I just double checked.
Yeah, Gabby got the kill.
Making moves. Yeah,
they are. And Fishman finding a little freebie onto Sayu as well. That feels really good to be able to pick up. Just with the help of the Forge Spirit.
Well, as expected, though, when you look at the CS, we kind of thought Snapfire should do well mid, get a kill or two, and then it's the cores that for VP that should be down, and they are, right? 24 CS to Dusa, 18 to the Darkseer. You compare that, more things like 39 CS, 26 to Knights, like fully uncontested. And yeah, this is the I will say this until I die. Picking Spirit Breaker, you need to think of Morphling. Like, this is probably the worst matchup you want in your laning phase. Oh, Sunstrike off the mark.
Oh. Wait for the question as Fishman once again getting beaten up by Noticed and Sayu here.
The bash.
Yeah, he is. Oh, is he gonna die? Surge, get around the creeps. Yep. Okay, he's gone. Tried to do a bit of wiggling into the enemy side of the map to get that Wisdom rune, but unfortunately gets caught out in the process, as it happens so often.
1 for 1 on the Wisdom runes as well, so XP is going to be evenly spread across the board. Now back to farming. Stormstormer is going to be rushing the Midas, as you expect from the Exotic Invoker. Only about 500 gold away. But again, he hasn't lost his tower or anything. There isn't that real capability within VP's lineup, so the inevitability of Midas is minutes away.
Minutes away. Yeah, I mean, that said, Squad has got Illusion Rune, so he's able to put on quite a lot of pressure with this. So we'll be able to, at the very least, half-health the tower. We'll see what else he's able to do. Is he looking for a charge on into the mid lane? He certainly is. Yep, and they're going to try and make the exact same play again, but Stormstormer's ready this time. Throws on the Cold Snap and the Ice Wall. And now Fishman coming in from the side, looking for a bit of revenge. Katomi's here as well. They want to fry the big fish, but Squad gets the cookie away, and now to get him to safety. Now they can turn around, fire a bunch of damage into the Bat Rider, and with that Arcane Curse, they'll throw in the kisses just to make sure that he definitely does go down. And I'll take down the Forge Spirit as well. Why not?
That was a spite for sure. I was like, I hate your Forge Spirit. No, nice quick fingers there from Stormstormer. Invoker, once you get some spells online, right? Of course, Cold Snap, Ice Wall, Tornado, all of these are so disruptive. And another Cog setup.
Timing in the bottom side. That was, just holding the cogs until Surge was used and then just being like, nope.
I mean, how long has Fishman and Stormstorm been playing on the same team, right? Like, what, several years? Couple years? These are two of their hero specialties. And you know the communication is drilled in. It doesn't matter what patch or what instance of Dodo you're in. You know that Fishman is going, I got a Cogs Sunstrike. Or even Invokers or Stormstormers telling Fishman, like, go, I'm behind you globally. Just the coordination between these two is always fun to see in the early laning phase.
Was Fishman in Hellbears?
No.
So it would have been after that point then.
Yeah, so it's like 2 years, right?
Gabby, there's a 4-man rotation onto Gabby. Oh my goodness. They saw the fans in the chat. They want to crush their hopes and dreams, but he's putting up a good... He's going for the duel. What the hell?
I mean, fair play. You know, I respect it. If the Sunstrike was coordinated with the duel, that's it. You've got 2 days of synergy with Gabby Stormstormer, years with Fishman and
yeah, this
Stormstormer.
is 2 days versus multiple years. Fishman, he's got the battery cell, so cancels out the charge. Sayu's having such a miserable time on the Spirit Breaker, I swear. Sunstrike's coming through, might actually get the 2. Oh, they shared it between so many heroes, though, but they'll take down the 1. Flame Break gets one of them. Sayu will not be dropping here, though, so it'll just be the 1 kill. I mean, you miss 100% of the duels you don't go for, right? That's what they say.
I mean, it's on a silent side. Like, who cares? You think FNG is going to be slapping you with that 10 damage in the future, going, oh, I feel great. Like, why not?
Fair point.
Maybe that's the logic of, right, a carry player to offlane, they go for that play. An offlaner, you know, traditionalist, they'd be like, oh, guys, I tanked 4 heroes. Don't worry. It's for the team, you know?
Yeah.
That could be the scenario.
Baiting out the surge, which I really like. Still doesn't really get away from this, though. That's kind of rough. He should be dead now. There we go. Easy peasy.
Alright, that's a content piece, alright? Don't know if you're listening, but you take this scenario, you screenshot it, and you send it to all the offlaners and go, do you duel? Who do you duel? 4 options, and 5th option is run away. Don't duel, you know? And then you'll send it, and then you'll just see the variations, and it's like, Gabby, yes. Everyone else, no.
Nightfall, yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. I mean, he is the carry now, so it's technically pure.
Yeah, he's back in the driving seat. Fishman, okay, all right, just making sure he doesn't feed a kill away. I respect that a lot. Sayu, he's going to get lassoed up here by Mr. Kataomi. And slowly but surely burnt down. Cookie is there. Might help him out a little bit, but that's just going to allow Stormstorm to scoop up the kill. Global Science comes down. The morphing, though, he's already got that strength morph going, but is it going to be enough to keep him alive? He doesn't have a wand anymore. Wait for him up to the high ground. Watson's going to be able to get himself out of this one. So much committed from the side of Virtus.pro as well, but Watson does get away.
Beautiful strength there from Watson. Just the fact that as soon as he initiates, he knows that the global should be coming in, so he preemptively just protects himself from that layering of control. And 2k lead now at the 11-minute mark. Morphling fully up top on the CS, 2,200 gold more than the Darkseid that was his laning opposition. And the Invoker happily got back up. I think he was, bottom of the cores? He gets a Midas, even buys a mana boots just to keep spamming out these Sunstrikes and spells. And
Big miss on that hook shot, honestly, and now kind of puts Stormstorm in awkward position. FNG being used as a bullet. He's like, I don't want to be that far forward, bro. Backs himself away. Stormstorm is taking his, but look at the backlines here. Wait, Sayu, I don't know what the hell's happening to him. He's bouncing in and out of the cogs like a ping pong ball, and he's also being squashed like one. When you run to pick it up, but you accidentally step on it, you squash the ping pong ball, then everyone hates you because you can't play ping pong anymore. We've all been there, right? Guys?
he just can't play Dota, can he? Look at him.
No,
it's a deflated ping pong ball.
Yeah.
I, as a person who's got nearly 1,000 Spearbreaker games, I can say with confidence that I feel miserable right now looking at this. If I charge the clock, he can stop me. The Batrider can flame break me. The Invoker can tornado or cold snap me. The Morphling can wave through me or adaptive strike. And then the Legion probably playing on the fog, so you're never charging him, right? Like, it's just miserable. Like, I expect him to have a terrible game up until maybe like the later portion where he's got phase, BKB, Ags, and all the fun items, right? But this isn't the cleanest of games for him to enter, and he needs his team to assist him. So how VP does that, it's going to be bringing Snapfire and Darkseer into the same engagement, getting that wall, getting the layered damage on top, and hoping to get a pick off or two.
Yeah, it's funny how similarly they kind of play the fight. So now the Global Science comes down immediately onto the Morphling. He doesn't have the Strength Morph going this time, and they will be able to kill him off. Beautifully done by the side of VP, just popping it early even to make sure there's zero chance of him getting off that Strength Morph. And now Fishman, he's being run down as well. This might be the secondary kill coming, but he's got the hook shot across, and there won't be enough damage to finish off Fishman. Oh, Jewel coming into the backlines here. They found the silencer. He's taking back that 10 damage, but no, he's not. It doesn't get the kill in time. They were looking for the other target there as they'll take down Noticed as well. Stormstorm will get to double kill. That's a very nice gift for him indeed, go along with his Midas to accelerate him into this game. Who needs dual damage anyway, am I right?
I mean, yeah, true. Gabby, he's given 10 away. He dueled again, didn't get it. Like, he's got one eye. To be fair though, for Legion in the early game, you want to farm as much cheap dual damage as possible. So then when you enter the important part, you're not thinking of the damage. You're thinking of like the lockdown, the control, I've isolated a hero, right? And you can see his logic going for the silencer time and time again, but he's kind of missing it. The second one, unfortunate. The first one, miscoordinated. He should, in theory, have 20 damage, but what can you do? The game plan is still set for Entity. 4k lead. Morphling's got the Lincolns. Once he gets to Manta, I think VP's initiation and control will be dealt with to some degree. And this is where we get into the unkillable territory, potentially for this Morphling. But right now, this is the window for VP to hopefully, if they are to get back into this game, is to start making some moves. And I say hopefully, I have no bias in this. If anything, I'm not even going to try and backpedal, but I don't. I mean, whoever wins, wins, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
I'm down for a... Yeah, go on.
I'm just enjoying the hasted snapfire with Mortimer's amazing run. That's what I'm looking at, so I don't know what you're talking about. Look at him go.
Thanks, mate.
Pythian. What's there?
Do you have any bias, Nomad?
Beautiful.
Like,
yeah,
this whole thing with casters. This whole thing, like with casters, not allowed to have bias, right? But there were other things happening. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Nomad is not very... Yeah, he's got like one monitor. He doesn't have the two yet. So he's got to tab out and in to see what's happening. It's...
Look, what's more important, okay? The strategic elements of warding and control of the map, or Mortimer doing a silly walk. I'm just saying. Got to cater for the audience you've got. I know my Twitch chat, they love a silly walk. And once again, Spirit Breaker comes walking on in, immediately blown up. This time, there'll be no chance of not getting that dual damage. Hookshot isn't going to connect, and a nice little cookie up to the high ground for Squad is going to allow him to get away, but maybe not actually. Lasso is there, but Kiritich coming in from the sidelines here, gets that ultimate off, and all of a sudden these two heroes are in way too deep. It is just 2 support kills, but all the same, VP will take them.
I mean, they walked into the choke point, right? Like, you're jumping in here, you don't have hook shot, you're getting global, Deuce hitting from the high ground. That is going to be the perfect scenario for VP to pack a punch in this game. But congratulations, Gabby. Round of applause from chat. We did get to see his first dual damage success. 10 damage, but technically that's 10 minus the 20. So he's still at minus 10 if you use the logic of lost duels versus win duels. Hopefully he can bounce back. I know this is a really important statistic for him to win out on in his very important game.
Yeah, I mean, the big titles of this game are Entity are like, I mean, Watson and Stormstormer, who are just bathing in gold. You know, they're
Bro, he's not done anything.
Gold.
Like, we have heat map technology, and it literally shows Stormstormer has existed within this mid lane only. You know. Even when his tower died, he goes from the camp to the right of the mid lane into mid. He goes minus, Octarine, then BKB. He's got all the points in Exorb. Because again, like his supports, Batrider, Clock, they're going to set everything up for him, right? And yeah, so I think Entity have they understand this lineup really well. This is the type of draft that they've presented and played as Entity for multiple years now, it feels like. So even if you throw in Gabby into the mix, it's not going to change the basic systems in play, right? And they are going to happily farm up. And what's the deal with Morphling? Oh yeah, he's 1600 gold away from his Manta, and I mentioned that is going to be, that's probably the timing where Entity look to go for a pick-off Roshan and start progressing the game in a we're going to try and win the game soon state, rather than this happy trader farm that they're currently doing.
Yeah. Yep, that's when it kind of becomes aggressive. And yeah, then we look on the other side, and of course we have the Medusa, and yeah, Medusa's farming pretty well. Already has the Manta, going for the Skadi next, but still a little bit behind when it comes to Watson and Stormstormer. They have just had such a good game so far.
The good thing for VP at least is the Skadi timing. Entity won't really have insane damage. It's more just a lot of damage over time, right? The spam of the EMP when Invoker gets levels, the fact that your team will die around you during duel, and you have to hope to just over 30 seconds kill a hero, right? It's not that explosive damage yet until Daedalus. And you already see in the quick buy, it's Skadi Daedalus. That's going to be VP's comfort time in Fishman.
Clockwork.
He's tanking it for the boys.
A little bit, yeah. I like the little vacuum there to drag him back onto the other side of his cogs. That was cute. But,
It's very good. Dark Side against Clockwork is kind of fun because when the Clockwork is trying to disengage, yeah, that back. And so we mentioned how rough his game has been. He understands what he needs to do, right? Look at it. Phase, Ograx, straight BKB. None of these shenanigans of Shadow Blade trying to go for the, ooh, I can get a pick off. No, it's just, right now, he can't charge at all. No, there are so many cheap cancels. He needs to get that BKB and then secures it. But this is it. Entity, Blink Dagger now complete on Batrider, Manta complete on Morphling. If there was ever a time for Entity to do a move as a team, this is it. This is a big power spike for them. Will they use it? Will they continue to farm? Well, I guess we'll find out soon if that smoke indicator pops up on the team.
Indeed.
Oh, there it is.
Stormer, he's
smoke.
still looking. Yeah, so I mean, he can always contribute to the team fights with Sunstrike. He's got Boots of Travel as well, so he can get in pretty easily. His presence is relatively global, so they don't need him. Gabby.
I mean, he's got the Forge Spirit running with the squad as well, right? So he's going to be...
Yeah.
They're smoked up, but he has the TP option available. But they're not going to be finding anything. This is quite a... This is more of a smoke for the pick,
Roche area,
but we're going Roshan, right? Like, if we find a hero, we kill them. If we don't, we just hit Roshan. And
yeah, there's no one in the area, so we can just take Roshan. It's easy.
VP, they do have wards around here, but it's not the most telling. If anything, the fact that mid lane is pushed in by the tier 2, that's probably screaming to VP that they are doing Roshan.
But they need to go now. They need to get through this portal right now, and they are just not doing so, which means Roshan is going to go to Watson. And that is an issue. You've now got a Lincoln Sphere, Manta-style Aegis Morphling. I cannot see him dying in the next fight.
Bro, look at his quick buy. He's going Manta, Lincoln, Satanic.
Homie doesn't want to die this game.
Yeah.
Look, I had one death, that's enough. Ooh, squad narrowly makes that TP out, but there is a fight going on right now, as they've actually just been able to take down Gabby straight away. So Entity, they lose their offlaner straight off the bat. VP, they're trying to escape. And once again, Mortimer's doing the funny walk, but once again, Watson is on top of him. Cookie up to the high ground. No escape for squad. Watson takes down one. Now we find FNG. Tornado's going to catch him out. The right clicks are coming through from the Morphlin, thick and fast. And that'll be a double kill coming out from the Morph.
Poor Gabby. He's like, he's not had a bad.
What do you mean, poor Gabby? His mid and his carrier doing absolutely brilliantly. He's having a great time. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not having the fun though. You know, like his team's winning, but it's like he's not the one doing it. You know, it's just, you know, there's a lot of people in chat.
You played carry your whole life. You've been top of the pile your whole life. Everyone bending over backwards for you. Yeah, guess what? It's time to play some goddamn Dota. It's time to die, kid.
There we go.
Welcome.
But no, it doesn't really matter, of course. The fact that VP, they have to use so many resources to kill off Gabby that, like you mentioned, right, the speed in which Entity used the Twin Gate, TPs, the counterplay, and yeah, of course, get another kill, a couple kills after the fact. Yeah, if Watson actually goes for this build, this is insane though. Like Manta, Lincolns, and Satanic, I think it's, of course, you want multiple dispels, right, against like global potentially. But the fact that you're not really offering a I kill Deucer option, but instead you're just going to exist for so long that everyone else will just passively die around you. It's kind of like a Medusa roleplay kind of, but without the Skadi, I guess.
Just kind of ignoring the Medusa and just kind of going for everyone else and being like, yeah, you can hit me all you want. That's fine. I'm gonna survive through it all. And this is one of the stupidest things about Morphling right now. I know there's a smoke going on at bottom, but he picked up a shield rune and obviously morphed max strength before he picked it up. So he's just got a casual shield on him for like 2.5k.
Oh, FNG Gabby, it's time!
In we go! They find the big target. They'll get the duel. They'll get the kill. That'll be 38 damage now for Gabby. That's everybody else just trying to leave. But Sayu, not sure he's going to be able to make it out of this one. And yeah, they will be able to find him. Katomi gets that kill credit. Two heroes dead on the bottom side of the map.
Instantly TP's top. He realizes that when you get a kill bottom, someone's going to probably push out and try and get the wave. And yeah, already, they're now chasing Squad 1X.
Yes, sir. Lasso's out. Throw in the Meteor. You've also got a Deafening Blast to go along with it as well. That one kind of gets janked over there a little bit. And, well, Kurtic is from the sidelines here, just kind of freezing them up. Squad, he's surviving for now. He's got the cookie available, bouncing his way out of this one. Sunstrike going to be way off the mark, but that's it. Wait.
Is he stuck?
Oh, no. Quickly,
No, he's
eat
not
the
stuck.
tree.
Oh, it's fine. Oh,
How
there
did
we
he...
go.
Did FNG... FNG just has tangos for some reason. I don't know if he bought them in base and TP'd in, but either way, he saves Kuritic's life, so...
What a meme.
Lumberjack FNG to the rescue. Just...
Yes. Very much calculated from FNG there to have the tree.
I would
cutting
love to
tools
know if he
available.
bought those in Fountain and TP'd in. I think he did, because he was dead from the duel, right? So...
Maybe, but
What a Chad.
if so, fair play. But just, I love the fact that Entity have this like logic, right? And it's Stormstormer leading the charge. It's get the kill, play the map, don't give them an inch, keep going, use the twin gate to its full effect, and just drag heroes around. And sure, you're not getting the craziest of kills from it, but you're still just annoying VP enough to prevent them. And Gabby doing his masterful bait once again, but this time, is there a counterplay?
Well, he might
There
actually be able
is.
to make it out of this one. Yes, there is indeed. But the Global Silence comes down. Watson is full at you right now, but they don't really have the damage to bump out onto him. And yeah, they're just going to have to let him be. Oh, Sayu, once again, charge cancelled out, and down he will go. Oh, there you go. Just in time for the duel. Thank you very much. This all started then
3
going on
joules.
Gabby, by the way, and he walks away
Yeah.
with not a chunk of duel damage.
Stop going on Gabby, I think, is the answer here.
Watson gets another one. It's a double kill for the Morphling.
Gabby's the bait. Nah, I mean, Entity are playing around this quite nicely. I think even though Gabby's been put in positions where he's farming, like, these waves that could potentially get jumped, like, Entity aren't leaving him out to dry, right? It's not like, oh, he's out of position. It's just go. Capitalize on the fact that he is so tanky. There isn't really kill threat on VP. Like, we've already mentioned this. How do you die from a VP gank? Monomachis over time, Vakwall over time, Medusa over time. Like, there's nothing explosive, so Gabby can play like this as long as his team is aware of where he's positioned, and they've been aware of exactly where he is the entire game. So yeah, kind of baiting VP into taking cheap fights that they're not really ready to take.
What do you do in VP though? Like, how do you do you just not take the fights? I mean, that feels like a way to lose against this draft.
It's a really difficult one because you need your Medusa to be ready to fight. So I think you just need to push out the waves and be ready. And you need to itemize for a timing where you can win a decisive fight, right? Like Spitbreaker getting the BKB, Medusa getting her Skadi plus Daedalus type timing. You know, I think some teams need to accept that they've drafted themselves into a position of not making quick plays on the map. And this lineup from VP is kind of that team. Like, sure, you could get a kill onto Clockwork, but this is what you need to do. Get the cheap kill,
Oh my God, kisses.
disengage.
This
And it took
kill is
time.
getting more expensive by the minute, I have to say. They will finish the job,
Yeah.
but yeah, it took a while.
This further cements my point. Like, if this was a Morphling or an Invoker or anyone else, they're not getting that kill. There's Mantas or BKBs or plays to make. Yeah, I think
Like
for
a bit of a
VP,
feed from
respect
Sayu,
it.
but let's see. He's got no mana, he's got no health, and now he's got he's given away the duel as well. That was pretty awful from Sayu. I'm not going to sugarcoat that one. Charging
He's
down
not been
on
the
the
best
Forge
game from him,
Spirit.
yeah.
He walked
He's
past.
0-9.
Yeah, he ran past the LC whilst doing it as well, so he even knew he was coming. And Katomi now jumping in. All right, he's gonna take a step a little bit too far here. Oh, Stormstormer jumps in, immediately gets frozen solid though. BKB comes out, and in comes the Invis as well. He's gonna be able to get himself out of that one. Does force out the BKB charge. Global Silence also being used, however. Squad. Been seen Stormstormer. He's what he wants it. He's got the Blink Dagger to help out if he wants to, but Squad's pretty damn tanky at this point. Quick shots there, though. Fishman joins in. Watson, he's doing the damage with the Sunstrike coming through as well. It might be enough. Gabby in the sidelines as well as they take down the Snapfire. Yeah, this is quickly turning into the Watson show and Stormstormer show, I guess. And Gabby show. Why not? He's come back into the game quite a bit.
The Entity show. I think they're all just playing quite nicely together, running around.
It's a team game,
doing
team.
work. There it is, yeah.
Wow. The strongest ultimate in this game is the ultimate power of friendship. Sayu going to be able to TP out of this one, thank God. I was worried he was going to complete that charge down to the bottom lane. That would have been a bit of a disaster, but this time he gets out. Gabby, though, he's on the run. He's got an invis rune. He's looking for blood.
They see him on the wall sentry, and Medusa just revealed it as well.
Yeah, Scardy going to slow him down, but not nearly enough to catch up with him.
Will Sayu connect on this charge? Hopefully not. There we go.
Yeah. I was worried, but yeah, he's been humbled after the last charge.
Yeah, I think for VP now, they can't do anything, and their major players just wait for levels to kick in. You know, get Snapfire her level 20, give her the attack damage on her little shredder, let Medusa just get to the Daedalus, and everyone just passively scale up and hope that Entity outplays himself, where they go that one blink too far, the hook shot that baits everyone in, or the Gabby duel that you can't connect the damage on, right? So
yeah,
if VP can respect the fact that they can't do anything and hit creeps, you know, Tundra it up or something back in the day, then I think they're in a position to maybe make a comeback. But I think if they run head on and try and force it, Entity might just pick them apart. We'll see shortly. Both teams are posturing for the next Roshan respawn. That will be in 2 minutes. Yeah.
They don't know that though. It's a long respawn, but yeah, it could be up in their minds. It could be up any time now. So both teams need to try and make a claim to this part of the map.
Yeah, so poetic, the wraparound.
Here we go. Charge comes through. Kisses it there as well. But it comes a BKB out from Invoker, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. They've got the damage, and Stormstormer, he's going to be dying for the first time in a very long time. Hook shot across. Fishman won't be escaping this one, though. Entity, they're still waiting in the trees. They still want to try and fight this, but the vacuum out onto 3. The damage is there, but they turn around with the duel, and I'm going to be able to take down the Snapfire, but damage out onto Katomi. Kappy's taking heavy hits here as Kritic comes on through, but it's Watson who kills off Sayu, just feeding on the supports now, looking at Notice, but he's got to be careful. Does he really want to fight under the Medusa? Yes, he does. He doesn't give a damn, apparently. It's pretty scary as the slowest charge on Earth. It eventually connects here onto Notice. Meanwhile, on the backlines of the fight, they're able to kill off Katomi. They keep on chasing, though. I mean, he wants Kiritich, but at the same time, Kiritich has plenty of mana left, down to about half now, but Gabby's chasing as well. The whole team is coming. Stormstormer's back in the mix as well. He bought back for this, and they want to take down this Medusa. Buybacks are coming, but I think it's going to be too little, too late. Medusa out of mana, out of HP as well. Watson takes him down, and VP are left struggling here. That buyback from Notice, he wanted to jump in and get the surge away, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
And it started so well for VP. Entity didn't respect the vision that VP had had. You throw in the Invoker and Clockwork trying to double D-ward together, sets up a perfect charge, you know, the chase down. But of course, with buybacks from Stormstormer, the fact that Morphling is so unkillable with his current build, he's just completed the Nullifier as well. So this surge, disengage, fully gone. Now this Morphling is near unkillable. He is, what, 13 1-on-1. Watson has had a stellar game. I was about to say series, but it's only the first game. It feels like a series.
Yeah, it's been a ride. 32 minutes, but it feels like it could have been 40 or 45 by now. But yeah, nevertheless, Roshan's going to go down. Aegis going to be in the hands of Entity here. I imagine it's going to Watson again, and Stormstormer 7 forward
just loves a Medusa.
I think that's fair. Homie's got a satanic Lincoln's Manta.
Look at the win probability. It's like 50-50. Aegis fell, and it went down to 50-50, just so you're aware. It was 54%, right? And now it's back up to 5%. Okay, it just updated again. I was like, there's no way it's going towards VP.
What?
Alright, nice
Game probability was like, oh, I guess they got, even though they just lost the fight, it's like, oh, I guess they got Aegis, therefore. That means they're ahead.
Right, that was very confusing. Fair enough.
54 to 50 to 55. Like, the closer she gets to 20. The more you got to be being like,
yeah, I mean, that is, again, silver lining. We say it once per game, and this one will be Deucer and Snapfire. Double artillery on the high ground. If there's any way to, get the Morphling into a difficult position, and because Stormstormer died to getting the D-Ward, buy back to secure the Roshan fight, he's the one now carrying the Aegis. So in a traditional scenario, your Morphling would take Aegis, you'd put him in a position of pressuring objectives, but because of the scenario that unfolded, you're now putting it onto the Invoker. So small kind of wins for VP if you really want to look at it that way. Still trying to be blindly optimistic here.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Sayu doing a bit of deep-warding. He's in really deep with a gem. This feels like not the place in the map you want to be. Yeah, into the T tree. Oh no, he found him! Stormer VAC this man right now. He's got the BKB, but the hook shot's there. Fishman, he's on top of him as well. And see, they're not letting him escape. Give us your gem. And Katomi wastes no time in picking it up. My goodness, just from destroying a ward, he manages to find him out there. Insane at detection from Stormer.
Yeah, I think Entity, once they get into their stride, they are one of the better teams at playing for the pickoffs on the wider map. It can be their undoing, but when they do it well, they do it beautifully. Like even here, you have Invoker instantly TP top. Gabby was hugging the tree line, so if they jumped Invoker, boom, Gabby would reinitiate. They are covering each other quite nicely, moving from pickoff to pickoff, and making sure that they can slowly but surely turn this lead into the win. Again, I am very skeptical on VP's ability to bounce back in this game. It really is down to Entity's overextension and hunger to see how far they dive. And I mean, it can happen.
Absolutely, and you can see Squad just trying to get out on the map, get as much XP as he can. That's what matters right now. I think Wisdom Runes are probably a pipe dream. There is actually one up on the side of Entity, but get that XP.
That one's maturing. Stormstormer currently Ghostwalk top, trying to find a pickoff. Be a little bit too late.
A little scary.
Oh, he finds him with a forward spirit.
The team is behind him though. This is not a solo Snapfire, has to be said. God, that AP shard is very, very annoying. Watson jumping in as well, doing a ton of damage here. Gabby jumps in, tries to go for the duel. Actually, playing our pocket, redirect him over towards the Spirit Breaker, and he's going to die for that. Creatich immediately just turning into stone with the Stone Gaze. Fishman also looking like he's going to fall here as well. That's another kill going the way of Virtus.pro. Dude, I never see playing our pocket do anything, but that was sick.
Especially because it popped the Lincolns, so Snap gave the Lincolns to Darkseer. Spirit Breaker then tanked it, so it popped the Lincolns of... Okay, that was a combination of meme, but yeah, Gabby died. Overextensions, that's the way Entity were losing this one, and...
We talked about it, but
jumping in as well.
Yeah, they're giving it a try themselves. Overextending, that sounds fun. Let's try it. And it was not fun.
Either way, that was a quite a little fun interaction. But yeah, Entity, that is still one way that they can make this game awkward. So I think they're going to have a little bit of a team talk now and clean up the act. Daedalus also picked up for Watson. He needs a little bit of damage with arguably 3 defensive items, 1 utility. It's now time to go for a little bit of a punch.
Yeah, definitely more than tickling now on this Morphling. I mean, to be fair, I haven't felt like Watson's had like any damage issues. You know, he's 15-1. He hasn't had damage issues this game, so this survivability build is definitely fine.
You know, I feel like I love the build. It's more like if you continue down this line of thinking, you will fall off, right? You need to go back to the build that you need, ideally, right? So at this point, this is the correct time. Get the Daedalus. You could swap out your treads for some Swift Blink, which I think he is doing. And then from that point, that's when you are just the Morphling that is doing everything, right? So, no, I have no complaints so far with how Watson's played this out or itemized. Just Entity, I think because of the Invoker taking the Aegis, it has changed their game plan of... They probably are even waiting for the next Aegis to be the, we win the game on this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Will Entity do another wild dive? Or do you think they'll just do a play out, a clean end game?
Yeah, I'm sure they're having that conversation right now. You know, what do we need to do to end this game cleanly? And it's probably something along the lines of, you know, go for some plays. Whenever you think there's an enemy on the map, try and find them. And actually, the Cataclysm is going to reveal Creatich here. This is a huge pickoff. They're going to throw everything they've got onto this Medusa. She's not going to survive through this one. And that is going to be a dead Deucer. Caught out.
She's dead for 90 seconds. She just purchased the BKB. So if they click on her and see that big investment, then they know she's going to have nothing. Like, tier 2 mid is going to be potentially the saving grace. It is going to be falling quite soon, but 1 racks, 2 racks, maybe even more. They're just going to go to mid instead. The walls use bottom, so now move to mid, take the tower.
Go around the wall.
Ignore the wall. Oh, they smoked up. Oh, this is it. The fake back smoke. It's a Dota classic. Will they find anyone?
Watson's like, I need to hit some buildings, bros. Sorry. We need to get some stuff going our way, and yeah, Watson even using the Satanic here just to survive through the kisses coming out, and the duel coming down onto Notice. That'll be a kill onto the Darkseer. Again, no buyback on this Darkseer. They just could be losing the game right now. Sayu's gone as well. They'll move across towards FNG. The Silencer trying to get away. The Nullifier's out onto him though, and he will fall. 4 heroes now dead on the side of Virtus.pro. No effort at all to defend their base. They're just falling inside of it instead. And now, what are they going to do? What is the call from Entity? Well, they want the Megas. They don't want to go for the end just yet. They know they have that fortify in 13 seconds on the Medusa. The question is becoming, what can you do now if you are Megad? But will they get there in time? The Medusa is now back. She's just TPing straight in front of them. Oh my goodness, this is so aggressive from Krilich. And immediately going to get lassoed up, but the BKB is there. Global Silence coming out as well. They won't be able to kill off the Medusa inside of that lasso. But in comes a duel out onto Squad. That's a huge target, and they will take him down. No more Snapfire, but he does have the buyback. Stun out onto Watson, just trying to threaten here onto the Morphling. At least try and make him more strength a little bit and give your team a bit of space. They need to get rid of a bit of that damage. FNG steps dangerously close to the Morphling here, and yep, is going to pay the price for it as he takes down the Brax as well. Down to about half mana on the Medusa. You have to pay attention to that if you are VP, but they're buying back. They're looking to chase them out. But meanwhile, on the bottom side, guess who's here? It is Gabby and Stormstormer going for the backstab and getting the Mega Creeps. Huge play from Entity.
Just picking them apart piece by piece. It all starts with a Medusa pickoff into then constant pressure. VP scrambling to do something, and in doing so, they've lost everything.
Watson getting baited by the illusion a little bit here, but I don't think they're going to be able to punish him for it. Hookshot flying on through, but actually getting his teammate on the side. Wall being used. Oh, that's kind of weird. He's got a replication of his own teammate.
VP now. This is the third game that we've seen from them today, and same theme. Unable to really get anything going their way.
Snapfire. This isn't a place you can be. You don't buyback. You just died, and he's dead again. Oh, Squad, that is not okay. That's not a reasonable way to die. Krilich is going to go down as well. Oh my goodness. Watson just ends it himself, takes it into his hand, snaps his fingers, and the game is over. 21-1 on Watson. Absolutely ridiculous. 22-1 on Watson. Absolutely ridiculous performance from the small thing.
Yeah, what an incredible game. I think everyone in Entity just really stepped up and understood what the draft needed to do, right? Watson, he has the scoreline, which is 22-1. Like, that looks incredible. But I think just the way that Katomi and Fishman moved around the map to set up certain pickoffs for Stormstorm early on. Gabby kind of was the sacrificial lamb where he knew he would farm the points where they'd get initiated on, but then you capitalize on it. Like, just the entire team knew how to play this draft, and it felt very refreshing to see, because for someone who covered Western Europe and the fall from grace Entity have had, like, these are the games that pushed them up into top 4 in Europe, and then they stopped doing this style of play and they just become like the team that existed in the region. But this is the form that we used to see them play at, and it is fun to see the speed that they can break a map. And Watson, he is the carry that if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and yeah, he's going to put on these games if his team sets it up, and my golly gosh, they did.
Yep, he certainly put on a performance for this game. Wow, absolutely beating them down. And yeah, there was always that question in the back of my mind, you know, Virtus.pro, how much can you do on the high ground? And for a minute, it looked like they'd be able to hold their own, you know, for a minute. It looked like, I mean, the win probability certainly thought so, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. I think they were pretty sloppy, actually, on their high ground defense in the end. They started coming out the base a bit more than they were really allowed to. They lost the gem, you know, these are things which a team like Entity are going to punish you for, and it is going to make that noose very tight around your neck very quickly indeed. So yeah, that's going to close things out for game number 1. I mean, what do we do now for Virtus.pro for game number 2? You know, this is the 3rd game in a row they've just lost. How do you switch it up from here?
I think their drafts have been some of the more kind of one-dimensional. Like, I think all the other teams, you see that kind of air of confidence in what they're trying to bring to a draft, but VP is like, you pick a Spirit Breaker and then you pick Dark, like, I don't know, everything just felt clunky. Everything feels regimented. Like, they try an IO strat, but their carries never played IO competitively. He's also not pubbed it. And then they go and play this strategy where they're picking Spirit Breaker and Darkseer, allowing this Morphling to pop off. Like, it's a lot of question marks, right? So I think they need to reset their ideas, and that's the difficulty. With this format, if you have bad ideas coming into the day, you have to play 4 series so quickly that you'll only be after 4 series, you realize it was bad, right? And maybe this format's going to be the undoing of VP, because they don't have time to actually realize what's wrong and what's good in their kind of playbook, because right now their playbook looks a tier below the teams they're competing against right now.
Yeah, certainly does. Certainly does. Virtus.pro are going to have to do some convincing now to convince us that they're a threat in this tournament, because bad start for them, but of course plenty more games to come, and of course game number 2 of this series to come. So we're going to throw it over to a break, then we're going to jump straight back into it with Entity versus Virtus.pro, game number 2 just around the corner. Here at the game is 8 Riyadh Masters. We'll see you soon.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Right, it is Virtus.pro versus Entity, game number 2. And in game number 1, Entity, they kind of laid the smack down a little bit. Watson Morphling was absolutely devastating T. And now we move into the next game of the series.
They need to bounce back at some point, and I actually decided to mute myself because I said so many things that were upsetting me about VP that I thought I'd mute myself just to be safe, because it has been just underwhelming. But it's good. They're gonna bounce back at some point. Every Dota team has that moment, and is it game 2 against Entity? Maybe.
We shall see. We shall see. Let's get into it. Yeah, not much happening in the draft at the moment. Still in the first phase of bans, but Virtus.pro, they're going to take out the Brood, Mother, and the Batrider. Meanwhile, Entity, they're going to get rid of the Enigma, pondering their next ban of the game here. They might get rid of that Morphling. Nope. They're going to let it on through and ban out the Undying. But of course, I believe it was it a second phase Morphling last time?
Yeah, it was. It was after they saw a couple heroes, and it's like, bam, they locked it in. Excuse me, sorry. And yeah. Chen has been banned by most. Let me double check. Yeah, so Liquid banned out Chen against Entity, and then I need to double check what happened in the previous series. But I'm pretty sure Chen was also banned out. So this has been like a hot hero of Riyadh to start with, and yeah, Aster banned out Chen as well. So this is going to be the first time that we get to see Chen enter in, at least with VP or Entity.
How very exciting!
Truly riveting. Yes. Already a big counter response to the Chen is the Timbersaw. Naturally against Chen, any of these big offlaners do well. Tidehunters, Timbersaws, Underlords, because they just protect the tower or the area that Chen wants to control. So you never really get that sweeping motion where Chen goes from tower to tower, and on top of that, throw in the Lich as well with that Frost Shield, and double downing on kind of defensively orientated lineup, which is very good against Chen.
Yep. Just making sure that he can't really just sneak in the sidelines, get any free kills and supports or anything like that. And lots of AoE slows and damages to mess with his creeps. It's very, very annoying. Didn't they change it so that Lich now does damage to creeps with Sinister Gaze?
Yeah, you can suck a creep up and drain its life away. It is, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it is, one gaze can actually do a quite healthy amount. Now it's 250 per second, and it lasts double duration on creeps. So it's 4 seconds, 250, yeah. High damage.
Yeah.
Like 1,000, but yeah.
Eating them Chen creeps.
5 seconds remaining.
I knew Lich would eventually get the ability to eat creeps back again.
I miss that so much. Like, that was the good old days, you pick Lich. It was stupid. But then again, like, if Enigma can do it, why can't Lich? But then again, you have Enigma and Lich, and then suddenly you are really profiting from the laning phase back in the day. So, yeah, I could see why it had to get removed.
Yeah, I have to do something about that one. Remember the days when we had duo lanes mid as well? That was good times. That was
remember when laning was important?
Yeah. I mean, lanes are still important. If you lose all your lanes, you're going to have a bad time.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Right now, because of twin gates, when I said important, I meant like the setup of lanes, sorry. Because it's like, back in the day, I mean like half a year ago, if you walk to the wrong lane and then you have to TP or walk across the map to fix that laning matchup, there was like a level of class and understanding of what drafts needed to do from minute 0. But now with twin gates, like, you can 5-man stack for a rune, scuffle, twin gate half your team to the other side of the map, mid walks mid, and if things are wrong, you can just twin gate another lad over. It's like, I think that the discipline needed in teams to really set up everything perfectly has slightly faded. We are seeing a lot more aggression, so it's fun as like a viewer perspective, but we aren't seeing the punishments really as because remember the days, like, you'd see gaming gladiators versus Liquid, and then it'd be like you have Ace running up and down with Zai chasing him, like, what matchup do you want? And then suddenly you've got supports battling. Like, it was so fun. But yeah, Twin Gates did remove that aspect, but it's all right. It happens. We get patches. We need to adapt.
Improvise, adapt, overcome. So yeah, the TA coming out from Virtus.pro, bit of an interesting pickup here. Not something which I particularly like against Timbersaw, I wouldn't say. Timbersaw got a lot of ways to stay on top of the TA, be sticky, be annoying, but at the same time, she can also one of the few heroes which can actually do enough physical damage to destroy Timbersaw.
That's it, basically. Nail on the head. It's just a laning phase, right? Mode strike on TA. can actually push Timbersaws out of the lane. And we saw it earlier today with the Ember versus Timber. Like, if you have a hero that can spam physical before Timber gets the level advantage, and let's say like a Vanguard or something to exist, then you're super potent. And TA is going to be that hero as well that can do that. I'll be interested to see if Timbersaw can go to mid lane. I partially don't think it will, just because of Storm's hero pool.
Yeah.
But yeah, VP, they are fully... I mean, I feel like right now, like, Naga Siren is the hero that Entity might look towards. The only downside to that is, because Beastmaster can go, let's say, Ags Crimson, he can be the illusion carry counter to cover the TA, who normally would get countered by this. So VP, they actually have quite a lot of layers to the lineup, and if there ever was a draft, which looks like their best draft, Game 4... after their 2 best of 2s, this is it. This is their best draft so far. After 3 losses, this is the best draft I've seen from them so far.
Let's see it. I mean, yeah, I like it so far. I think it's very good. I think maybe lacking a little bit on the kind of frontline supports, which I think are always nice to have. But I'll relent. If they get one more brawly hero, then it's a pretty good draft.
What are they going to go for here?
Straining, not
they go for the Naga,
and they do go for the Naga.
Yeah, I mentioned it. It's a very, very good matchup into Sky, TA, Chen. Extremely good. You buy Manta to deal with the Sky. You have illusions to body for you, and you protect your kind of map macro style that Chen hates to play against. And TA, of course, high armor hero for Naga. So when you blink in, you're probably not going to CC her down and kill her off. So she'll always be able to mirror image, song, just do all the annoying things that TA hates in a fight. Just repositioning. So yeah, for Entity, they don't respect the Beastmaster going Aghanims and being the answer, and they just think, we'll shut him down in other forms, therefore we can still pick this 1-to-1 matchup. And I think Stormstormer just needs some really explosive hero. Like, I love the Pango ban. They just need that nuisance hero from the mid lane now from Stormstormer to complete Entity's lineup.
Oomph to come out,
Yeah, some oomph. We should have the oomph factor on all heroes, and it can get played. So when they pick, it's like, oomph, you know? Something like that.
I think it's like... Lich, then it's like, oh.
Yeah, exactly. It's more like a whimper.
Yeah. All right, final ban now from Entity. What do you not want to play against, my friends? They will get rid of that the Naga counter in the Leshrac. On top of that, any more AoE magic damage heroes? There's really not many in the game. That's the issue.
I mean, I could still see
a just straight up garbage right now, so they get rid of the Monkey King instead.
I could still see a scenario where Stormstormer plays the Timber mid. Because they have last pick, they just pick up some super big bully. But now because VP picked the Ember, we saw Ember into Timber earlier. So that Timber flex doesn't feel as good. So like Timber needs to be the sacrificial lamb. And if Entity, if they have some, like if this was any other team, like I'd be talking about like Huskar, like any of these big, if you shut down the Ember, the rest of the game can play itself out to some degree, right? But Stormstormer doesn't really have that counter hero pool. Just pick the Invoker, lol.
I mean, it's got to be running through their heads, right? Make it 4 out of 4. Venomancer. All right, so we'll be the Timber mid.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't care about no matchups. There it is.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's going to be the Gabby Venomancer. Interesting. Now,
I mean,
this is a hero that can die a lot, you know?
That's he can. I mean, especially into Chen, where you throw in a creep to go in front of you, but it's also the hero that bullies in lane, right? And if you get a level advantage, it's great. And when you think about SCA offlaners playing Venomancer, they're quite infamous for it. I'm not going to name any names, so of course, regional specialties coming in right now. Overall, I don't mind it. I actually kind of like it for Entity. It's very obnoxious, right? It's like a TA Beastmaster style lineup. They move on being in the right position to then capitalize on the jump, right? The roar, the meld strike blink, or the blink meld strike technically. But for Entity's lineup, it's have they killed the illusions that are skipping your waves? Have they been found by a plague ward that's cancelling your blink daggers? If you jump a hero, has Lich frost shielded or Lion counter initiated? And on top of that, Timbersaw can go Lotus Orb to deal with the Skyraft, the Primal Roar. So I think Entity, again, have answered VP's lineup quite nicely. But to reiterate, in regards to VP's quality of drafts, this is the first draft I've seen from them today in their 4th game where I look at it and go, this can win a game. All the others had that discomfort to it, but this is a game where if they dictate everything, they could end it very quickly. If they control first Roshan, itemize Verdeso, hit buildings, like they can break it entity. We'll see if they can execute on it, but
yeah,
both lineups are fun. One's more toxic than the other, but they're fun.
Yeah, both lineups definitely function. And yeah, I mean, again, if you leave Watson alone, let him have a free game, then he's going to run this one over, I'm pretty sure. Like, they don't have the strongest answers, although they do have Ember Spirit, and then you can also build the Ags on Beastmaster, which I would like to see this game. And yeah, he's already got it queued up. What a guy.
He's fully subscribed to the idea.
Yep. Arcane's Wand Aghanims. Knows exactly what he wants to go for this time around. So, yeah, it's a really annoying one because basically Nagasaran just can't really attack the Beastmaster anymore. It just does way too much healing.
See you later, nerds.
Kind of crazy.
Some early tips once again.
Handshaking going on, yeah, between Noticed and Fishman. We'll keep an eye on that one. They be forming between the two of them. Spicy drama.
Yeah. Key thing here is so Kiritich is starting in the wave with Meld. So when Timber walks down, pressure from minute 0. And also, if you look to the left of the Twin Gate, Entity's already placed an Observer Ward blocking the camp for Chen to be able to get his first creep. So yeah,
Classic.
Both teams doing the pre-bounty rune setups to try and get the most out of their heroes.
But
and when I said Timber, I meant Venom Archer.
Yeah. It's FNG. What's he going to do with it? Does he block the camp or... Wait, the camp's already blocked. All right, guess that's creep dewarding.
This is more important, Nomad. So, TA, melded. Gabby is walking to lane. But Katomi tanks it!
Katomi takes a double hit. That's so much damage. Wow. What a cool first blood, actually.
That's nice. Hey, very much ready for it. Yeah, it's very good. And this entire lane is built on momentum. If Venom gets the lead, TA's getting galed, poison stinged, lane's hard. But if Radiant get the lane, suddenly creeps are coming in, Meld Strike's hitting. So this bot lane super volatile, already VP, trying to get that momentum built for themselves. And this mid lane matchup, we've seen it already today, but Embers historically win it, but maybe Stormstormer finds that edge, gets that extra CS, doesn't get denied as much, and he can showcase how Timber can get through this matchup already with a level advantage. But the reason why it does win is the Flame Guard to push out the wave, the slight spam, but yeah, Stormstormer doing a lot better than Squad did in the reverse of this matchup against Sumo.
Yeah, absolutely. That first wave was an absolute disaster for the squad when they were in that matchup. So
I realize I'm talking about like an inverted matchup in a series ago when there's like 7 billion series occurring. So
yeah,
pretty sure no one gets that reference, but it's fine. Gabby though,
ooh,
he's gonna get referred back to the base.
Yep, and Katomi might be falling if he's not careful. Oh, Psyblade finds him with the deny once again. Kiritich styling. Dude, I'm loving this Kiritich TA so far. I mean, it's been 2 minutes in. He's already done 2 kills, which have just sick.
I mean, he's doubled his kills from previous games. Like, yeah, of course you're going to be happy. Quite a good start for the lane. Of course,
absolutely.
Regen is so key. Like, as soon as the TA doesn't have the regen to exist within the lane, Veno will slowly take over. So resource management is so key. And Fishman top also dying. So yeah, yep. VP, an exceptional start to this first game. Getting kills left and right. But not in the center. Because this mid lane matchup is even.
Nothing happening in the center.
Nothing happening.
Well, Squad did actually pick up both water runes still, so it didn't really bother about stopping him. So no bottle on the Tumbasaur, so he's just kind of like, whatever, take him, it's fine, I'm going wand anyway.
Key difference is Stormstormer, you just mentioned it. He doesn't have the bottle, whatever, FNG dies, we don't care. But Stormstormer though, he's going for the Vanguard rush to deal with the slight spam. Normally, we see Timbers go for bottle stick, right? But this time he went for stick ring. The question is, will he be able to get the extra 700 gold to complete the Vanguard before Ember finds that 1 kill threat? Because it's looking quite spicy right now. But I love the fact that Stormstormer is showing us variations on the matchup at least.
Yeah, now even the Ember going for the bounty rune as well, so he's really looking to keep that bottle topped up and just give him all the resources he needs to keep trading with Stormstormer here. But When he's away, Stormstormer can tank creep waves and get up reactive armor, so that's actually going to mean that he heals, basically, when the Ember's away from the lane. The longer he spends out.
I forgot Twitch chat was basically live, so I looked across and was like, oh yeah, what up Twitch chat? Dude, everyone's such a big fan of Gabby. It's so wholesome. Or at least let me rephrase that. They're here for Gabby, win or lose.
Yeah.
I don't know the vibe.
If they lose, I think you might be like, oh, these guys don't like Gabby that much.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's very... That's just the nature of the SDA fans, you know.
Yeah, he carries a lot of weight in
They
chat.
love as hard as they hate.
Should we do the vote? Are you here to see Gabby succeed or to lose?
No, I don't want to see that.
Press 1
I like
for
being
succeed.
in my little zone. I mean, oh, Kiritich is going to be able to get another one. I think Gabby might be in some trouble as well if he doesn't back himself away. Tries to finish the job.
Oh,
no. Oh, dear. Oh, the little tree tunnel. Not many people use this one.
He's so dead.
The penitence is out onto him. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
Ooh,
tries to go for the side blade play. Never mind. Gabby too good.
Gabby too great. What do you mean?
In comes Venomous Gale.
Don't miss it
gotta
twice.
be careful though. Careful with the side blade. Oh, it's so spicy down here in the bottom lane. Jesus Christ. Fishman is dead up in the top side as Nodus is very, very low on HP as well. But yeah, it looks like they tried to finish off the kill. He's got to be so careful with this Naga illusion, so they could just kill him if he's not careful. Watson isn't going to be too bothered about this. And in the middle lane, the two big boys are just beefing it out with one another.
You never miss a Gale twice. That's what we learned from Gabby. Two Gale Gabby. That's his new nickname.
It is. That's what they've always called him. Krilich really doesn't like being galed, huh? There's a reason this here. Oh, top lane, noticed, getting chased under the tower. Wait, Watson! Gotta be careful there, bud. That is a tower which is doing some serious damage, but Nodus can't really take a step too close here. Sayu just jumping in, trying to take out the both of them, goes for the one, and, well, Nodus will come in and take out the other. So a great trade up in the top lane as Nodus continues with his kind of decent start up in this top lane.
And this bot lane just kills after kills after kills. 9 for 2 for VP. Everyone just getting amongst it. Of course, Ember not so much, but yeah, this is exactly what you want to see from VP. It's what made this lineup look quite nice, just because of the prowess of their laning phase. And nothing stopping them. Like, even top, I think the saving grace is, oh, Stormstormer does go down. Will Squad X be able to live?
That's a pretty big squad. He'll be okay. He'll be okay. Katomi, whoa, goes for the kill. Will be able to actually finish him off. Never mind. The blood grenade was there, and the right clicks from Katomi will be enough to get the kill. So unable to stop it. Both mid laners to fall.
You got to get that
definitely
trade.
A win for the Ember Spirit. Yeah,
definitely. Interesting enough, Gabby so far hasn't got a point in his Plague Ward yet. He's now hit level 5. This is now the point where you would expect him to get 1 point to start taking over the lane a little bit. Instead, he goes for another point in Poison Sting. Okay. The thing is with Venomous, like level 1 Plague Ward, it's so easy to kill, especially with like a Chain Creep or something. But once you get to level 3, the lane's yours, right? So I can see him trying to bully the lane, but I'm yet to see him stop TA from farming. So now the question is, like,
mid lane again, Ember Spirit. Oh, he's gonna be able to get out this time around. They run out of stuns on the line. Katomi unable to finish the job. That will be that.
That it is.
I'm a little bit surprised that Fishman didn't get 1 point instead. There we go. Now he's at level 4. He gets a point in Sinister Gaze.
Yeah,
anything just killing the balls is value.
Yeah, pre-4 Sinister Gaze does feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Okay. Sayu.
One more click.
Brought down. Oh, the net is there. They'll get on top of you, and Sayu will get taken down. Roar comes out onto Watson. I'm not too sure if this is going to get them the kill, though. Anybody else coming in for this one? FNG is here. Has he got the damage, though? Well, in comes the mirror image, and yeah, they can't find the real one. It's too awkward, and yeah, Roar wasted. Watson gets away. But still, plenty of pressure being put onto Watson. You know, definitely not looking like the same Morphling game as last time.
Yeah. Really good pressure, of course. The issue is Naga will always farm, right? Even if she's pressured, as long as she hits like level 6. Like the same thing with PL, right? As soon as you get to your illusion spamming phase, then the jungle is going to be your best friend. And VP, they identify that. They're trying to take this tower, trying to close out the map a bit, so it isn't as easy for her to hit that recovery farm.
Ooh, Watson does have the mirror image, but I think he's dead.
One more axes.
Blast comes in from Sayu, and one more will be needed, and they will find it, and down it goes. Miss? What the hell?
He tipped the line accidentally and told the team that he misclicked.
Oh, that's kind of cute, but Katami will end up dying here. Notice being chased down as well. Gabby and Fishman trying to finish the job. And it will be slow, but it will be inevitable. Gabby gets a kill and brings down the enemy offlaner.
Well, these are Chen creeps,
Fishman.
This isn't the jungle.
Wait. There's a rumble in the jungle. That one's not a miss.
Oh, there you go. Let's quickly look. Oh, yes. There we go.
Fixed. Saved.
We just, because of course we wanted to take away the ping checks because these teams are about to get, I don't know what I'm trying to say with that one. Anyway, moving on, who cares?
Beautifully done. You really saved the situation there, Tigo.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to flame the observer, but I thought it'd be nice today, so it's fine.
Okay, we know what happens when we mess with the observers.
That's true. I mean, aren't you doing it, Nomad?
Never. I would never. Oh, top. Action in the top lane. Got him.
What a fool.
Got him every time. Works every time.
It's because you're always so delayed, Nomad. They're used to you just being like a screen behind.
Just miss every single kill from now on out of spite.
Like a pro.
Well, Katomi is going to end up taking a fall here. Meanwhile, Squad doesn't get the rune here. The active rune spawning on the top side is a double damage, so whoever gets it first is going to have a pretty good time with it, but you got to survive first. Silence is out onto the Timber Saw. That's going to mean it's very hard for him to actually race this Ember Spirit over towards that active rune, so double damage in the bottle for Squad, and this is kind of the flip side of this matchup, is that the Ember Spirit's always able to get pretty much every single rune. It's very hard for Stormstormer to contest by himself. Go into him. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Squad jumps forward, so tries to jump in, and there's a finger from the high ground. Tatsukomi arrives just in time, contributes everything he can to the fight. Now looking over towards Sayu as well. Sayu trying to get himself out, but with the chain disabled, coming out from Katomi, they are going to be able to bring him down. Great support play coming out from both the entity supports there.
Oh, truly delightful stuff there. I think the fact that entity, you know your Timber Saw, he can't rotate, so you want to go to the Timber Saw to force the rotations to be thought in the mid lane. If you ignore this, suddenly the Chen's going to the side lane, finding the Naga. Like the Skyra, you need to respect the fact that this concussive shot will always find the real Naga Siren. So now you have like just that lock on to get these kills. So for entity at least, good read to bring the noise to mid lane. And doing so, it gives a little bit of room for everyone to farm, but it is catch-up farm. It's not them running away with the game. Who is running away with the game? This TA, about to hit 6,000 net worth. Having a stellar time, Dragon Lance, and then basically 2 components deep into Desolator.
Pretty good. See what Heritage is able to do, how he's able to fight, and what fights he decides to join. That's always a big thing about any carry player. When do they join engagements, and which engagements do they choose to join?
Ember, boss man, you're very much alive, don't worry.
Dangerous game. Damage out onto Katomi. Sayu's on top of him. He can finish him off. He gets one more Arcane Bolt on top of him, but in comes the stun from the sideline. Beautiful Chain Frost bouncing around from Fishman here, being absorbed a little bit by the creeps. The Roar comes out. That's not getting a whole lot done. Katomi has fallen, but Sayu will die in response as well. Squad just throwing in the Slider Fists from the sidelines.
No one's dying. Well, I mean, supports are dying, but these cores are so tanky. When you think of Entity, right, you've got double Vanguard. Veno and Timber both have a Vanguard. So against this like cheap physical damage of the Chen creeps, plus maybe like the Beastmaster as well, throwing in some clicks, like you're kind of leaning more on the axes, the Mystic Flare, to be the big damage right now. Even of course the Sight Spam. Venomancer, I think, has he completed the Vessel or is he changing his build? Okay, he's changing his build. Gabby was tossing and turning between, is he going to go for the Vessel, Crimson? Now he's looking towards an Atos for a little bit more control. I think Gabby's got a little bit of indecision, and now, in a crazy turn of events, he changes it once again. He's now going back for the Vessel. So I'm just looking at Veno right now, and I'm just seeing his quick buy. His quick buy's just flicking through so many items, but no, now we're good. He's settling on that mid-game timing, and the key thing here is if you look at Naga Siren, that's the hero that is so super important. Because you expect everyone else to have something, but how does Naga enter the game now? She's going to have the Manta. Will that be her moment to give it a go? And Lion.
Yeah. It's kind of like a duel, like, oh, I can join fights, but I can also take over the map if I want to.
Oh, that was smooth.
He's out.
Tumble a toy and a
He's
smoke.
always out. Yeah. Feeling like VP are kind of stalling a little bit in this middle lane as well. Like, I feel like the Ember could just go and farm some shit and let his other heroes just sit mid and absorb this kind of pressure. But I guess he's still getting the waves with Slight, so it's not a big deal.
You don't really have a hero that can sit there though, right? Because a Chen naturally lives in the jungle. Sky's always looking for that place. I think they're doing an okay job with their positioning. And of course, with the Chen having the Solar Crest, plus the Meld Strike, this Roshan should fall quite nicely. Again, for VP, their best timing will be Beastmaster Ags plus one tanky item, be it a pipe, the BKB, just wherever he wants to go. And yeah, I think VP are very much ready to take over this game.
Look in that pit.
I've looked in it and it's gone.
Yep, that Roshan's gone. Nice little two-man Roshan play from FNG and Kiritich. Now they can look to exercise his Aegis onto the side of Entity. Entity were not ready for this one, and Fishman was not ready to get sliced up by the Ember Spirit. Now they're chasing forward for more. Notice he's got the Roar available. Should he want to throw it down? Certainly does on Stormstormer here. Just trying to slow the retreat and make the fight happen. Squad gets another as he takes down Katomi. Looking towards Gabby here now as well. Gabby trying to back himself out. Will be able to escape under the tower, but VP are here, and I think they're here to stay. They're looking to push some tier 2s. Just kidding, TP out.
Psych. No matter said tier 2s, let's leave. No, I think if anything, this just demonstrates how strong VP are right now. If they play together, Entity don't really have a rebuttal to this level of aggression, especially when this Naga Siren's playing catch-up farm. Gabby, he needs to be so careful. Sure, you got 4-point Plague Wards, but you don't really have that item to give yourself that position. He disassembled Vanguard, completed the Vessel, of course. You kind of want to have a Crimson and a Pipe, with your Naga having Manta plus 2 items, and that's probably the time that Entity will be confident, but until then it is really VP's game to run around the map and do as they wish.
Yeah, for sure.
Mode wait.
What can they find though? That's the thing. It's half what can they find, half what is Entity going to give them. If you want to pull off a big heist, you got to take a small hit. Entity, if they want to win this game, they might have to just kind of drip feed VP something, you know, play them around the map, try and get some values out of these deaths.
I think they easily can find pickoffs based on the Lion plus 1, but their best time to fight is going to be VP's overextension. The Ember jumps in one too many times. The TA, she is a hero built on positioning. If she ever wastes her blink, she gets hit by a Venom slow or the illusions.
At top.
It's a lot. Again, it's a lot of poking. Unfortunately, he does jump out quickly enough so that support Entity can't capitalize on it.
Yeah, realized the line wasn't showing, that he could have a Blink Dagger and just getting himself out immediately. Yep. Smart decision. A Blink Hex is a huge threat.
You can see VP, they fully understand the fact that they need to do as much as they can with this Aegis, and they're moving from tower to tower. Chen's soloing the bot tier 2, the rest of the lads are hitting mid tier 2.
Yep, and that's the thing. Nothing really to take VP's attention away from this middle lane at the moment, so a little bit of pressure coming out at top, but it's just Naga Siren Illusion. It's not going to do any meaningful damage. Stormstormer just farming in the jungle. Doesn't feel strong enough to kind of take the fight to them. He has, I believe, got the, yeah, Sanjin Kai has just come out to him now, so is that his timing?
Oh, Gabby.
Oh my goodness, he is in so deep. Throws down the ultimate onto the Templar Assassin just to kind of slow her down, but it's not really going to get a whole lot done here. And that is a long cooldown on that ultimate as well. Not really one you want to be wasting.
Yes. Entity, again, it's all about time, and Gabby, we'll be seeing him do this a lot more, I feel. Like, he's going to throw multiple Plague Wards down, he's probably going to die, but in doing so, you're hoping for that opportunity down the line where Timber's farmed the Ags or the Lotus Orb. Your Naga has transitioned into actually wanting to fight, because that's the other difference. At this point in the game, last time, Morphling, or Watson playing the Morphling, he had 9+ kills, right? He was joining fights, helping his team out with this Lincolns, but in this game, it's a completely different story. It's kind of 4 protect 1, in which Gabby's kind of having to do the role of the all 4.
Yeah.
Because no one else really wants to join the fight because they're just going to feed. And you see that here, the Fishman shows himself for a second. Might actually live.
Ton spells being thrown his way, but yeah, it does seem like a bit of hesitation from VP here. I mean, they don't really have the heroes in the neighborhood because they're up in the top lane, getting killed
There
by
it is.
Watson. Okay, Lion Blink Hex. We talked about it before, and now we see it in action.
Good lad. And this is how Entity are going to win this game. Death by 1,000 cuts. If you waste your time trying to push into like the Veno by bringing multiple heroes, yeah, you might take the tier 2, but then suddenly Katomi's smoking up, killing off this Boots of Chawamba. So, Entity are adjusting nicely to VP's aggression, but for VP, they didn't break the game with this first Aegis, so now it's going to be slightly awkward going into the next Aegis. Like, by that point, Entity are going to be ready to fight, so VP, they need to do something to at least take control of this game.
What can they do?
I
think the answer is just try and kill Spearers, but
yeah, I mean, just go. Like FNG, he's a big boy. He's potentially gonna overtake Gabby offlane Venomancer in regards to economy. Only 500 gold away. He has a Solar Crest and a pipe. The offlane Veno hasn't even finished his pipe yet. He's 90 gold away, so I would love to see VP use this timing and just get amongst it. But right now they're just hitting some creeps.
yeah, they're kind of just playing Entity's game. Like, I'm looking at these drafts and I'm like, yeah, surely this Nagasara. Nope, she could be in some trouble here, but nope, there's the song. She sings a glorious song. Is that necessary? Was that necessary?
I mean, it was a nice, VP sandwich with a bit of Watson filling. It was a nice TP. I think the only justification for that is maybe Ember could have slight changed, so Watson was being preemptive.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, bottom lane, a bit of action happening as they make the play onto the support. But immediately they're going to get 1, 2, maybe making it 3. The Roar is out onto Stormstormer. He's just getting torn apart as well. 3 kills taken out. Entity getting way too cocky here in the enemy jungle.
And now Notice got the BKB as well. Like, TA, I think, was she completed? Harry? No, also going for BKB. Like, they are so strong.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that play was. I mean, I guess they were trying to get some vision down in the enemy jungle. Saw a Skywrath, like, oh yeah, we'll take a cheeky little Skywrath kill. But yeah, very quick to react on the side of Virtus.pro.
They don't have the best damage, to be fair. Like, when Lion jumps in, you need multiple heroes clumped for Lich to do well. Veno's a lot of damage, but over a long period of time. And then Timber's also kind of like explosive to the correct heroes, but not really that much in this game, right? So it is awkward for Entity to make those plays. It's not as sweeping as the last game where it's like find hero Sunstrike. And in doing so, Entity, they see the double heroes top, right? So I can understand why they're going bottom. It's just they're not in a position to be as quick as they were in the previous game, if not series. And for VP, hit some creeps, wait for that second Aegis, and with that next Aegis, that will be the point where they will show us how they're going to try and close out this game. Do they have the execution required to get through how annoying Entity will be? Because even if Entity are behind, Timber saw high ground spam plus tankiness, Naga Siren skipping waves, Veno, Lich, Frost Shield. Like, this is not a simple get Aegis end game. Like, there are going to be layers to VP's aggression with the lead that they have.
Yep, we'll see what they're able to what they're able to put down. It's all about kind of discipline on the side of Virtus.pro, whilst also not being too disciplined, where you just kind of let your timings go. That's what this game's always been about for them, since they've been on the front foot. And to a certain extent, Entity as well. We saw a lack of discipline down at bottom, going for that Skywrath kill. Poisoned Chalice, if you will. What are the big timings coming up for Entity then? We've talked about the VP timings that they've just hit, but we're looking at a Heart not too far off from Watson, honestly. He's very close to just being able to buy out that recipe.
For Entity, it's survivability of the jump, right? Like, when a hero gets roared, you need to have the confidence on Entity. It's like, they're not going to die, and then we get to play after. So Timbersaw getting the Aghanims, Naga getting the Heart, maybe even Gabby getting a Lotus just to rebuttal some of the single target spells, right? But that's probably where Entity will be super confident to make the plays. But I wouldn't be surprised if they even like you see now, they're making that smoke. They can look for opportunities. They just need to be calculated with it. Because of course VP, they see hero dies. Double BKB,
Yep.
blink, super easy for them to be explosive. And blink on beast as well, like whoo!
Yeah, he is a beast.
Yeah.
He is a beast.
They got 3 BKBs on all cores, blink dagger on TA, blink dagger on Beastmaster, pipe. So like, VP really need to blunder this next fight. I feel to lose it. Like, it's their fight to lose pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, they've got absolutely everything that a team would dream of to be able to secure Roshan. And it is daytime. It is currently in the bottom lane, and they do have vision of it. Will Entity try and contest? They have all the items
line
that
has
we
been
mentioned.
drawn. Them heading over here. They're gonna have to be very, very quick though, because this Roshan is gonna go down fast. You have some very good Rosh taking heroes on this draft, and
Double
I don't think
force
they're gonna make
after
it in
Naga,
time.
go. Use Song,
Yeah.
go.
Like 4, 3, the man.
Learning to
Timing
count
is
with
absolute
Nomad.
time. Well, I thought he was gonna meld immediately. He didn't meld. There we go. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Aegis, Cheese, BKB. Yeah, there is no chance you fight VP now on their terms. Not a 5-on-5. I don't think that's ever going well for them. Even though Stormstorm did pick up the Aghanim's, like it's a big timing for their team. Because Stormstorm can now actually frontline, which he hasn't really been able to do this game so far.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
And there's no Dispel inside VP's lineup. So this Ags isn't going to be a quick, oh, we've already got a Yules, guys, don't worry. Like, that isn't even a consideration for any of these players. And you could argue Nullifier would be good, and I think TA, yeah, she just tabs it in, so that will be the answer for Timbersaw down the line. He pops it, you instantly break it. Now he's not as tanky, of course, just natural reactive armor at that point. But for VP, this is the window that we're farming for. They have everything in their power, but already, as soon as the Aegis went down, Entity drew the line. It's like, guys, if they come bottom, go mid-top. Naga will always be able to skip these waves and make them feel uncomfortable. So for VP, at least, you see this smoke action. This is kind of the recipe for success for them. It is push out a lane, smoke through the map, try and find a pick, and then use that to their advantage. And if they never find a pick off, this game could last forever. But we'll see if they can. Or if they just barrel up for the high ground. I'm seeing a lot of different actions occurring with VP, but the general gist of it, if you look at the minimap, is I want to get out of this game. I'm just going to go for the YOLO high ground. Which is also fair. It will force their opponent back, potentially.
I was thinking this the other day. Well, imagine if you started like paying casters by the minute, and then they get really excited when everybody when anybody messed up a high ground or anything. They're like, "Oh my god, they messed up! Yes, I'm rich."
But draft is double pay. Oh no! They're treated. You know, like flying when you're boarding, you don't get paid for the boarding process, only the flight time. They do the same. You know. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You don't get you don't get paid during the draft.
Yeah,
It's
don't get paid for the draft. It's free. Watson in some trouble. Up in the top lane. Sun's up. He's dead. That is a big pickoff for the side of Virtus.pro. I'm not sure what he was doing this far down the lane, but I don't know. I think he just used the Manta a bit too early, gets silenced up, and then all of a sudden it's uh-oh time.
Yeah, the entire premise of Entity's game is survival, but in the meantime, TA's mid, but she got the BKB off.
Yep, she's pretty tanky at the moment, but gets through one support. Gabby's going to be the next target. He's going to get himself away. Big explosion on Stormstorm. It doesn't do any damage, but they will finish the job with the chakram. But the rest of the team is coming on through here. So, Virtus.pro, they will take down 2. They lose their Aegis, though. How big of a cost is that?
I think they're
going
to
back
high
in
ground.
10 seconds.
Lich is dead. That's a key thing for the high ground siege. When Frost Shield isn't in play, they can force out a glyph, force out just them all to sit back in base. And yeah, I think for VP at least, you now have glyph on cooldown. You mentally understand now that's like the process of winning. Find the pick, get the kill, glyphs on cooldown. So now there's going to be a big window where if they get another pick off, we're now not talking about a tower falling, it's the racks falling. Like you have Beastmaster, Chen, and TA. Entity need to be careful. It's a very delicate game that they're playing right now.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm really wondering how these next few fights are going to play out. Well, I can see this one. The roar comes out onto the Timber Saw, but it looks like he was able to get off the reactive armor, so he's surviving, trying to get away through this, and yep, does get up to the high ground. Chakram comes out as well. Song's going to be out there from Watson, but it doesn't stop Squad from finishing off Fishman. Watson, he's actually silenced up for the time being, so he's in a little awkward situation here. Needs to get off that mirror image, but actually is still on cooldown. Back to the high ground we go, though, and Entity are somehow able to escape from this one. Not Fishman, though. The Lich is dead once again. Will they be able to do any damage with this, though?
Beautiful stun there from Katomi to prevent the TA from BKBing, getting the right clicks off. You know, Naga Siren slowed up by concussive and traps. Like, that could have been her dead to rights, and you can see how uncomfortable it is for VP to go high ground, but also for Entity, how little damage they really do.
Yeah. Yeah, they are struggling. Naga Siren, she's going for this butterfly next, which is like something, but not much. It will be an alright timing for them, but
The issue is, and I mentioned it during the draft, is the Naga Siren never feels comfortable to fight into the area of Beastmaster. You're kind of always playing for the creep waves and the maybe if Naga, if TA is out of position, sure, Naga does reign supreme, but if VP just huddle up together, that's when it gets difficult. And sure, Venomancer, Lich line, they thrive on heroes clumping, but Entity, it's all about like they need the fight construct to be near perfect for them to feel good. Whilst VP, they've got a lot of fail safes in their lineup. They can do, you know, dumb shit and things are still going to be pretty good.
elegantly put, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I'd pull out a Cinder in there and just, you know, say it how it is for a second.
I like it.
Felt good, felt refreshing, but I'll go back to my my normal ways.
It's time to sit on the high ground for Entity, I suppose, although not for everybody, as Watson's out on the map again, and there's 5 heroes surrounding him. He's just gone.
Oh, no.
Okay, Watson. This is... I mean, there's no one out on the map. Like, look at the rest of his team. Everybody else was literally on the high ground when he died, so... Yeah. I'm not sure what the communication is here, but... yeah, it's not great. Because, like... You can be there if the rest of your team's out getting information for you and saying, like, okay, they're not on this side of the map. You probably need to go bury yourself in trees or something like that, but... You can't be there if you don't have information.
The trade-off is, though, it's like, you want your carry player to be that thorn in your opponent's side in this type of game. Like, if you don't have a carry with confidence or a core with confidence, you're never progressing the map to keep yourself in the game. So I can see why he's doing these plays, but if a good team is reading your positioning, you're just going to feed, right? So it is the balance of the two, and right now, unfortunately for Watson, you know, VP's got his number and, you know, it's dialed in, they're picking him off time after time. And you're not really getting the effective Naga that we see in other games, and it helps that you've got Chen pushing out lanes, checking for creeps, vision, Beastmaster Hawks. Like, there's a lot of like natural vision in play for VP, traps as well. Like, it's very easy for them to spot the Naga one time to go, she's in this quadrant of the map, sweep into it now. So yeah, VP just utilizing their heroes nicely and not giving Watson the comfort that most Naga players lean on at this type of game.
Yeah, definitely not. They're always hunting. They're always trying to keep an eye on the Naga Siren. They're never letting her just sit in their jungle or anything like that. They know. They're wise to the tricks, you know. This isn't VP's first rodeo. And they are starting to show a bit of that experience now.
A little bit of life for sure in this squad. Naga Siren does have the butterfly complete, but once again she's under vision. So VP are well aware where she is. Will they react to this? Also about to complete the Shivas. No, in regards to item progression,
to be standing.
Like, if you look at the items of Entity, they are continuing to go down the let's survive route. Lotus complete on the Venomancer. You've got Timbersaw about to complete the Shivas. See from his courier, the Butterfly also complete on Watson. Like, they are getting to the maybe VP will overplay their hand and all these items picked up. They're smoking up themselves. Maybe they catch VP by surprise here.
Big timing for them. Stormstormer, he sees the heroes. He knows what they are. Immediately jumping on him, but they can kill off the Chen straight off the bat. It wouldn't be bad if the sword comes out, but he's got that reactive armor going. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Looks like it is. He backs away. Chen still somehow alive. Does finally go down as Krytlich finds the lion on the sideline. Song comes out, saves him for the time being. And Watson, he's showing no signs of leaving. This is kind of surprising. The rest of the team going to back him up. Watson trying to just fight up, but Squad immediately looking for those backliners, immediately trying to get on top of those supports, bring down the Lich, bring down the Lion, but they're just not able to do so, and now he's going to get cut down. Squad is gone. Entity finally find an engagement. They come out ahead. Now, what more can they get? Watson's chasing down. He's looking on Sayu here. This net is there, and that is going to seal the fate of the Skywrath Mage. She's in the tree line. Ooh,
Hex.
Oh, he didn't see him.
Oh, there's a tree in between them.
He couldn't get in. The door was shut. But look who's waiting.
Knock, knock.
A delicious prize. Kill the creep. Finger it. Finger the creep, Lion. Do it.
We're talking about the inevitable blunder for VP into how annoying Entity is, right? And this is it. Entity, they find the window and it's perfectly synced up with the next Roshan. The only expense there was the Katomi buyback, and VP, every Aegis is so fundamental in their ability to look at the high ground, and this time Entity are going to swipe it away from them.
Yeah, I think we really need to look at, like, we kind of need to look at these roars, right? Because that's what's been winning them the fights. These past two fights, they raw Stormstormer once he's already used the reactive armor. I think the fight before he didn't use it, but this fight he definitely had it going beforehand. So it's like, yeah, sure, you need to be doing consistent damage, but you didn't kill him.
Yeah, I can see why though, because they have the nullifier on TA. So if they sync up everyone perfectly, you raw him, you purge that shield, and then you try and kill. I can see it maybe working, but at this point in the game, when you're throwing in additional pipes, you've got a Glimmer Cape, the Frost Shield, like, it's very easy with a hero with that much HP. Even if you take away his ags, there's still a plethora of utility behind it, right? So it's a high risk strategy. I think if we were talking about this like 9 minutes ago, before some of these items came into play, Timber's feeding their easy game. But at this point, because Entity have itemized so defensively, I fully align with you that these roars probably need to be on the kind of the big ticket heroes now. Like, find the Naga, get the kill. Issue is, of course, Stormstorm will always be the one jumping in first, so if you don't stun him up, he's just going to run around and cause havoc. So, yep, this is now the part of the game where VP's lineup is falling off, is going to have difficulties, and we expected this to occur, but we also expected them to maybe take a lane of Rax earlier in this game because of how dominant they were being.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't do much wrong, but they also didn't do enough right.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, let's see if they can do something right now. Wrapping around towards the middle lane. But of course, they've not got an Aegis on Watson. This isn't really the target you want to be bringing down. This is the real one, and they do now notice that. Watson being pinged down. Man to use. They can get the silence off onto Watson. Nice double man stun. Oh, with the Lotus actually bouncing it back. Rory's through onto the Nagasaran. But again, Aegis target. They'll just go in the back. They'll kill a Fishman. Fishman straight away just throwing out the buyback. Watson trying to get on top of the TA and just trying to cut him down, but he's so low on HP. Nullifier's out, but the Krittlich is one in real trouble here. Is Gabby, Stormstormer, Watson, all of them just pile on to the TA and take her out. Song being used trying to fish for anybody trying to TP out of this one, but everybody has left. VP will be able to escape the engagement, but not before losing their Templar Assassin.
Man, TA's first death of the game. You're taking it into the Nagasaran that has the Aegis, and sure, you might find the real one, but who cares, right? For Naga, it's this idea of, if they use their spells on me, everyone else will do well. A pretty awkward go from VP, and if they had the Aegis themselves, completely different story. They'd kill off the Naga, have Aegis, but again, it all boils down to Roshan and how they're taking their fights. And Entity, they get the Aegis and instantly throw themselves into a fight that gives them that first kill. So yeah, Entity showing that they are using Aegis a little bit more effectively than VP was in the previous 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, they just went out to make some action happen, you know, like Watson literally walked up the high ground. I mean, he was playing this aggressively without an Aegis, so no real surprise to see him.
It's how annoying Naga players are, right? They always use mirror image, and they run their main hero with an illusion to make it look like it's the illusion's farming, and it's just annoying. But yeah, when you have an Aegis, it's even better. Very potent. And Watson, he's planning to... Oh yeah, just... I saw FNG, of course, at the pipe, right? But he's just the aura boy. He was never able to overtake the Gabby Veno, so... Fair enough. Good job, Gabby, keeping up the net worth. A lot of Veno players fall off, so kudos to him at least. But yeah, FNG, he is quite the aura bot right now.
What's he got?
Everything. drum, soda, crimson, pipe.
Oh dang, he's repping the whole collection. Homie's about to go into the deleted files and find a what's that thing? The upgrade, which everybody hated, to Vladimir's aura. Race Pact. There we go.
You could have got there in the most convoluted way possible. I'm like, oh, what are you getting at? The Race Pact in this game
leave a tier 4 behind,
would be helpful.
It would.
Oh, they did, yeah. Shame.
Oopsie.
Hex complete on the Venomancer as well. So now you've got...
It's pretty big.
Yeah, beautiful lockdown. I think this Lotus has been a sleeper item.
Killing the TA.
Like, we've seen this Lotus be very annoying as well. And then on top of that, the Shard to stun off of the BKB. Like, this Veno is doing a lot of small actions in the fight, but for everyone else to really pop off.
Here we go, stuns out onto the Chen. That might be the target they want to break down as all hell breaks loose. They're just going to throw everything they've got onto the Chen. He does get off the ultimate. He's surviving a surprisingly long time here. Another song just to go for the reset.
Refresher on Beastmaster.
And they will kill off FNG. Yeah, get those stacks down for sure on the drums. All that for a kill onto the position 5. I mean, he's a very rich position 5, but nevertheless, that is your aura carrier. Crazy engagements we're seeing here.
Oh, you just walk it back
really
down.
Some high-level Dota.
Yeah, I feel like for Entity, they're showcasing how calm they are as a team. Like, they lost the early game, they lost the early Aegis, and Ember should be out. He's got the Remnant, it's fine.
Yeah. The Hex was there from Gabby. He was slithering in through the side, but wasn't quite able to finish the job.
Key thing for Entity, this is a showcase of coming back into the game through good choices. It wasn't the cleanest of comebacks. Of course, Watson did die a couple of times, but the overall team subscribed to the idea, and now they're in a position where they can win the game, of course. Potentially taking the first racks after VP looked so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, with the Chen respawning and no Aegis in the hands of Entity, they're going to chill out for the time being, but the message has been sent. The message that we are the dominant team now.
Oh,
Entity are ahead, and look at that graph. My goodness.
Fell off a cliff, but of course, win probability hugging around the 60% mark most of the game, but that will always be the volatility of picking TA into Naga. And I guess I was always mentioning like the Beastmaster being the counter. Like, I'm yet to see the Beastmaster being proximity to the TA to give the Naga a hard time. Like, most of these fights have been quite independent of each other. So this whole Beastmaster covering TA scenario that we discussed during the draft hasn't really been too much of a, oh, Watson, you silly Billy, you picked the Naga, of course. No, I've not seen any of that. I've just seen a normal Naga game.
I mean, I agree for the most part. I do feel like it's not been... It's been a slightly harder than the usual Naga game.
Sure,
like, we've seen fights where the illusions have just been turned into butter, but yeah, getting to the point in the game where everything's just so tanky.
Hex also complete on the Naga Siren now.
Around.
Double Hex plus a Lion Hex. That's 3 Hexes.
Good counting. They're holding this little high ground here on the Twin Portal. MKB just picked up by the TA, so more Naga damage available. Smoked up. Side of Virtus.pro as well. And here we go. They go on to Nodus. He's going to be the first target right now. Is that a reload at all? I mean, the roar comes out. Everything being thrown. Watson's in trouble. There's too much damage coming down, and he is dead. Buyback coming out from the Nagasaraners. Immediately, they'll jump onto the backlines here, trying to bring down Fishman, trying to bring down Gabby, but both of them are surviving through it as Stormstorm just running through the fight right now. But it is Gabby in trouble. Cheese comes out from him, though. He's going to be surviving for the time being. And now there's a Hex out onto the Ember Spirit. They'll turn their targets towards the Ember. They'll take him down. Watson's here with the buyback. Takes him out for the first time. Now moves on onto FNG. He will fall as well. 2 buybacks available from the both of them. Do they want to buy back and take this Roshan fight? Can they take this Roshan fight?
Really good effort there from VP. Like, the fact that they isolated the Naga so quickly. Watson... Probably 2 or 3 deaths in this game haven't been the best deaths that he could have had, but at this point, it's like VP used so many resources that the buyback from Naga instantly into Roshan. If you're Entity, all you care about is taking away this Aegis, and Unfortunately, when you take the 4th Aegis, it doesn't actually end the game. That isn't a new feature. We will be back shortly.
At least we can have a look at the games coming up. Execration versus Aster and Entity versus Aster, but yeah.
I mean, if Entity can bounce back in this game, then I think that Aster series will be hotly contested. That's what I'm getting at. Because I think Entity coming into this, most people would say that they are...
Kirilich. Oh no, we can't miss this.
TA just died, guys. Just so you're aware, TA was at the top river rune. She perished, and in doing so, she is now dead for 90 seconds. Hello, everyone. We are sponsored by Spotify. This is your podcast version of the game right now.
New feature.
43 minutes, 40 seconds into the game. Walking into the high ground tier 3. Again, I will emphasize that TA is dead. No buyback. 500 gold away.
But they don't know that. This isn't a buyback because she doesn't have the money for it. That she doesn't have the timing for it.
Yeah,
she just doesn't have the
gold.
money for it. So Entity will be respecting that, but they're also poking Nagasaran up onto the high ground. He's going to get roared up at the moment now, and well, a couple of 4-stars are going to get her out of the Mystic Flare range, so she's going to be okay for the time being. As they'll reel in the Beastmaster, that Aghanims on the Nagasaran, putting Beastmaster in a terrible position, and still 50 seconds on the TA, as the Beastmaster's going to fall as well. Buyback is available from him, though, as Squad's in pretty deep as well. He's got a BKB running, though, so the Ember Spirit is okay for the time being, but now the Hex is there. Never mind, he's gone. Again, buybacks are available. 36 seconds now on the Templar Assassin, but Entity are on the high ground. They've taken the tier 3. They're moving on to the tier 4 now as well. Entity doing some serious damage, about half health onto the melee barracks, and they are just continuing to go through them. Finally, the Fortify gets used by the side of Virtus.pro. There's 20 seconds until the TA is back up. Ember Spirit and Beastmaster are dead, but they have the buybacks available. Entity, they're looking for 2 lanes here. They will finish the middle lane of barracks and move down to the bottom T.
Oh, I mean, VP, they're going to have to use these 2 buybacks. TA is about to respawn, but you've just lost 2 sides.
Up to the top side they go. Kirilich, he is setting up for this. There's the first buyback being used. We have the Beastmaster buying back into the game first. And in we go for the top. Once again, apologies for the, the disconnect here. We're doing the best to give you the action as they bought back now on everybody. So VP are back fighting with 5 heroes. And Watson, he's just going to try and pop the song. He wants to try and get himself away. But he doesn't actually. He's going back in with the song, and they're getting on top of the TA. They're throwing everything they've got into the TA, but the roar comes out from Notice to slow down the attack. So Kirilich is still alive for the time being, but no, the moment she comes out the other side, the stun is over, and the TA is dead. No buyback on the TA either, but the only casualty off the fight. Meanwhile, both supports were killed by Squad on the side of Entity, but they're both buying back and TPing in, and it is the Ember Spirit on the front line who's being targeted by everything, and they'll get him dead as well. The net, the Hex, everything they use just to bring down the Ember Spirit, and with the 2 of them dead, they just can't fight anymore. Virtus.pro, they are going to give this one up. They call GG. The fight just wasn't enough. And, there you go. You saw everything you needed to see. Oh, man. I mean, I have to say, it's not the ending we maybe would have wanted.
I mean, no one saw it coming. That's all I'm saying. No one saw this one coming.
No one saw it at all. Oh man, what can you do? Sometimes it be that way. But yeah, basically in the last big long fight there at the end, I mean the TA didn't have buyback. She didn't save for it.
Yeah.
They pushed to the high ground. So I just kind of forced VP to just kind of commit bodies to the defense when they really didn't want to, but they needed to buy enough space for their TA to come back into the game. So they just had to use their buybacks as a resource, and then they go for the final fight. And yeah, they get a couple of kills onto Entity, but unfortunately Virtus.pro, they do end up going down on their cause, and once one's dead, it's kind of over. Entity just smelt blood in the water, and we're able to finish it off with some buybacks of their own.
Yeah, I think, if anything, for VP, at least, this was their better draft, but still, execution and team understanding is their issue. So I think, they were in a position to maybe win this one out, but Entity, I feel as if they have the confidence to play any type of game. They're muscling up against Liquid, they're beating VP 2-0, they're coming back in the second game. Even though Watson's having probably one of the weaker games that we see from him, he's still doing the things needed to get his team to the point where they can come back in, or at least set everyone else up for success. So yeah, Entity, they're looking good, they're looking consistent. I think they should cause some upsets down the line, and it's fun to see Gabby come into the roster and be able to slot in nicely. As an offlane, he looks like a natural offlaner right now. It doesn't look like he's the carry trying to be the offlaner. He just looks like, you know, a part of the squad. So yeah, cool to see Entity. It's always nice to see this team have a glow up. That's what the cool kids say. And
yeah. I think I had the exact same reaction. Like, I was expecting, you know, carry going into the offlane. We always see it where they're just very greedy to start off, you know, don't understand how to be that sacrificial player. Both games here, Gabby absolutely, like, resolutely proved that he's capable of playing that style of game, you know, like, he was dying, you know, he wasn't afraid to die and make those sacrificial plays to enable Stormer and Watson, you know. I feel like Stormer and Watson were heavily enabled, both in the Legion game and in the Venomancer game. Yeah. And it was very impressive, honestly. Very impressive from him. And Entity, as you say, just playing like a full 5-man squad. So, yeah, really good to see from them. I think the supports in this last game as well. Man, that line just setting up for so many kills. I mean, my goodness. They were just catching everybody with that line. And, yeah, that was pretty insane.
Yeah, good stuff. So what do we do now, Nomad? Do we hold the whole show hostage? Do we keep talking? They have to delay everything, or like do we just go to break? Like, what's the vibe? What are we doing?
I mean, technically, there's a forced break between every series anyway, because they want to give players time to react. So we could technically go for as long as we want, but we're not going to do that. We are going to gracefully bow out of this one, I think. Yeah. But yeah, it's been fun. Cool day of cool morning of Dota. Of course, there's a cool evening of Dota coming as well. This is only the first 2 series. That's right, 6 streams of 8 games each. That's a lot of Dota. There is a lot of Dota going on this fine day. So you guys are all blessed with plenty more action. I'm sure some of the other streams have some other games going on right now. But for us, I think we're done for today. Gav, any final thoughts on what we've seen from these teams?
Gabby Veno better than Cuckoo Veno? No, I'm joking. That's only one game. I'm not going to get that close. Bye. Sorry. I was just going to bait the C fans.
All right, guys. Once again, sorry for the technical issues. Can't be helped sometimes. But yeah, hope we get the games justice for you guys regardless. And of course, we'll see you tomorrow for some more Dota 2. From today, we're done. But of course, there'll be other casters taking over from this stream. So go and join them. And go check out one of the many other streams going on right now here at the Riyadh Masters. And yeah, goodbye. And we'll see you very soon.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take every day. مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Riyadh Masters with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. Adam, how are you feeling for the Riyadh Masters, man?
Ooh, more international tournaments. Let's go, baby.
Let's go! We've obviously, of course, had ourselves the Two Good series by T and Nomad. They covered both Team Aster versus Virtus.pro, then Virtus.pro versus Entity. But we actually have more for Entity and Team Aster to come, because the game that we've got coming up next, Adam, is Execration versus Team Aster. How do you think this game is going to treat us? Do you think we're in for an exciting game here, or do you think it's going to be even Stevens?
I don't know, man. Execration's played 2 series already, and they're currently 0-4. Aster, on the other hand, are 3-1. They're looking pretty good, taking some games off both TSM and 2-0 against VP. Spoiler alert, sorry. I can't say
so
they've
we're
played
up for
like
an exciting game then.
I don't know, because I feel like Aster's good, but they haven't played like strong teams, you know. But Execration, they've played Liquid, and I guess they played TSM as well. So both teams kind of showing a bit there against TSM. Aster definitely the more favorite team in this matchup, I would say.
From the games that you've seen, both, of course. Actually, let's start with Team Aster, of course. I don't think we've actually seen Execration play. That was obviously, of course, on another stream. Unless you did watch it, then it's handy for me to ask.
I did not.
Okay. Did you at least see the Aster one?
Yeah, I did. I was very curious how the roster looked with Kaka.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially with Kaka coming in as well. How do you think the team's been doing so far? I mean, it's only, of course, early days. Day 1 within the Riyadh Masters at the moment. We're only through 2 series, but from their performance, do you think we'll be in for an interesting game here against Execration?
Most likely, yeah. I think it's interesting for Aster because they are making this roster change, right? This is like the first actual tournament with Kaka after their roster change post Bali. So I guess it's a lot of like a warm up on stage for them. Not stage, but like an international event, you know. And I feel like Kaka, he's one of those players that he has a very good track record. Every team he's joined in the past years, they end up going to TI, you know, even though he plays like maybe 4 heroes all the time. Like Kaka's known for that, but he makes the team better. And I'm curious to see what kind of impact he has with Aster.
Yeah, for sure. Are you quite intrigued with the performance that he's done so far throughout the team? Because we've only seen him play a couple of games here at the moment, but we're looking to see more. How do you think his synergy with the team is at the moment, especially coming in just now?
I feel like they haven't really been tested. It's kind of hard to say, but they look okay as a team. There's definitely a bit of lag between movements, I think, when I watch them play. Like you can see like people are not on the same page or not clear about what needs to happen or wants to happen. And it does, they look a bit worse than they were in Bali, I would say.
Oh, okay. You think they look a little bit worse in Bali?
Slightly, yes.
Slightly. Okay. Well, speaking of course, then we're going to go to Execration now. Speak a little bit about them. Do you think that maybe perhaps Execration comes at the top against Aster, or do you think this is between both teams? The Aster, which team has got to put more effort into the game? That's what I'm trying to say here. So, from your experience,
Aster is definitely a favorite, right? I think Execration. Like, I look at their drafts, and I feel like I don't really see their identity as much as before. They also are. I'm not sure if this is a roster change, but they're playing with a stand-in. BDZ is actually not playing. Abing is playing in place of BDZ as the post 5 role. He also coached the team in the past for a short stint. And I don't know, they just don't look very together as a team right now.
Okay, so one team that obviously, of course, you said that doesn't look very good, not very good together, not very, of course, synergized with each other at the moment, and especially with Kaka coming in as well on Aster, along with Samil on the 2. He's been, you know, on the team for a couple of months around here right now, so pretty much we could be looking for an even game then from the conclusion that we bring to what we've just been speaking about, right?
Most likely, yeah. Most likely. I still favor Aster here. I think it's so hard to be on the side of Execration. Their land performance have been, I don't know, just not up to par, I think.
Hey, don't at them right now. We'll see, because we're going to get Game 3 underway on the stream D here, ladies and gentlemen. Execration versus Team Aster, with already the first pick stage coming out straight away. Medusa and Undying picked up here on Execration. In return, Team Aster, they're going to go with the Clockwork and Snapfire here. Snapfire being What are those flex picks that you can pull out every now and again and put on multiple positions if you choose?
Yeah, Snap Clock is something they ran earlier against VP in their victory. I think, look at their drafts, they like this Snapfire lost a lot of damage. They run it with the Mars most of the time. Faceless Void Mars is their go-to. Both games actually with Snap. Wonder if we'll see Execration remove those heroes this time. It's pretty nice against the Medusa as well, the Mars.
What heroes have you been seeing a lot at the moment here, Adam? What do you think they want to ban on either side of the team?
I think you just want to target what Aster has been playing. Like the last time I played Snapfire was Mars Faceless Void. Mars Faceless Void. And then they just... It's a lot of team fight and laning, right? And then they last pick Sumail. That's the strat for Aster is what it looks like so far. So I think that's something that Execration can look to cover bases on, like ban the team fight, try to match with your own team fight, and maybe some heroes, something to help Bob out a bit in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
And going into the second stages of the bans here, Anti-Mage and Darkseer banned out here on Execration. In return, Team Aster, they will ban out the Beastmaster.
Yeah, Beast, one of the better heroes at just accelerating Medusa's timing. Tino has also shown that he's very confident on this hero. We saw so many games played where they were like losing, and then he has this eggs, and the team just starts grouping up, and he becomes this monster. I feel like Execration's probably most important player, I would say, Tino. He seems to dictate a lot of pace of the game, and when he's playing some like Underlord or Visage, maybe it's not that easy.
What, even being as a position 3, you think he's the most impactful player?
I think when he plays the beast, he is for sure, because you can tell that the team is just playing around. He's like Aghanim's timing, you know, like it's very clear. And I don't know if he's like making calls in the game, but he's definitely the one like running in, and he's strong, you know. So Execration looked the best when Tino's playing these heroes that can kind of play up. I think Tino and Shanks were always the most standout duo for me for this roster.
Especially with of course, we've had a quite long while now, ever since, you know, the big patch. It came out, and either side of all the teams actually being able to get quite comfortable at the moment. Do you think we're still sticking to around meta picks here at the moment in the Riyadh Masters, or do you feel like it's more comfortable picks at the moment? Because obviously, of course, when the patch came out, people were using these heroes, which are very, very good, especially within that current meta at the moment. But now as time's gone by, people are starting to pick more comfortable things that they themselves like to play.
I feel like most teams that don't have identity are probably just going to follow what happened in Bali. I think teams with identity generally stick to what they want to play. I think Aster's a good example of that. I think Extreme Gaming's a good example of that. Like these teams, they have their own heroes, you know, they don't really care about the meta that much, but they also try to have a play style that can at least play against the heroes in the meta.
Yeah.
Aster, go for the Tide here. Again, just team fight. Team fight, team fight, team fight. I wonder if
and we've
Aster
seen it all
will
too
PL.
well.
I feel like PL in SCA was a big counter to this Dusan dying.
Really?
It was at some point. Am I mistaken? Oh no, that was the Morphling. I apologize.
Okay, and the Rubik gets picked up here. So some very, very nice steals here. Not only Hookshot Cogs, Ravage, Mortimer's Kisses, Snapfire Cookie. A lot to play around with here on the Rubik, with only 3 heroes being shown on Aster. Still more to steal.
5 seconds remaining.
The supports look scary, Adam. Rubik and Undying. I mean,
Yeah.
Rubik, I feel like he didn't used to be as good back in the day, you know, like maybe around about 2 or 3 years ago, but ever since now he started to play on the 4 and 5 position, I feel like he's just really, really impactful now. And anytime he right-clicks you, it feels like a tank's hitting you.
I'm not a huge fan of the hero, and I feel these supports, because they don't get level 6 as fast, and Rubik's a hero that you kind of want your 6 as soon as you can, because it's like a second spell, right?
Yeah.
But like these disruptor heroes, the level 6 heroes don't feel very good this patch, because even Wisdom Rune, you're kind of like level 4.5, level 5. And this timing where the cores are strong and you're relying on ultimate, it's very hard to get the level on your supports. I also want to say that Execration's lineup does not have damage right now. At least for when this Tide's gonna have a pretty good lane. He's gonna get some pipe, some halberd. Looks Execration need a Tide killer. They go for a Pango.
You think Tide will have an okay lane against the Medusa? Because usually if you do spam out the Mystic Sneak in, you do have Undying on your lane. I feel like Tide Hunter can be threatened quite a bit by that.
I think you're definitely fine with Snapfire as well. Gush and Snapfire are really strong.
Oh, okay. So they can definitely tell the Undying and then get lost as he comes by with the Decay.
I think the lane gets easier as it goes on. Like there, it reaches a point where Tide just gets to stay there. Like sure, level 1, level 2, a lot of decay, a lot of right clicks, you go low, regen up a bit. Level 2, level 3, you're like kind of whatever. Then you get this ring. We see a lot of this Meteor Hammer build up on the Tide Hunter. He gets the Ring of Health, maybe level 1 or 2 Kraken Shell. Does not really care about the lane anymore.
We have ourselves a Pangolier as well with the 4th pick coming out for Execration. As that's definitely their damage now with a little bit of control as well with the Rolling Thunder, but definitely ticks the box of the damage dealer. But speaking of damage dealers, Aster, they get themselves the Monet Morphling coming out here, the double M.
Pretty sick Morphling game. Good against the Universal Medusa. You can steal Tombstone early. No real threat on Execration to kill you right now. Sure, Diffusal Pango is annoying, but that's about all they have right now.
They have nerfed the stat steal though for the Agnems. Instead of 20%, it is 10%. Would you still want to use Replicate on Medusa here, or would you want to be going for another hero like Pangolier, for example?
You definitely still go Medusa because you steal the attack speed. It's still pretty relevant.
Okay.
Visage band. Heroes protect the Morphling. I wonder if they'll ban the PL actually. I see a world where Execration just put this Medusa offlane. I wonder if it's in their wheelhouse to do that. Because based on Heroes Tino pool, I feel like there's only Enigma and Visage left.
But speaking with this Morphling of how it's being picked up here by Aster, Execration, they will be able to use it a little bit to their advantage. Of course, you can steal the attribute shift on the Rubik and make yourself a lot more tanky. And being a tanky Rubik very early on is one of the most annoying things to deal against, actually, because very early on, you know, it's the magical damage that deals the kills, gets the gold, able to push on. And physical damage, not that much, unless you've got something, I don't know, like a level 4 headshot sniper around about 10 minutes with a Mask of Madness. There's your physical damage. But if you can get my point, most of it's magical. And with Rubik stealing the attribute shift and getting himself some extra tankiness with shifting into the strength attribute, then he's going to be able to tank up a lot more. Effectively, he may even be able to dish out a gank here from Team Aster.
To look at the bans from Execration, they actually think it's a Sumail Morphling here. Trying to ban to protect Tino's hero, whatever they are last picking. Enigma and Visage are removed though. Yeah, that's really odd to me because I feel like Aster is banning for the Morphling safe lane, like with this Visage and Enigma, but Execration are just removing carries here.
Who do you think the better Morphling player is?
Monet or Palos?
No, Monet or Sumail.
Probably Monet, right? I don't think Sumail's been playing any morph. I have not seen it.
No, I haven't, but I know he does play it. Not majorly, but Axe comes out. That is a great pick here to catch out this Morphling. So obviously, of course, they have themselves a great initiation now, the Axe. Of course, there is that precedent of trying to get enough gold and enough time to come online. Because, of course, if you got yourself a Vanguard and you absolutely smashed on the lane as an Axe, you're not really able to deal much. I think you've had it all too well, Adam, and I think the audience can agree as well if they have had themselves an Axe in the off lane. He's got himself a Vanguard. He's 0-2. Where is he? He's in the jungle? What's he doing there? Axe, he gets himself a Blink Dagger at 23 minutes, and, you know, he hasn't even got a blade
23 minutes. Oh, they go for an Ember. Okay. I expected some, like, Storm Quap or even I think OD could have been pretty cool, but Aster just want this Spirit to probably punish Tino, I think, is what they're looking to do here. Good lane against Bob as well. A lot of wave push. Something that Aster kind of lacked. Also, another hard to kill hero here.
Definitely. So out of the draft, what would you say is the strongest here? Of course, they've got themselves some really nice catch here with Tino. You have mentioned him being, you know, a very great pos 3 player on the side of Execration. Would you say his axe is going to deliver, or are you unsure and want to see how this event turns out?
No, I have not seen him play this hero before. I think this is his first time playing in competitive Dota.
Really?
At least in the past, at least this patch or previous patch, I've not seen Tino play X.
Okay, we're in some exciting times then. If you haven't seen him play Axe, I'm pretty excited to see how this one turns out, because the pressure's on. I mean, of course, if you don't
You're
play yourself a hero
excited.
all that much, yeah, you got to... Oh my gosh, did you actually just use that pun? Actually get out.
You said it first, man. Come on.
But yeah, you feel that maybe perhaps Execration has the upper hand here, especially if they do get themselves a good game with the Axe, because I feel like they get themselves an early Blink and Blade Mail, it can have major impacts here on not only the Ember, but the Morphling as well. I mean, especially the Morphling, if you're not able to activate your attribute shift very fast. But I gotta say, in my defense, I think that Monet, he's one of the best Morphlings in Dota 2, so I would pretty much say he's hot on the keys with this attribute shift. I think he can do it, but, you know, under pressure, things can change. Mistakes can occur. You can potentially get the kill, so we'll see nonetheless.
I feel like what's gonna happen in this game is this Tidehunter's gonna have a okay lane, and he's gonna get Ring of Health at some point, and Kaka is just gonna go to the top lane and kill Tino with this Snap Clockwork over and over again. Clockwork Snap are so good at killing eggs. Just cookie into Battery Assault Cock. Sure, you have the Rubik lift away, but that's your X not farming. I feel like Aster has set up for really good lanes. This Tide lane is gonna leak onto top or mid, and Sumil over this Pangolier. Ember versus Pango is slightly Ember favorite. You get rune control too. And I feel like Execration's draft, even though they can play from behind, they're very reliant on this Axe Dagger to take team fights.
Yeah, because I feel like if they don't get the Axe online, then what do they really have? It's just going to be, of course, Bob on the Pangolier. Like, what else can he do? He's got to make sure that he gets himself a Diffusal Blade. If Axe is having a bad time, then he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
I also feel like this is Ravage is like a god spell this game. There's no BKB buyers on Execration. Dusa doesn't really want to buy BKB. Pango X, maybe X eventually, sure, but how do you take team fights early into the Aster lineup? Especially with this hammer coming out from XXS, he has it queued up. Gonna be a lot of tower pressure.
What's the lane of interest, Adam? What are we looking at today?
It'll be top lane at 3 minutes, man, when Kaka goes over. After XXS gets his ring. That's the Gush level 1 skilled, actually.
Okay, well, meanwhile, the decays starting to come in. As you said, this lane is going to get much better as the XP progresses for this Snapfire and the Tide, right?
Yeah, I think Dusa's gonna do fine, but the problem is once Tides gets ring, like, he can kind of live alone down here, even though it's against Undying. No real kill threat from these heroes. Oh, top lane, Pichu. The Career Slayer is gonna get both? Nope.
No, he's not. The other one escapes. So they'll try and force away Shanks here with the Battery Assault. It's only level 1, so doesn't deal that much here at the moment, but nonetheless making space for Monet here. I mean, especially a level 1 Morph. Kind of difficult to last hit, you know, especially with the fact that they did remove the bonus attributes when you do level the attribute shift, so you become a lot squishier. And that affects you, become a lot easier target when trying to last hit early on.
That is very true. Big wave coming in for Tino, so it's pretty even so far.
Both mid lanes got their bottles now as well. I don't know if this is going to be a very passive lane. I mean, already I did see Samil lose 2/3 of his HP at level 1, and already Bob coming in with that shield crash and the swashbuckle as well. We'll be able to get that water rune there. In return, though, there is a water rune bottom for Samil. I mean, Kaka.
Damn, he actually went for a rune.
Yeah.
It's pretty uncommon to see supports move over at 2 minutes. One lane, Abeng doing a real good job of zoning here. XXS is close to the ring, but Level-wise, 1 on Kaka and 2 on XXS.
As last hit-wise, Pango, he's doing all right here. Bob with 5 denies. Meanwhile, top lane, though, they have caught themselves shanks in the cogs. Monet, he will try and attempt to go for the kill. He has put 2 points into Adaptive Strike, though, so won't be able to use anything like Waveform. Has not leveled it. Has to be careful of this counter Helix as well. I mean, it's only level 1 for crying out loud, and to do that damage already to Monet, it's scary.
He's fine. It's just more fling things.
Up mid lane
The
though,
Lotus on Pichu.
there's some pokes, very fire used there from
Sumail.
Sumail. Bob wants to try and find the kill, but he doesn't have himself enough mana here for a shield crash or a swashbuckle. Both of them toying with each other here.
Calculated. Sumail will go for the bounty rune top, and meanwhile bot lane, is Kaka gonna make a run for it?
I mean, maybe perhaps they'll go on the Undying here now, yeah? They're going to use the Gush, but no points put into Snapfire Cookie or the Little Shredder. Of course, saving that value point there in case, you know, the Undying wants to put up a tombstone there and would be able to take out easy. So they will save that value point on the Snapfire for now.
Palos has not really been CSing well down here, considering there's not much pressure on him. Goes for the stick first too, so pretty low in damage. Bacillus and stick. Maybe just won the mana with the Undying.
Yeah.
Pretty uncommon build actually.
Well, Stit's not doing that bad, and XSS is doing okay here. I mean, especially with that Ringer health that you mentioned here, Adam, is able to withstand on this lane here. Tino, also on this top lane, also on his way to try and get himself this Vanguard. Has been having an okay time, hasn't been very much punished here, but the question is he going to be able to get his Blink and his Blade Mail quite early on? Because still, even with this Vanguard, don't use it effectively.
Bob actually TPs to base. So sequence of events there is that Sumail went for the top War Rune and Kaka went bottom, so Bob did not get a refill, nor did he get the Bounty Rune refill.
Oh, that's not good.
Forced to TP back on. Look what Sumail did, he dragged the wave, so Bob's gonna miss the whole wave here. So it's gonna allow Sumail hit 6 first.
That's pretty nice.
Bottom lane, Abing.
He might be dead here.
There's a
Snapfire
grenade.
Cookie. And they will find the kill there indeed. The Anchor Smash claims the life of the Undying. First blood for XSS.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See, that one's another tongue twister, Adam. You say XXS really fast.
XXS.
Sound like you're laughing like Nix.
XXS. That's true.
It does.
Nix.
But meanwhile, speaking of XXS, the Tombstone comes out along with the Blood Grenade. They're going to try and commit onto the Tide right now. Slowed down there by the Mystic Snake. Another Decay comes out.
Top lane as well.
Get the kill because the
Two separate
Snapfire
targets,
rotated top as Tino in some trouble. He's going to fall to Monet.
Oh,
It's a 2
this
for 1.
is a big kill. Siege Catapult wave, triple creep wave. Zoning the Pango as well. Kaka just spot him out. It's a lot of pressure here.
Pichu.
Oh.
Rolling Thunder. It comes out. Going to try and attempt to get the clockwork now. Can the clock avoid? Oh no! Oh no! Can't get through! Can't get through! I mean, if he's going to die anyway. There's no way. Yeah. Actually, fade bolted there by Shank. So Bob is not going to get the kill.
Poor Bob.
Poor Bob.
That's a lot of damage on the tower for what I say is a very cheap rotation. The DD Pango running over as well. You do get the D ward.
How would you feel if you were this Pango? Like you committed like around about like 40 seconds
I would pause the game. How dare you?
Like support just comes in, beams your kill. It's like, so what?
Typical Rubik players, man.
Typical.
Honestly. It's only Rubik players who do this.
Okay, so we did mention that Tino wants to get, you know, his items pretty fast because Axe, he needs that time in order to have that impact. As you can see, using this Vanguard quite effectively here by getting some stacks, and that is a big ancient stack there. Meanwhile, though, on the bottom, they're trying to attempt to go for XSS.
Going for Bob.
Kaka will be able to kill that tombstone there. The Meteor Hammer, they're going to turn it around here, catching Abeng within the cogs. And it will be a kill indeed. Meanwhile, we also miss a kill onto the Pangolier mid lane. Samil able to actually solo kill him here.
Yeah, Sumil was just poking him, and then I think he realized what was happening bot, so he went to commit for a kill. Bob had no mana. Sumil, after a really good game, this Pango had to rotate, he missed the wave mid, and now 1k net worth gap. He wants us to deal with this mid wave. Abeng will TP over bot lane.
Meteor Hammer does connect. But a rotation for Palos. Bob is here, just in case.
That's your Pango TP. Now top lane, look how fast Aster is on this. They forced the TP bottom on Bob, and then here comes top lane.
Tino, he will use the Berserker's Call there. Going to try and run into the tree line here. But a remnant there by Samil. Will stay on top of Tino, but a lovely telekinesis will push the Ember back. Still going to try. Oh dear, the adaptive strike is not enough, and Shanks may survive here as well. Never mind. The slider fist.
Oh, they see the Ancients.
Oh, they do. I mean, they definitely can't take it.
Yeah, they can. But the thing is, with the pressure from this top lane constantly coming in, like if Morph keeps shoving, like it's easy to contest, you know. At some point, XXS can port over with Ravage, Anchor Smash. I don't know if Execration can actually take a fight there.
And we've got XXS on the bottom lane, utilizing that Meteor Hammer to try and get this bottom tier 1 tower now. But eventually, if they do rotate the tide top, maybe perhaps they can attempt to kill the Ancients here. I don't know what Execration are going to do to try and take this out, because neither side, I feel, are ready. I think they'd have to 5-man the Ancients down.
Yeah, but look what Aster's doing. Instead of like pressuring for the Ancients, they're just pressuring every lane. So Milk keeps hitting mid tower, XSS pressuring bot, and the supports are top with Monet. So just kind of choking Execration in on time. You don't want them to have time to just kind of free up and take map.
Oh, speaking of this, as you say, applying that pressure there. As Abeng not able to use the Tombstone because of that battery assault. Meanwhile, though, rotation there from Bob, the Rolling Thunder, hasn't been committed
does
yet.
Not care.
Samil is still fine.
He's gonna find himself a Shiro rune too, so more pressure, more TPs forced by Execration, but they are not fight ready. They are far from fight ready, in fact. Look at Bob's net worth, man. Trying to rush the defusal now, but this is a budget item build.
It's below Axe. It's below Tino. Not the greatest. And the blink is still a while away also.
My jungle. Abeng.
Got the Searing Chains there, and maybe a most definite kill onto the Undying. Oh, nice Berserker's Call. Abeng is still alive, actually survives with thanks to that tower protection.
Oh, he didn't chain.
And he didn't get the kill.
It's fine. Dominance established. That's what matters. Oh, Bob. This kind of deep,
Bob. Adventurous, yeah, I know, but
yeah, better run, Bob.
Oh, that blood grenade doesn't hit. They didn't get the Searing Chains either. Bob is completely fine. Uh-oh, Tino's been scouted out. He's getting it pretty quick, though.
Monet's here, though.
Uh-oh. I mean, Shank's trying to help here, but the waveform forward. Shanks is okay. They will take most of that ancient camp there, but still, Monet having a great time at the moment here. 6,600 gold beyond the Medusa. But now we have this Yasha on Palos. We should start to see this Medusa's farm accelerate now.
I like what XXS has queued up. I feel like so many tides they go for his pipes and help. I love this Blink Dagger here. They're so strong, this player team.
Oh gosh, and Abeng's gonna die as well. Oh, the Meteor Hammer just connects. Do they have any more? Samil comes forward with the slider fist.
Spirit.
They do find Kaka. Low on the side of Execration in return. Beng will
You know
fall.
it's
It will be
Blink
a
on the
1-for-1.
way.
The Ravage ready here for defensive
the
reasons.
dagger.
I don't know if they want to use it here.
They're camping the Remnant.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's a complete standoff here, Adam. Family Observer. Oh, the Ravage comes out with the Searing Chains, and look at that! They get themselves a pick off onto Bob.
Standoff no more.
Will commit the Ravage for that, though. But look
Yeah,
at this
Monet's...
control that they have, Adam. Look at this. We've got Monet here, forming like the ancient left-on side of Execration.
Yeah, they just understand that Execration need this left triangle, and as long as Ravage up, they can't do anything. I say that, but Ravage is now down.
Yeah, it's done.
You'll see Palos slowly make his way to the triangle farming simulator.
Manta style very soon for the Medusa. We'll be able to start pushing waves there with the multi-shots. Increase that net worth even further. Slowly catching up here to the Morphling right now.
Diffusal almost completed for Bob too, so hitting some timings. How's Aster doing? Close to mech on Kaka. Dagger for XXS. Maelstrom for Sumil, and almost Manta for Monet, so they are kind of strong as well. House has a Diffusal queued up. Double Diffusal versus the Morphling. Status strat here.
Do have a Maelstrom though now. Oh, Bob did actually try to jump to the high ground there with the shield crash. Wasn't able to.
Is under attack.
XXS is really showing dominance here. You can see this. Not a care in the world.
Oh, Walling Kaka.
Berserk
You're
is
too
cool.
far, buddy.
Can they get the kill? Yes, they can. The Culling Blade will chop Kaka in half. Oh, their rotation here for Palos.
Oh, the
TP.
hook shot, the hook shot.
Oh, no! That was so close.
There was 0.1 second difference. I was like clicking on both of them. Oh man, that was really close. Very
That was-
ballsy move from Palos.
That was impeccably close. Meanwhile, I don't know if some Miller's been scouted out here. They don't have themselves a sentry.
Setting up for Tino, I think. No one's really in the vicinity. Kaka is TPing over. Is he gonna get the ruins to Mail?
He is, he snatches it. Berserker's Cool comes out. Where's the rotations to help Tino? There's only Shanks in range here. It may just look like Tino will fall here. I mean, a lovely swashbuckle coming out there from Bob. The Rolling Thunder now as well. Tino just able to survive by the skin of his teeth there. And blinks away. Oh my gosh. Avoids Samil. They
No
won't
way.
find the kill.
Oh man, that was...
Oh, top lane though. Jesus, Palos. Look at Palos' mana. Where is it? It's inexistent.
It's fine, has the stick, has the Lotus. Though Kaka was a bit too overconfident there. I want to give the kill to Sumail. But Shanks came in with the lift and it's a bit too much. Unfortunate for Aster.
There's a smoke play now from Execration, the Undying and the Axe. Axe is ready, Tino. He's very close to his blade mail, but has the blink ready. Really wants to try and find this Morphling here. They commit the scan.
This is a very odd smoke. This is not the kill duo I would have had in mind. Axe Undying.
It is a pretty
Do open
interesting
up
kill
the-
duo.
Yeah, they do open up the map for Palos. It was very close to this diffusal.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they did
Oh,
go
hook
for an
shot?
attempted hook shot there from Pichu, but just missing Shanks there.
Do you know what Pichu means?
I don't.
It means the ball.
The ball,
Yeah, that's literally what his name means. The ball.
of course. What's actually your favorite Dota 2 player name? Do you have one?
I'll get back to you on that.
Thanks, Adam.
After they catch Palos. No
Yeah, they
hook
may
shot,
do.
though.
Oh, they're going to commit the Ravage here with the Mortimer's Kisses. Will they be able to
Yes,
find
take
this
charges
Medusa?
and Lotus.
Still able to survive through it, but no mana remaining. Palos will finally
so
fall, but in
close.
return, they'll get a kill onto two, possibly three here as
Stolen
XXS is going to try and
kisses.
TP, but cancelled by the Rolling Thunder there from Bob. They will avenge their fallen Medusa. find themselves 3 here on the side of
Dire's
Execration.
top tower is under attack.
God damn, this is just a typical Execration game, honestly. Lose the early game, you know, game slows down, suddenly nerves kind of even, and then boom, one fight.
Boom, one fight.
Nicely done by them, but unfortunately don't get the 2 bigger kills, but that is Ravage down. And Diffusal is completed on Dusa and the Pango, so let's see what they want to do here.
Have you seen what Palace is going for?
Diffusal?
Diffusal.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. The double Diffusal. I mean, it's a pretty cost-efficient item in terms of damage. It's also nice to have this double Diffusal mana burn against the Morph, I guess. Don't hate it.
Do you think it's effective enough, though? 'Cause it's quite a bit of gold. Possibly get
What else
something
could he go for? Scotty? I think it's...
Well, I think
it needs
Scotty.
1 item before Scotty. Scotty feels like it's too much gold and too long, you know? I think this gives them a timing. Like, now he has this Diffusal, X has Blade Mail, Pango has Diffusal too, and you can kind of just go.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of a little bit of a throwback here, but do you ever remember TI9 Grand Finals when Thompson built a Diffusal Blade onto Gyrocopter and it was the mana burn?
Bristleback.
Yeah, on the Bristleback. Maybe it's that
Lane.
situation.
Hold up, ult. Alright, the Undying X duo not really working out here. Sumail's like, what up?
Yeah, they found
Oh,
a kill.
Sumail? Is he gonna go more? He wants more.
No, he'll get back. Don't be too greedy there on Sumail.
I need a player cam. Wonder why his reaction was that. Smoke from Execration. Looking to punish.
Pichu? They might find Pichu.
Do they want Pichu though?
Yeah, I don't think I would.
Pings on mid lane.
Or
TP
maybe
from
perhaps
Abeng. Oh, they
Sumail?
might get Sumail here.
Sumail? Maybe Sumail? Okay, they'll instantly go for Kakat. And Axe already committed the blink there. Tino, he will be on a killing spree.
That was pretty lucky. Definitely would have got Sumail if Kaka didn't run into them.
Yeah, it's a phrase that I like to say, task failed successfully right there. Tanking the gank, but not realizing that you tanked the gank. Oh. Meanwhile though, Bob
They find
and
Bob.
Pichu, they found each other. He's going to commit the Rolling Thunder here, Bob, and he does not.
Oh,
he doesn't have himself a TP.
The friend is over. And I was wondering what the second Rolling Thunder was. Just your boy Roshan going home.
They're going to go for the Roshan though. They know the Rolling Thunder's down. They think Pangolier has gone back to base and TP'd away, but he didn't have himself the TP at the time. Are they aware of this Roshan happening? I mean, Bob will get
What
back
can they
now.
do though? Else is in top lane. Sumail still chilling.
It's not good. It's not a good thing to fight into. This Roshan is
So
going to be
slow,
falling.
Execration.
They're going to use the smoke here. They are not going to get there in time, Adam. This is going to be a
Kaka's running
Roshan for
out.
Aster.
Trying desperately to break the smoke Kaka. They still won the fight though.
Maybe. They do a smoke
Not
of their
without
own.
the Gusa, I think.
Oh, and Bob's revealed himself. He's going to be searing chained up here. Do they have any more follow-up on Aster? Not in range to do so. Oh, never mind. Hookshot comes out onto Bob. Bob is going to be able to swashbuckle away, though, nonetheless. As now, Aster coming forward. They take down the tombstone. Ravage is ready with the blink.
Alright, Pipe and Aghanims for Monet is on the way. Pipe for XXS. Sage and Kaya complete on Sumail. Big timing here. Egg is in tow.
Don't know if they want to do anything now, because XXS has revealed himself on the mid, and Palos is away, so I don't know if Execration want to leave this. They kind of got mixed feelings right now, whether they want to defend this tier 2 or not. And they don't have 2 of their cores with them right now.
It looks like Aster doesn't want to force too much as well. Just when they TP stop. Might bump into Palos here. He does ping the Medusa.
Oh yeah, he does. Stealing the Medusa stats there, comes forward now. wants to try and take down the Medusa. Monet does.
Team is
But in comes a
coming.
rotation. XXS. He has himself the Ravage with the blink there. Meteor Hammer coming down as well. And Hookshot
Oh, the
can
call.
mount through this mana, but a Berserker's Call coming out to do that. Are they going to be able to take down Morphling? Yes, they are! Morphling will be taken out. And look at this. Palos is going to be able to survive with the Aegis of Immortality, bringing Monet back alive. Jumping forward along with some Nil as well. Wants to try and find Tino. Tino is indeed going to fall. Palos trying to get himself back is going to be slowed down there by the Gush as they want to go forward for more with this double damage onto Samil. They will be able to take down Pichu here.
Wants Palos so bad.
But Palos looks like he will be able to. Never
they?
mind. Look at the searing chain. Duration locking in Palos there. Doesn't have himself a
Palos,
lot of mana
he's
remaining.
solo,
Does
yes,
have
stick.
himself the magic wand waving forward. Got the adaptive strike there, but still not enough to take down this Medusa. Has now made perhaps they'll try and turn their attention onto Morphling. Monet, he's on his own. Waveform is indeed on cooldown. Can they melt this mana, Bob? He doesn't have himself enough mana, so is not going to further pursue here, because obviously, of course, they have to respect Samil in these backlines here, who still had himself that double damage.
I'm kind of worried for Aster. That was DD, Ember Spirit, Aegis, and a pretty okay initiation on the Dusa. Do they have damage to take down Dusa? There's no kisses, I guess. Kaka going for the Aghanim's. Interesting.
Maybe we need a damage item on Morphling. I think we were saying that here. I mean, I know you got yourself the stat steal from the Aghanims and, slow the attack speed, but that's around about it here on the Morphling. You really don't have much. Really need something like, the Skadi or something like a Daedalus to burst through this mana shield.
Speaking of Skadi, you look at Palos. He has it completed pretty much. 200 gold away. Execration looking like they're in a pretty good spot right now. This Medusa is coming online pretty nicely. Of course, Aster does have ways to deal with this hero. The Anchor Smash, the Morph.
I've just scouted out here, Adam. Kaka is indeed going for that Aghanims. So we'll be able to get the gobble up here with the Tide. That's going to be juicy.
I think it's more of a save for X. I actually don't understand why he's going for X.
Oh, Hookshot. Misses Tino. Tino blinks away. No opportunity to kill the Axe there. But it's kind of intriguing that they had themselves this Aegis. It felt like Aster were in a good place, but when they went to teamfight, it just felt like they didn't have enough damage. I mean, Samil even had a DD for crying out loud. So what do Aster need to do differently here, Adam, in order to win themselves a teamfight?
It's the initiation, right? Like, it was kind of rushed. You also need to watch out for Tino.
Yeah.
This call into Stone Gaze, when Palos, he has Networth now. His call into Stone Gaze is a free turn to Stone because you are always facing the Dusa, the X call. Something that they have to be very careful about.
Yeah, that Berserk is cool and scary.
Prefer CXXS not use Ravage for a single pickoff, instead keep it for a team fight. He has the Tendrils of the Deep now, picks up the shard, so it's not gonna need a pop Ravage that early anymore.
So what's the plan here for Aster? They're still hanging around bottom here. The tier 2 is still standing, but Success is going to try and push in here with the Meteor Hammer. And a Manta style being finished on Bob. Hashtag Universal Hero. I haven't seen a Manta though on the Pango in a while. Speaking of Execration though, they are smoked up. They want to defend this tier 2 tower. They have dealt some considerable damage to it, but Aster, they feel something's off. They will back themselves off a little bit. They have themselves a really nice observer ward here on the cliff.
I'm truly worried for Aster. I feel like the fights are getting harder. Once Tino has this BKB, Ravage doesn't really matter that much. I'll always be able to protect his Dusa, and Palos is always going to be in the front line here.
I mean, there's still a tier 1 tower standing on the mid lane. Execration, they are indeed going to go for that. Or actually, maybe perhaps a mill here. Maybe perhaps Tino's aware that Samil's farming. They did ping it out. They see the creeps are dead. Going to ping this camp now. Can they get the call? Oh no!
Close.
It's off.
Nobody's home.
Quite a
Moving.
passive situation now for both teams. Do you think that maybe perhaps this will be a wait out for the Roshan here, or are we waiting for some specific items?
Probably for Roche, right?
Yeah.
I think not a real reason for any team to fight right now. Monet really wants this Scotty. Sumail does have the eggs, so he wants...
Oh yeah, they're going to go for Shanks here. He's actually going to telekinesis himself away. This shard on Rubik. One of the best saves in the game. Pretty OS frog right there, Adam.
Good name's complete on Sumail. Arcane Rune too. It's a bit hungry for pickoffs.
Oh, they smoke up. The only person that they could possibly find here is Shanks, but he's gone.
Execration's out of there.
Pretty much a smoke wasted. Just buying time here for the Medusa, who, look at this, Palos. He's overtaken here Monet on the Morphling. Has the Eye of Skadi now. Going a Silver Edge. Silver Edge really going to help,
Sumail.
especially against the Tide.
Oh, can they get Sumail?
Oh, Tino. Tino with the call. Does catch Sumail, but there's no follow-up. Snatches the regen. Roshan spawning up in possibly 30 seconds. So we'll see possibly either team want to do something here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, that arrived just in time there, Tino. Gonna get a BKB.
Smoke from Aster.
Oh, but look at this!
Sees the Rubik.
Samil, this is some aggressive play here, coming forward, and the gobble up there, it does connect onto two. They have found themselves the Medusa, the Multimus Kiss is coming out now. They will find themselves Shanks. Palos
Tino
will
goes
still
on
live
Monet.
through it all. Meanwhile, though, look at that. Tino trying to catch himself. Monet there will survive, but Kaka will not. It's now the Rolling Thunder. Stunning in place Pichu, who's slowed down there by the Scaddy, will fall. They're stunning Gorps and Mill as well. Gonna try and escape, but the Ravage there onto Free. Can they potentially turn it around here on Aster? As Monet tries to lay in the damage,
fight this, Monet. Oh
the stone gates
no!
as well. They've locked in place. Monet is gonna fall here with. Look at that, they're stolen! Tendrils of the Deep from the Rubik there. Shanks actually stunning up Morphling to stop him from waveforming away.
And this X, dude, he actually got such a big call onto Monet, but Bob dropped the swashbuckler and he got disarmed, so he couldn't hit the blade mail. Otherwise, Monet might have just died much earlier. And Aster, how do you fight into this right now? Medusa feels so unkillable. Oh, another catch. Troy XXX in.
Okay, that is a nice catch on Tadu. Berserker's call is there, so Mill comes in with the Remnant. Will find the kill there onto Tino. In return, hook shot there from Pichu. He's going to try and escape here. Will not survive. Bob will find him there with the swashbuckler. In return, Shanks in the backlines. Will fall from Samil. Maybe perhaps he wants to go for more. Doesn't have himself any more remnants, but nonetheless, is going to go forward for Bob there. He does have himself some escapes. Rolling Thunder, coming off cooldown as well, but doesn't have the Aghanim shard. There's the
nice
tendrils at the deep, stunning up Bob, and the Searing Chains as well. Nowhere to run, nowhere to roll. Taken out, triple kill for Samil.
Samil's angry. Was a fight without the Morphling too. Very nicely done.
He's looking for that Octarine core now on the Ember. Reduce them cooldowns, output more magical damage on the Ember. An XXS. He's wanting to get himself a Sheepstick. Cypher Vice. They scout out the Roshan as well. They're going to take themselves a second Roshan out.
This looks pretty free. Waves are really good. Execution, no real way to contest this.
Radiant are scanning.
They do scan it out though, but I don't think they're going to get there in time. It's a difficult situation once again, but Aster, they definitely need this Aegis, especially either on Monet or Samil here. I think most definitely Monet is their center of attention right now for Tino. They will give it to the Morphling. So Morphling with an Aegis once again, opting to go for that Scaddy. Almost finished it now as well.
Aster might not actually expect Execration to be set up here.
Fairly close to each other. And Palos wants to go for a Moonshard here on Medusa. Melt as much mana as possible, I guess, from this diffuser.
Yeah, it's also a deal with the attack speed steal, right, from Monet.
Yeah.
Gives him a slot to eat Aegis if he needs it later.
And soon to be an Agnims as well for the Pangolier. So Bob going to be getting himself the extra swashbuckle damage during the Rolling Thunder. Pichu scouted out. Still don't want to do anything with this Aegis right now. They don't have themselves enough information, Aster. There's ult, Samil. Is he going to be scouted out here? He's revealed himself. They come forward there with the Berserker's Call as well on the blade mail. But is he going to be able to avoid the Rolling Thunder? Yes, he is. He's going to be able to render it away. Meanwhile, they're going to turn right now onto Tino. Tino in trouble, activating that BKB, but it'll not be enough to save him. He will fall. It's now Bob. He has actually cancelled his TP here. Interestingly, they'll want to try and fight. There's a Ravage, though, coming out onto 2. They have caught in place the Medusa. Medusa definitely in trouble here. Is he going to be able to get the Stone Gaze off in time? Yes, they are. Palos is going to try his best now to escape. Is revealed there by the Dust of Appearance. Huchop coming out here from Pichu. Is going to try and turn it around, Palos. With, look at that, the Mystic Snake bringing back the mana, still trying to stay into it, but finally will melt through that mana shield. Is going to fall, they lose 2 here, possibly 3 as Samil wants to try and find himself more, has eaten the cheese here, trying to find Shanks, but the Searing Chain rooting in place 2. They will take down the Rubik, go for more now. Rooting in place Bob with the Mystic Snake, stolen there from Monet. But Bob, is he going to be able to get into the base? No, look at that! Oh, absolutely beautiful there from Kaka. The gobble up. Stunning in place, Bob.
I was questioning this Aghanims on Kaka, but I think it's won them the game. The throw on Monet onto Tino. Going for the kill on Sumil. Stacking the call with the Rubik with not enough damage. Dusa not there as well. Man, game's looking really good for Aster all of a sudden. Pichu, is he gonna find Abeng? He does.
It was just a bad initiation. Like they were having themselves some good fights here, Execration, but now it's Aster who get themselves the upper hand here. They're the ones to come in with the initiations. Meanwhile, a lovely attribute shift there from Monet, right on the money. Is going to force Tino to get back. They won't get the kill onto the Morphling. Will still keep intact that Aegis. Meanwhile, though, Abeng is found in the trees here, all the way on the right-hand side of the map. Does have the buyback available. Can they get themselves the melee racks, though, in time? Doesn't look like they can. Is Tino coming in here for another call? They're going to try and attempt to find the kill there, but a lovely save. But stunned up there is just able to get the gobble up there in time. Lovely save there from Kaka. XXS is going to TP along with Samil as well. That was a lovely save. Kaka coming through with all the skills with this gobble up.
Try to give the man his heroes, man. Gobble up is stolen though. This is a Aetherlance Psychic Headband gobble up from Shanks.
Oh my god. How what's the range on that?
It's pretty damn far. I mean, it's not far, but it's like half of your spellcasting range. It's just still nice for a save.
Yeah,
also, very interesting. Abeng has no bunker this game. I feel like the Shard on Undying's been a big reason why he's such a hot pick.
Rubik's going to be able to fire someone into the fountain from the river. Cypher Vice, though, now picked up on XXS.
Aghanims on Bob.
Yeah,
Tino going for a refresher.
Tino is? Oh, so he is?
Yeah, wants the double BKB, double call, double blade mill. I respect that. I feel like once his BKB ends, fight's just... he's dead and the fight's over, you know? He's like, really, they're only stunned.
Yeah.
Unless Bob can get a really nice roll off.
They still have themselves this Aegis, and Monet does have himself a Daedalus. That Aegis has just expired. He's wanting to go for the Satanic here. It's not the best item against Medusa, because you're not able to heal back, right? From Mana Shield, it depends upon the damage that you deal, right?
Yes.
Oh, though, hook shot onto a Beng. Meanwhile, though, the stolen gobble up there.
The gobble up save
is
again.
Going to fall. Palos is going to commit the Stone Gaze there. they don't have themselves enough damage here on Execration, as they will find Shanks. Palace is going to be able to TP away.
Can't deal with Sumail though. Sumail just soloing the back lines. With the rocket flare, the kisses. Just so hard for Execration to fight. They can't kill the front of Aster. Tino struggling to find the call.
Now a Ravage. Oh, it comes out there onto 3, but a Berserker's Call in return. They're catching 2. As they may have found themselves the Medusa. They have indeed. I mean, XXS will pay the price for that. Sumail in the backlines as well. Finding Shanks and Gobble up there onto the Clockwork as well. Hooks, look at that, Bob's dead! Bob taken out there by the Scatter Blast. Kaka comes out again with another Gobble up.
Yeah, that's game.
It seems like it. No buybacks. Tino can get a lovely call, but look at that. The attribute shift once again from Monet. And cleaned up by the Scatter Blast. Buyback is available.
Yeah, the Shard, the Mask, the Titan Sliver, just too much. Sumail's been too much, dude. Look at him. Goodbye, Alvin.
Oh, he did? Wait, he didn't actually able to get his blink off there. It was actually cancelled.
Yeah, the rocket flare.
Oh.
Hit you. Don't mess with the ball.
Well, they realize they don't. Do they want to commit this or not? I mean, Sumail, he's coming back to heal up. He will be back soon. Monet doesn't have the Satanic, actually. They will find one tier 4, second one ready. They don't have themselves a glyph. Can they defend in time? Tino, what's he going to do? Where's he gone? He's CP'd back. Who's he going to go for here? Man. Oh no, they're going to cancel his blink now. Now there's no way to initiate onto them. Look at them, destroying them in the fountain. Tino so low, Ancient gone. Game 1 is going to be going to Aster here. Coming out on top with a 30k net worth lead. They will take game 1 out of this series.
Execration looked like they were crawling their way back into the game at some point. But Sumail just had way too much net worth. The fights were so hard for Shanks and Abing, especially since Ember Spirit constantly on them. No one to really protect them. Tino always had to go for the call in the course, where Palos was, where Bob was.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, Execration, they were onto something there. They were able to get themselves some really nice Berserker's Call. We saw the synergy of not only the Stone Gaze and the Berserker's Calls, but Aster, they were able to actually come on top here and get themselves the initiation, because not only were they relying on Ravage, now they had themselves a second and third initiation. You know, you had yourself the hook shot and Kaka coming out again with the Mortimer's Kisses, and then the Tendrils of the Deep, which is like a mini Ravage. So actually able to have a massive effect here with the Gobble Up. I gotta say, Kaka did really, really well to enable his team here, and I think he deserves an honorable MVP for this game.
It's between him and Sumail. I feel like Sumail carried pretty damn hard this game.
I mean, yeah.
Solo kill in the mid lane, the fights just taking over the fights. I think Kaka played really well too, though, don't get me wrong. Both of them definitely 1 and 2 MVP-wise.
Like, Monet was down, and he got himself a triple kill underneath his tier 2, tier 3 tower as well, didn't he? Sumail was popping off.
Yeah, man's just... I mean, this is the last pick Ember here. Another nice thing I forgot to mention about Ember is that when you play against Undying Tombstone, every time you slide, you actually slide all the zombies. So you kind of clear the Tombstone zombies, and you do proc Maelstrom on it, which is kind of cool.
Man, I am learning something new every day from you. My gosh, Adam. Actual big break. I didn't know that. Unless you've just seen that and like picked that up and you actually learned it yourself.
I think Mushi or Miron told me last time. I don't remember actually. Someone told me about it.
Fair enough. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for a short break. Stay tuned because we will be back with Execration versus Team Aster for Game 2. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you to conclude the third series of the day.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still. decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay. If time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, to stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game. I repeat, we have a game. We have a game. The game is coming up very, very shortly now. We will get to have game 2 of Execration versus Team Aster. Adam, what did you do in your break, sir? What did you do?
Man, I had myself a nice hot dog.
Okay.
I also tried to go into the server about 15 times. Together with you.
Yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. But we do have a game, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, thank the Lord, we can bless upon you this great game coming in now. Game 2. It better be a good one. Team Aster versus Execration. Game 2. We're back. We're back. As let's see what is banned. I bet both teams are really itching to get some Dota. They get themselves the Lion here, and they ban out Enchantress and Brood on the other side of Execration. They ban themselves out Timber and Storm. Clockwork will get picked up once again. And what will we see with that? An Enigma. Oh, they really want to give us a good game. After waiting that long, and Medusa will come out here for Team Aster.
What's this first pick Lion? It's the Kaka Lion, man.
Hey,
priority.
We've seen how good Lion is, Adam. We've seen especially how good it is as position 4. You get yourself a blink, you are a menace. Instant Hex can lock down someone for I think around about 6 or 7 seconds with your Earth Spike and your Hex. Pretty mad.
It's not a very popular hero right now, but it is Kaka. Kaka is the Lion. He's the Lion. Meta don't matter, patch don't matter, he's playing Lion. Aster will take away the Medusa this time in response to Enigma. Lane's pretty okay. You're good at shooting down Eidolons. In the game, it's pretty nice because when you pop Stone Gaze, it's really hard to get a Black Hole. You actually need to blink behind the Dusa and Black Hole that way, otherwise you get caught by Stone Gaze, which is pretty hard as Enigma.
Yeah, that sounds to be pretty difficult. Do you think Enigma will have an alright time? Because usually he needs to push someone out of lane with his Eidolons, but especially with the fact that Medusa can easily kill them, of course, with the Mystic Snake. And Lion is here as well. Do you think Enigma's going to have an okay time, or do you think he's going to have a pretty rough time here?
His Lion's probably the post 4, right? So Aster still has this post 5 to pick, which is why we see the bans from Execration, Silencer, and ET removed. Just trying to make the lane less hard for Undying. Sorry, for Aster here. I think Undying still is pretty good for Execration. Enigma obviously one of the more okay heroes against Undying, but with the new decay, you actually do kill Eidolons, and every time you drop Tombstone and with the grenade, Enigma kind of dies. We also have Bunker Save for Black Hole now, courtesy of 7.33.
Dire team pick.
And looking further at the bans here, Morphling and Ember Spirit that we saw in Game 1 will be banned out. Execration not wanting to go against some mill on the Ember. In return, Execration... Well, actually, Aster, they did pick themselves up the Morphling as well, but they'll actually ban it. They don't want to give the Morphling away.
Was their Dusa counter? Shoes on the other foot now, Aster. Pretty nice bans, good protection. Jakiro, wow.
That's a
Not
solid
a hero we
support.
see too often. I wonder if Festal is just Rubik here. Not the strongest of laners, but Clockwork, Enigma, and Jakiro. Rubik looks pretty nice. Another option they can go for is something to just secure a Dusa lane. Dying again.
5 seconds remaining.
Ench.
It is a solid support though, right, Jakiro?
Yeah, it's pretty okay. He's just a bit clunky, and Deal Breath is hard to use in fights.
Like really good lane dominance on the hero, but eventually it does drop off. I feel like you do need to get this Aghanims pick up if you are wanting to deal damage in the kind of middle stage, late stage of the game.
Yeah. It's some nice AoE for a black hole, right? So you get wherever it's in black hole, you just drop macropyre on top. You know, clockwork hook someone, cogs, you get macropyre on top. It's just nice damage, decent lane.
They do have some nice setup here, though, with Enigma. So, like, they won't have to fully initiate with the Black Hole first. They have themselves Ice Path, they have themselves Hookshot, but Rubik comes out for Team Aster. There is some lovely spells to steal.
I think it's also in anticipation of our Beastmaster pick, the Jakiro. So Jakiro is good against the Beastmasters that play Boar. Because this Beast Dusa is something we see very commonly. It also gives you a BKB cancel, right? Against the Roar. Sorry, against the Black Hole. Oh my. One of those days. Can't get anything right.
With Morphling banned, what type of carry will Execration want to pick up here? Especially against the Medusa.
You want some natural diffusal buyer, if anything. I think Monkey King is something that I could see Execration going for.
Remember when Juggernaut used to get it, and he's the one for like a quick butterfly as well?
I think Terrorblade's one of the better heroes as well. Execration have run it before. Not sure if they'll run it again. Faceless Void is okay.
Actually, Faceless Void, if it gets to late game, can actually solo Chrono the Medusa. But then you would have a lot to rely on here. I feel like they need a carry that can work well in the early stage, so then there's not a lot of pressure on Enigma's shoulders. Because I feel like if this is going to be a passive one, especially with the heroes that they have on Aster, I feel like Aster can just pull and win this game too here.
I like Faceless Void. Not sure what they'll go for. I think it's not really about crawling a Dusa, but Dusa has a hard time sticking onto you. Like you get to kite around the fights. Dusa wants to just stand there and hit you.
True.
Monkey King got a bit harder to pick. Are there any mid heroes? Wind Ranger?
When did we used to start seeing this Mars come out as well? Because Mars was never picked up originally. People did say it was quite an uncommon pick. It wasn't meta, but now all of a sudden he's starting to come out loads. What can you tell us about that?
I don't remember who started playing it. I know FBZ played it when he went to Secret. I think it's also because of the Ring of Health nerf. Like these ring heroes were like everything, right? Like Vanguard into Octarine off lanes, and then the ring got nerfed, so these double bracer heroes got a bit more playable because Ring of Health and double bracer are both equally awful right now.
Yeah.
Then you have more Chinese teams. Chinese teams love their Mars. Dude was new. There you go. LGD new. That was the Mars man who brought back Mars. It's just always been a very, I don't want to say Chinese hero, but Chinese teams love the Mars, right? And it's kind of an easy pick, strong lane. Love the carries in the patch are not the best against Mars right now.
Ooh, and a Queen of Pain ban here. Does that give away a little bit of information as to what Team Aster want to pick up? Do they want a Bat Rider?
Probably Storm.
A Storm?
I would think Storm. Sumail hero. Mango's already banned. Snapfire ban. I respect that.
Especially with last game. Gobble up with Mars Arena. Or gobble up with Medusa firing her into an arena.
Alright, you know what? Give me the Sumail Rubik.
Mid lane Rubik. Sumail. I can see
I feel
that.
like Aster's probably gonna Lash here. Against Larka and Anima.
We will see.
Lash or Storm, I guess.
Well, they actually banned out the Bat Rider, Aster did as well. As well as the Quap.
Yes, every time. Oh, Storm is banned in the first two. My bad. Still a Lash in the pool, but I haven't seen Aster run the Lash without the IO. I feel like they always run the IO with the Lash.
I mean, Timbersaw's banned as well. Ember Spirit's gone. Pangalier's gone. There's a lot of mids in the pool, which you usually pick up quite a bit. And they are out. I mean, what can either side go? trying to have a think, actually, what mid lane is. There's a potential to get Puck, but I don't know if they need troll. I think Puck's not too good for both teams. Unless it sets up for Black Hole.
You definitely want something that doesn't get threatened by the supports on Execration. It's a bit of a mobile hero. Void Spirit?
Yeah, there's Void Spirit.
I feel like the hero's dead. No one's really playing the hero right now.
No, especially with the nerfs on the base damage, I think, as well.
Team Aster's
Viper? Yeah, Puck got banned, actually.
Probably not. What's this male hero here? I would just think it's Slash.
There's a Primal Beast. There's a Primal Beast available.
Sumail play Primal Beast?
Dire team pick.
What's it going to be? Earthshaker? Ground Mover? Comes out for Team Aster here. Oh, snazzy.
How's Execration respond to this? Some range hero will bully him in the lane. You definitely don't want to pick a melee here.
10 seconds remaining.
Qualp and
No,
Bat
you
are
do not.
banned.
5 seconds remaining.
Tough pick for Bob. I feel like he wanted something like a Void Spirit. But now you're picking it into Earthshaker. Do you really want to do that? Also low-key hoping that this is a Sumail, Rubik, and a +4 Shaker.
We will see. Execration, they got 10 seconds. What is getting picked up? It's a TA.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Do you not think this is greedy at all?
I think it's greedy, but I also think it's hard to pick something that loses its lane.
Right.
So it's a pretty good TA game in the sense that it's hard to kill the TA right, on their heroes. So if you do well in lanes and you can actually play the map, then you get away with greed. And I think Execration does have the potential to do that with their draft.
What lane do you think we'll see quite a lot of action in, and what team do you think maybe perhaps will come out on top here? I'm seeing quite a bit of greediness here from Execration, as I've said. I feel like Team Aster, with especially some of their picks, I think they can do some damage. I think Mars has a good chance to actually push away Palos here on the Slark, with the fact that you do have yourself Rubik on the... Oh no, it's okay, it's Lion as position 4. So Mill is mid with the Earthshaker.
Definitely favoring Aster here, but draft-wise, I feel like Execration can definitely run away with the lanes.
You think?
Yeah, I'm not sure how this Jakiro Slug lane is gonna go though. Slug against Mars Lion sounds really hard. This was the OG Chinese lane, Mars Lion. It's so, dude, for real, it's so hard. It's so hard to... It's hard to CS. You get God's Rebuke, you get Spirit, you get Impaled, Mana Drain.
Wait a minute.
Oh no, Roshan.
Oh no, Roshan killed the game.
Roshan.
Oh no. Oh God. What's happened? What's happened, Adam? You're our analyst.
I believe we need the teams to kill Roche so we can get our game back.
Oh, I can hear some connection noises.
No. My game in-game is dead. Help. No, India servers. We were just messing around.
we got a game back. We eventually got... Wait. Are the players missing? Oh, there's one player missing.
A little bit of lag. That's really all it is.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Now...
It's just a stress test, that's all.
Yeah, now close your eyes and say, please be able to reconnect.
There's small leaps. No, don't go. Don't go, Samil. Samil missing. Don't go. Yeah, here he is. On the shaker. Ground mover. He's here.
There you got the voice down.
I know, yeah. Right, here we go. There we go. We're all okay, ladies and gentlemen. We had a little blip. We got a little bit scared. But we're back with the game now. Game 2 will get underway, finally, as we have ourselves Execration versus Aster for this best of 2. Getting some pretty cheeky picks coming out here. Rubik and Enigma on either side. We're going to see black holes from both sides. So I am really, really excited for this game. How about yourself, Adam? What are you intrigued? What pulls your attention in this game?
This Sumail Earthshaker.
Sumail Earthshaker.
Sumail Earthshaker. Into Clockwork. No cares. Just wanted to make Execration's draft weird. Kind of did Execration going for a bit of a greedier lineup here. TA Slark Enigma. If this Clockwork does not win bottom lane, they are going to be sad.
They are. They'll be mega sad. Mega sad. Do you want to be even sadder? This game dies now. I don't want it to die. I don't want it to die. We've got a good game here.
Whose watcher is this that Kaka is standing on? Isn't it Execration's watcher? Am I crazy?
I'm not sure. No, I think it's Radiance. I think the colors are a bit messed up. I've noticed that in some of my games. And there's not going to be any contest for Bounty Runes there. It seems like it's just going to be 2 and 2 to either side. And there we go. So lane of attention. I'm looking at this top lane here.
I'm telling you, man, this Chinese Mars Lion. Don't play around.
I mean, Jakiro and Slark as well. You know, Dual Breath and... Oh, actually, Palos here not going the Orb of Venom. I'm starting to see this pick up quite a bit here. You know, the three iron branches and a magic one.
It's just sufficient to have like super high stats, right? It's the most value for money. Especially with being able to eat the double regen from Tango now. Give me more. Abeng has 3 sentries, goddamn. He does not want them to pull. Kaka will get the D-ward on the first one. Is he? No, he put the sentry RA Kaka.
Just about.
It's alright, it's alright. He's been on a hiatus. Meanwhile, mid lane Bob. In the meld on Sumail, chonks back.
Early level 1 enchant totem. Wait until it's maxed.
Yeah, but you have refraction.
You do
so
have
don't
refraction.
care. So it's a good pick. He's owning CS wise though, Sumail. Kinda bullying Bob on the TA here.
Oh wow. Oh wait, fish it,
Fisher
fish it.
He does.
Oh, he blocks. Oh no, Bob. There's no detection.
No, stay there, Sumail. The rune's coming out anyway.
Wait, is he gonna stay here?
Oh, the drum.
Keep on,
Bob?
enchant totem.
Dude, how long can you wait here?
No more mana, no more mana. Maybe he's gonna bait.
The career, the bottle, the bottle. He got his bottle, Bob.
He got the courier.
Oh, the stun.
Another one.
No, I thought Bob was gonna get the rune for the career trade. Sumail, let's get the bottle water rune. Another one I got for him.
They may have found the Jakiro. They have done indeed. Jakiro taken out, slowed down there by the blood grenade. Get the kill top. And meanwhile on the bottom, they may find Rubik as well. He's actually alright here. Uh-oh.
Like...
Surely not. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, Pichu getting a little bit too close for comfort there. Does need to regen up. This game continues. Top lane, Abeng is going to push away Kaka. But Palos is pretty low as well. Doesn't have any tangos. Has to be careful.
Yes,
no
stick charges.
No God's Rebuke. Yeah, has the 1 charges.
Abeng's just chasing Kaka here.
Yeah, Abeng's going to push away the lion.
He's angry, dude.
Uh-oh. Healing self cancelled though there onto Palos, but no mana for the spear. Now finally got some mana. God, this top lane's really pushing it. Mid lane, however, CS. Actually in some Mill's favour here, believe it or not. Both of them level 4.
I don't think TA pressures Surfshaker from farming, because you get like this aftershock last hits, right? And then you have deny with Enchant Totem.
Oh, they found the slot top. They got themselves a Earth Spike there.
Didn't even use the Hex. It's got caught off guard. Palos did not press his one charges. Kaka Lion, man.
Yeah, you got to be hot on the draw, especially if you're playing sneaky games like this, playing low. Still a Beng trying to push away Kaka. So Mill's going to bottle himself a Water Rune. But this is the thing on this top lane. Every time Palos wants to try and get some Essence Shift here onto the Mars, Monstrous proceeds to return there with...
Bot lane, Shanks. Lifted back. There's the Lotus.
He may be dead. Hiding in the trees. Will attempt to run away. The Cogs actually project Pichu forward, but no mana available for a Fade Bolt. So Shanks is going to be able to get away safely. Meanwhile, Kaka will fall, though, by the hand of a Beng. But a Beng being pushed into the tower with the spear. And it will be a trade here as XXS gets the final physical attack.
Alo still CSing pretty well up here, but the death definitely hurting him.
Oh, rotation from Kaka. Gonna try and fish a block Bob in. Rotation from a Beng as well.
This is a hard kill.
Yeah, so Mill will respect that, back himself off a slight bit. Almost level 6 though. And then maybe perhaps a Mill can catch Bob off guard without a refraction. And get a maybe Echo Slam within the middle of the creeps. There's a possibility. Not meanwhile though. Shakiro being found out again. A Beng, nowhere to run. Body blocks there by Kaka. Is found by the Mars. XXS. He's on a killing spree. As Kaka with a Earth Spike. Bob committing the meld there. They want to try and burst through this TA now. There's the Fade Bolt. Fisher block. Not allowed up the stairs, Bob. You are denied, however. Going to turn the attention onto Kaka. Kaka has to be very careful here. Has another Earth Spike ready. Don't want to turn that back around. So Mill with no Echo Slam yet. Still around about 50 to 80 XP off.
Aster coming out of this laning phase ahead ever so slightly. It's top lane really. XXS the winner from all this. As the phase boots now bullying Palos.
Yeah, has to leap away.
Oh, Echo Slam in lane, Sumail.
Oh, the Fisher as well. They don't have detection though. Bob has the refraction in 1 more second. May perhaps be able to turn it around and take down Sumail. They will do indeed. Is Bob going to use the meld, but the Fade Bolt claims the life of the TA. It will be a trade. But a rotation from Shanks as well, going to try and help take down Pichu. Caught within the cogs. Here's Kaka now going to try and get a kill of his own. Won't be enough to take down Shanks. So it'll be a 2-for-1 here with both supports rotating in, but this leaves the side lane somewhat free.
It was pretty ambitious Echo Slam from Sumail. Almost got Bob, but probably needed to wait for Pichu.
Tino not having the greatest of times in regards to last hits, but denies. Boy, oh boy, he's on 20. 20 denies. Telekinesis there. Oh, locking in Bob. Bob in some trouble. Wait, so Mill actually hit a creep there with the Enchant Totem. We'll still be able to stay right on top
he hit
of
a
Bob.
trap.
The slow. Oh my god, Bob's escaped. Bob is alive.
I don't know if that was intentional, but mercy shown by the king. Bob will get a shield now as well. This is a lot of fighting in this lane, man.
There is.
Oh, Daddy's here though, XSS.
3-man dual breath though, the arena coming out. Pichu is gone. They're going to try and turn their attention onto Bob. Bob will fall. Is Shanks in trouble as well? He will run to the stairs, but the ice path's there to
can you get it?
give him some breathing room, but the Fisher connects, and it's not enough to take him out. Survives on 20 HP.
So much pressure towards the mid lane. Constant battles. It's not what TA wants. While not having a good time here. And who's supposed to come in to help? Is it Palos and the Slark, Tino and the Enigma? These heroes are not coming anytime soon.
Just constant fighting right now.
Tino actually went for a helm. Not a very common build, but something we see to help pressure buildings.
Still, Kaka and Pichu hanging around on this mid lane once again. Just protecting some Mill here. What's some Mill got on a courier on the way? He's got himself an Ogre Axe.
Oh, Aghanim's Rush?
It's a possibility.
Opting not to go for a dagger. I like that because Mars is going for a blink, right? And you don't need this double blink, so choosing a scale. Ooh, look at this stack.
Smell's going to enjoy farming that. Level 4 Aftershock.
Bot lane, Palos moving in on Monet.
They're trying it to.
He wants to go. Shanks is here as well.
Pounce is there.
Pretty deep commitment.
They're trying to mount the mana. There's no
He
stone
misses
gaze
the
available,
fair.
but a black hole onto 2. It's got the Medusa and the Mars. So I'll turn it around there, Execration.
Mills coming in with a big creep wave.
A hook shot as well onto Pichu. He still survives though. Samil with the Fisher. Wants to try and get the enchant totem. Shanks is still alive. Will be found though there by Samil. Will be a 2 for 1.
Tornado.
Maybe perhaps a 3 for 1. Will be indeed. Tino wants to get the kill there onto Pichu. It's Execration that's amping up the pressure.
For the bomb.
So they go for
He
Samil.
wants it. Execration, they don't want to go in.
Oh, Echo Slam attempt, but Samil dead. Controlled there.
Oh,
It's now
they see
Monet. He's in some trouble again, being slowed down by the dual breath. 36% movement slow, no mana remaining, but Kaka comes in with the save of the Hex there. Going to try and escape, but
They're
there's
not stopping.
another Sonic Trap and a dual breath, but they don't want to dive this tier 2. Monet will survive.
Costly miss on the spear by XXS. Let's Tino get off the black hole. Let him and Monet go down there. Finding some momentum, Execration. Tino and Bob both top 2 in net worth right now.
So what's the plan for
Tino's
Samil? Is he
committing.
going? Yeah, he is going in Aghanim's. He is going in Aghanim's. Wonder if he
Tino's
can
committing to this Helm of the Overlord 2 build. What they're offering next? I guess one thing, an item to play with the Deso TA, go Saber Slaughter.
Yeah, possibly.
Probably enough.
Found themselves a Mars. Mars locked in place there. Hook shot will be committed as well in order to secure that kill onto XXS. Want a double damage on the river.
Stolen trap though.
Denies it. Bob coming forward. The ice path will connect there onto Pichu. That's a dead Rubik.
It just feels like Aster can't really fight into Execration right now.
I actually never realized how kind of a little bit flamey that TA taunt is. You kill someone and then you can clap right in front of them.
It's the seal clap, right?
Yeah.
At least it doesn't make the sound, you know. Like, oh, oh.
So all 3 cores now on the side of Execration up in this net worth here. What can Aster do to change this situation around? Well, Medusa needs to farm up. There's a hook shot on the mid lane as well underneath this tier 1, and they may have found themselves Pichu once again. They will indeed, along with a tier 1 middle tower as well.
Yeah, so just trying to drag for XXS to get his dagger. At least Sumil's also one component away from Aghanim's. Oh, the stack though. Chang scouts it out. Monet's taking it.
Ooh. Yeah, they really want to try and contest this. Even Bob's here. Oh, but ready. Maybe perhaps a mill with the Echo Slam. Doesn't have any way of actually coming forward. The finger will be committed. Shanks will fall. And Monet will still be able to get those stacks there. So somewhat they do push back Execration there on the side of Aster. They do all right.
Yeah, not too bad. They lose the clockwork, but they do force Aster to leave the bot side and mid of the map to protect their ancients. Still a win for Aster though.
And a blink here
What's
for
Bob
the
going
team.
for?
He went for a blink.
Alright, aggression time. Helm 2, blink, going for the shard next. Just wants to kill supports, I guess, with his item build. Not wanting to go for the BKB instead. The shard is the cheaper option. How's Kaka doing? Going for the 4 stuff, so no blink coming out. XXS does have his though.
He does have himself the blink.
Aster, they look like they'll smoke here, but I don't know if the TA trap caught that. They want Tino.
Not sure it did,
Will
you
they
know. It doesn't
get
look
Tino?
like it.
Radiant are scanning.
As all this
On
smoke's going to
Tino.
break. XXS scouting out the Enigma. Arena and the Spear, along with Malefice as well, just stunned up in place.
Oh, his hands lifted right there. Wanted to get the black hole. His team's coming in.
It's now Execration.
Oh, nice bling, XXS.
Yeah, they do attempt to try and avenge their fallen Enigma, but Aster, they'll pick up a kill, and they will escape to safety. As meanwhile, Samil almost completing this Aghanim's now. Just going to buy the point booster here from the secret shop with his courier. But look at that, they find another kill once again here onto Pichu. That's his 6th death here on the Rubik.
Yeah, pick not working out so far. Palos goes for the defusal with his nighttime timing. Really strong spike for Execration. Any 4 staffs on Aster? We do have 1 on Kaka coming out real soon, so a bit of a saving grace.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's
I
middle
think
tower
Bob's
is
got
under
he's got the shard coming in now, yeah. Sonic traps, we're able to apply a silence here for those traps.
That's really nice at helping him kill their supports. Cost efficient. Gives you more traps as well, so more vision on the map. Execration feel like they're in a pretty good spot right now.
Samil wanted to go for a BKB now next as well. XSS, they've just pinged up. Maybe perhaps they want to go on the hunt.
Oh, this is
They're
dangerous.
all together
Alvin.
here. XSS, they get a Fisher there onto 2. They've put both of the supports. An Ice Path comes out there, but a Benga
Oh,
just
Ice Path
deleted the finger. Is it going to claim the life here at Clockwork? Yes, it is. The Black Hole though will come out in return here, locking in place Samil. Samil may be in trouble, being silenced up here. He is still alive, however. Will
I'm
jump
not sure he's
forward
in trouble.
with the Enchant Totem. He's still alive, and look at this. He will finally fall. They won't be able to get the kill on
Pulse
Tino. They
in the
finally
back
will
line.
with the Earth Spike, but in return a buyback coming here from Shanks. It's now the TP there from XSS is cancelled by the hook shot of Shanks. As they found themselves a 3 for a 3, but a buyback from Shanks coming forward to try and
Palos
find
gonna get
more.
defusal here.
As the Diffusal Blade and the Dart Pact will cancel out that Ice Path there.
Oh, can they get him?
Medusa still trying to lay in
They
the damage.
want him
Monet,
so
he
bad.
does not have himself the Stone Gaze. He
Hey,
may
Monet
fall
here,
here.
Monet. One
Oh,
hit.
but another stolen Ice Path.
There's a
Monet's
pounce.
still alive. Maybe perhaps they can pounce and go for more. They will. Monet gone.
Radiant's top tower is
But in
under
return, here comes Samil.
Oh, Samil.
Not able to get into position there with the jump of the Enchant Totem. Execration just getting away here with invading the side of Aster's map and getting themselves some really good results.
Top lane. Samil.
Oh my god.
The dunk onto Shank. That's a dieback for the bubble.
It is. He just got dunked on. There's Palos on the other hand.
Get Pichu.
Trying to
It's
go
a
for
huge kill.
Pichu
He
once
gets Ice
again.
Path.
Samil is ready. But has to be careful of Palos, because look at that damage. He has himself 22 stacks, 66 agility. What are you gonna do, Samil? You are gonna run! And will actually be found there by Tino, interestingly. I'm not sure if that was the Malefice. And Pichu taken out once again.
Execration looking good right now. Aster, even Monet going down. Aster is not really able to hold a map. Shaker pick not paying off just yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Itemization from Bob too. This shard, we see it come into play. It's really nice. Nighttime start. Running around Execration. It's pressing their advantage. Gonna go for Roche here.
Yeah, that silence really does help with the Personic Trappers. Now they get the Agnims as well for slot. So they have themselves the double pounce. They'll head themselves now towards the Roshan and just look at it melt there with the meld by the hands of Bob.
He actually goes for a Chrysalis and has the Deso queued up now. I see this quite often actually. I wonder why people just don't go Deso straight up. It's more cost efficient to get Chrysalis, I think.
I think so. I mean, I like Chrysalis. I think it's a cheap early item though. I mean, what was it? 1,950 gold?
2150?
I'll take that.
1950. You are correct. Winner.
Look, if I was not a carry, then you could shame me for that.
Top lane, they know Palos is not here when it's running up.
Oh yeah, oh nice arena! Locking in place Tino. Tino does not have himself a black hole here. It's on cooldown for 5 seconds. It's now the Stone Gaze coming out there, the telekinesis as well. Locking in place Enigma. Enigma is gone. Aster, they'll turn it around here, but they have committed quite a lot of ultimates here. Perhaps they don't want to fight anymore. They will be more than happy to get a kill there onto Tino.
Palos has the Mage Slayer now. Disassembled his Echo Saber for the Aghanims and now completes the Mage Slayer. So a bit more tanky. Oh, Execration smoke out.
They have.
Gonna find XXS here.
BKB on XSS almost though. He's almost got it. XXS.
Oh, XSS used his dagger.
He did. The hook shot's there as well. Mars definitely in some trouble as well. That's the elite coming out there. That is a dead Mars.
Thank you for your agility, my good sir. Tino Blink queued up next. Bob still chilling in the top lane. Feeling kinda unkillable here.
Oh, Samil
the Aegis.
in trouble. He's going to be able to leap away there with the Enchant Totem. And interestingly, Pichu,
there you go.
Pichu is going to steal himself the pounce.
Oh, Kaka! He just fingered the golem.
He did. Well, at least he gets gold, right? Leap
Yes,
forward there from Palos. Oh, locking him in place. The slog is going to be able to use that Shadow Dance though, where Monet has to commit. The Stone Gaze.
Stone Gaze Forest.
Stolen Macro Pyre as well.
Execration's feeling strong right now.
They are. And he's on a way to get a blink as well, Adam. Tino. He's around about 200 gold away. Butterfly though for Monet on the way very soon. He just needs to get his courier there. It's kind of a bit difficult. Just around about 30 more gold left. He's actually used the secret shop here. He's used Execration secret shop with his courier. Blink Dagger on the Enigma. Samil is not going to TP out. Caught here, silenced up, will not be able to jump away with the Enchant Totem, and he is squashed by the rest of Execration.
Kaka's in an interesting spot.
I mean, Roshan, they still have the Aegis on Bob.
No rush though. Execration, they just have the whole map. Monet has proven to not be a problem. It's just about to complete his butterfly.
Yeah, that's on the way on the courier. If it can get there. No, he went all the way to Execration Secret Shop, and it's at the bottom tier 3.
It's a long journey.
It is.
Well, Pichu has the Ghost Scepter.
That actually saves him quite a lot. He telekinesis himself away. Oh, nice spear.
Speaking of save,
Arena
Palos.
locking in place Palos. Will they be able to
There's
find the
Death
kill
Shot,
here in time? Will
Yeah,
use
Tino
the
has
depth
dagger.
trap. Stone Gaze down as well. They will get the Hex off there onto Palos. The finger as well will be able to leap away. So much committed here for the Slog, but not able to get the kill here on Aster.
Yeah, the Greaves and the Mage Slayer.
Oh, Tino. Oh, that could have been a big black hole then if he blinked forward. Oh. BKB on Bob as well. So now TA with that BKB, it's looking pretty difficult for Aster at the moment. That win probability graph just slowly going into the favor of Execration every minute. It's currently now at 80% win rate probability.
Yeah, BKB and double damage for Bob with this Aegis in hand.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a lot of damage. The Aegis though does expire.
Oh, Palos, dude, look at this. He's locking his lotuses. Man, the man knows. That's how you make the big lotuses. Palos. Has a gem now. I wonder who bought the gem. Did not catch it. Trying to clean the map up even more.
Samil is about to get his BKB though. This will be big if he gets it, because so far the fight's problem, it has been Palos here with the leap. It has been a big problem for Samil. He cannot jump around. He really needs to speak.
Smoke from Aster. This is the Kaka blink reveal. What? Abing? He has Greaves. He's pretty tanky.
He's hiding in the trees.
Monet
The
will
smoke
break
just
the
broke
smoke.
as well. Actually gonna head bottom though. Maybe perhaps they'll go for Tino. Tino's just revealed himself there with Eidolons. He's gonna blink away, and Samil will just clean it up there with a cleave of the enchant totem.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This top wave pushing in hard. Do you think Execration can go high ground in the current situation that they're in now, especially without Aegis? Do you think it's possible?
I feel like they can, but what's the point? I feel like Aster's just choked. You have Slark to deward everything. You can play for his BKB or Enigma. He's going for Edellands. You can force them back, sure, but
Oh,
what's the
here
point
we
of playing
go.
high ground?
This XSS. Oh, lovely block from the leap there. Maybe perhaps they can find the kill here onto Slog. Slog's just going to be able to survive. Use the Shadow Dance. He's going to try and turn it around now.
I'm surprised Sumil didn't come in there. Maybe he was still tipping. Didn't quite catch that. Also, I feel like he's just living life on the edge the whole game.
Scary Mars, that's what it is. That was a lovely pounce block, but unfortunately they just didn't have themselves enough damage to take out that slot.
Shanks,
Meanwhile, speaking
find
of the
XXS.
Mars, the BKB will come out here. The arena is ready, but XXS, he cannot get himself out of this. It's falling very low. However, they may turn it around here, and they will do indeed. They get themselves Shanks. Execration, they don't use that opportunity there to go for more. They were kind of out of position a little bit. They didn't feel comfortable with going on to that, and in return, they put themselves up a pick-off kill.
It's also really hard for Aster to commit because of the black hole from Tino. Being really patient, just not wanting to show.
Smoke though.
Also enables his cores to be hyper aggressive. Oh, they see Tino.
Oh, they've got Tino here. It's the enchant totem, and the finger completely deletes the Enigma. Enigma down. And maybe perhaps they can find more as Palos and
Still
Abeng.
hanging around.
Yeah, they're only here. They'll take out that observer ward. Starting to come back a little bit here, Astaroth. That's the net worth slowly increasing here for the Medusa. Who do you think wins late game here, Medusa or the Slork?
I mean, Slark's one of the better heroes at Dusa, but the problem is the team, right?
Yeah.
Like, Slark's good at going around, giving vision, trying to fight around the Dusa. You also have this Scotty timing, and Dusa's a ranged hero. You get bullied pretty hard by it. Man, look at Palos. Just trying to scout out Aster here.
Uh-oh, he's on his own, though.
Not sure
He's
if
on his own.
Expecting to
Oh.
run into 5 heroes, though.
Have they not seen him? He's in the back lines. They might catch them off guard. A silence there onto 2. The BKB comes out. The arena is ready. So Mill is going to be able to escape, but Kaka is not. Will be found there by the Templar Assassin. As now, they go for a bang, but a black hole. It will be committed onto 2. As Mars gone, along with the Medusa as well. Monet is not going to survive through this one. Will be found. A buyback there from Kaka. The TP coming out there from Pichu will be able to get away, but Samil being silenced up here is not going to be able to get away here either. Is found by a bang there with the ice path. They will take down 3 here on Execration.
Yeah, Aster, just don't have a solution for this black hole right now. Sumil was on the left as well as Pichu, Palos.
Kaka is dead.
Pounce. And Kenny has, Pichu has no diff anymore, steals Pounce.
That's a dieback as well. Nice leap,
Oh.
but another nice leap. No telekinesis.
Palos is having fun. BKB completed now too.
He's stolen 160 agility on the slot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He has absolute power and prowess.
The Swift boy.
So now, will they siege high ground with all of these stacks?
Ooh, pipe for Abing. I want to see a Solar Crest actually, just make this Slark strong. I don't hate the pipe, keeps him alive.
Pounce forward there onto Samil.
Palos
Samil in
don't
trouble.
care, bro.
They will use the spear. Bob now going forward
going
onto
in?
Samil. Samil will survive. The arena comes out in
Nice,
return
nice
along with the
power.
stone gaze as well. But there's no follow-up damage here from Aster.
Look at Bob. Can't go out. Bob. Bob. Bob.
Bob's trapped.
Bob.
Bob's trapped. Oh, Bob's not trapped.
they
Speared
pushed him
out the
out.
gate. Meanwhile, though, Palos stunned up there by the Fishit. We'll try and
Oh,
move
nice
himself
path.
out, but it's still a nice path there coming forward. Oh,
on,
there it
Palos.
is. There's the kill. Onto Palos. Samil once more. As they find the kill onto Shanks there too. They will hold the high ground on Aston. What looked to be quite a difficult fight, they actually turned it around somehow.
It was when Bob was running into the wall. Also the ice puff steal from Pichu. Real huge catches both Palos and Bob there. Or was it Shanks?
Yeah, Bob couldn't get out the gate or something. The barrier. I don't know what the hell it's called because no one ever uses it. It's not that important. I think the only benefit of that gate is it makes like
Roshan
an extra leap in for maybe perhaps like a black hole or something,
It
right?
should give you a turbo boost when you run out of the base.
What should the gate?
The gate, yeah. It's like a nitro in a racing game.
Oh, black hole up in 10
Is-
seconds.
Is this Aster's comeback?
Oh, I don't know.
This
They need
ice
to
puff
get
on
vision.
Rubik. Oh, Kaka.
Yeah, they know something's up.
This is scary for Aster. Tread off the black hole.
I mean, even with Slock down as well, look how much they're respecting the side of Execration.
Monet trying a front line here. So Halberd on Shanks too completed, so Monet has to be careful. Might not be able to. Oh, they're looking for Bob. He's melded.
They have scouted out the Deucer with that sentry,
Oh, they see it,
but they
Bob.
found out the Templar Assassin as well. Is this going to be enough to take her down with the finger? Yes, it is! Bob is gone! Bob down! Samil, he jumps forward, wants to try and find more.
Abing. Do they know Abing's here?
He's hiding in the trees.
Can you see the dragon?
As Palos, he will join the
it's
fight
Palos.
here. He's going to attempt to go to XSS. The BKB is there. They'll attempt to try and find Abeng. They will do indeed, along with spearing the clockwork into a tree. They will wipe out 3 here on Aster.
Execration. That's Roshan for Aster now. What is this game?
Yeah, no way can they jump with Black Hole with just 2. Unless Aster are feeling really cocky here.
I don't know, man. They're walking down.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
2 heroes
do
and
it
a
to-
dinosaur. The ancient rumble hide. It's coming.
Yeah, they'll get this Roshan. Aegis now in the hands of
And
Monet
cheese.
Dire's top tower
and a
is under
cheese.
attack.
Who's the cheese on?
It's on Sumail.
How's Sumail doing at the moment? Oh, he went a blink.
Doing pretty good. I like the blink. I think it's important that they get these like instant pickoffs. Like Bob not getting off BKB, that was really huge.
Oh, they scouted
These
out
fights
Sumail.
were-
That's a lovely scout. But can they do anything with it?
Very hard kill though.
No, he's gone. Sumail is out of here.
XXS on his way to his hex. How's Rubik doing? Close to the dagger, so it is getting to the point in the game where we might see some black hole steals. This Ice Puff has been doing work though.
It has, it has.
I feel like Abeng should just stop using Ice Puff. Feels like it has 20 times the impact on the Rubik. Aster. Monet's running up here with the Aegis.
Yeah, he has to be careful. I mean, even with the Aegis, you've got to respect Execration. I mean, you may have won a few fights, but if they get the hang of it and get the initiation onto you first, then
Palos is
it could be
wrapping
big.
around here.
Yeah, Palos is on his own.
Committing
He is going to be
onto
speared back in
XSS.
return. They do find a hook shot there onto Kaka. Kaka is instantaneously deleted, down for 50 seconds. So they're going to go for more here. They will back themselves off and wait here for the Lion. Snatching this Aegis here on Aster really had an
Then
effect
Palos
here on
has
Execration.
an Orchid flying out, going for the Bloodthorn. Interesting build. Just wants to kill support. I actually don't know what the build is for.
Look at the damage items on Bob as well. Daedalus, MKB. That's a lot of damage.
Vindicator's X 35 attack speed. That's pretty nice.
It's really, what can they do here, Aster,
Oh, look
with
at
this
Monet.
Aegis?
He has Rapier queued up. Almost has it too. I wonder if this is what he's gonna do.
Do you think?
Rapier and run it down right now. 2 minutes Aegis. Probably not, right?
No, I don't think. I think that would be disastrous. The pressure is on here for XXS to really deliver a good arena here. Along with Pichu as well for the counter initiation with the black hole, or the ice path for that matter. Ice path has been having a big effect. Oh, they've caught themselves Shakiro. Uh-oh. Shakiro caught off guard. That's a dead dragon.
Oh, they want the golem XXS, you can do it.
He's not going to get the golem.
He ain't. Helps Tino spawn 3 Eidolons.
Still a middle tier 1 tower standing. Is Monet going to get it with this Aegis? He's got the rapier.
Dude.
He's got the rapier. All
1
right,
minute,
okay.
like, alright, we're going. This is one line, one way.
All right.
One way road. There's no turning back here.
All in.
What
All
the
in,
heck?
Adam.
Dude, I like this pickup so much. I just wish he had like more time on Aegis.
1 minute remaining.
It feels way too short, no?
It looks it. But you don't have a lot of mana on the Medusa. I mean, look at that. Only 1,000 mana? You need that Scaddy or something. I mean, you have the
Yeah.
cheese.
I think the idea behind the build is that you need to do damage as fast as the Slark and tier, right? Otherwise in fights your team just dies and you're left alone with whatever item you have and you just can't fight.
A 900 crit with Silver Edge. That's pretty
Tier
hefty
4
damage.
token. What's my man got? Stormcrafter. Alright, we good.
Is that alright here? I mean, you can... I
It's
think
nice
it's
against
alright.
Melt and the Bloodthorn.
Yeah, the Bloodthorn, yeah. Because that is what Slock is relying on, to get these hits onto the Deucer.
Yeah, it's the MKBTA as well, so has to be careful of that. Moving Meld is pretty nice. And eyes on the Rubik. Even with the 10k lead on Execration, this feels like it's turned into a game of execution here. Who's gonna kill who?
I mean, the Aegis has expired. Execration They're aware and
Kaka
ready.
finds Palos. Oh, the Dark Pipe.
What can
How
they
do you
do?
initiate though for either side? Oh, the hook
Hook
on
shot.
two.
Oh, it lands onto 2 there. They've deleted Kaka. He has no buyback. XSS is going to try and
still
escape
has his
with his
tags.
life. Has the BKB. He will be able to blink away, though. Palos coming in.
Might be
Has the
forced to
BKB
pop
ready.
it
Going to
here.
try and turn around the damage there. Palos taking way too much damage. The Hex will come out. The arena's there. But look at that. Able to just use the Shadow Dance there in time.
Oh,
But
black
a black
hole.
hole. But
Oh,
it's
Bob wins in though.
cancelled. The Echo Slam comes out, but a stolen black hole! Oh my god! They've got it! They turn it around! Triple kill there for Money! He gets it! Palos escapes with his life! So low there, they turn it around. Pichu with the stolen black hole. Ultra kill for the Medusa.
Oh, that was so odd by Bob. He blinked beside the Rubik that stole black hole. He hit him once and then he turned around. I think Bob could have probably killed Pichu there with just a Mel Strike and 1 or 2 hits. Instead, he walked to the right towards his team and just ended up getting black holed.
Oh, there's
But
4 down.
goddamn, that was a beautiful black hole.
It was.
I thought Bob canceled his dagger, but he just had so much cast range with the Psychic Headband. And that's a Rapier, man. This was what he was playing for. Scotty flying out now too has it. I was trying to cut waves. Palos? Might be dead.
Look at it. He just hit it into the racks.
Be dead. Here, Palos. Might be dead here.
He might be.
Palos is dead.
Finger and Fisher. Look at that. They take out the slug.
Sumil also enchanted him about a good, let me count, 5 times? 5 times.
Oh my god, there's no buyback on slog.
There's no black hole, man. I don't think 5 heroes matter. It's no black hole. That's all you care about. Rubik has the counter.
He does.
The Rubik's black hole is 20 seconds lower cooldown than the Enigma's because of the talent. Aether lands now too, Pichu. It's your clutch play.
So now they go for this tier 2 here with the Rapier on Monet.
So we'll have Octarine Core. Strength Blink queued up next. Very strong boy.
That's
Oh,
all they
they
got
see
themselves a Hex there
Bob.
onto TA, along with the Spear as well. Do they have
the
themselves
black
enough
hole.
damage to take down the TA? Yes, they do with a finger! The finger finds TA. TA down for 90. Buyback is available though for Bob.
Didn't even need the finger. Aster. This game looking hard for Execration. There's no way to fight right now.
Oh, it's a long Roshan. It's a long Roshan. 2 minutes and 30.
Does Tino have the cornucopias? I'm trying to look for. Oh, he has refresher actually.
Who
How
has
far
refresher?
is he away? 500 gold for the refresher on Enigma. I wonder
he's
if this is the right choice. I feel like Lincoln's might have been better here.
Yeah, I mean, especially to counteract the stolen black hole, because you won't be able to get yourself off a second black hole, right?
Yeah, that's what I think too. But I mean, if your team kills the Rubik, then you get 2 black holes, I guess.
Yeah. So they smoke up here, Aster. They still have this black hole, but not for long. I predict this is around about 30 seconds? 20?
It is 30 seconds.
I mean, it's going to expire.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They'll try and scout the Roshan pit, but this is a long Roshan timing, so it's not going to be up yet. Top lane pushing in as well. We're in for a long game here, Adam. I think so.
I feel like the next fight is game over, man.
You think? Wait, what if Execration?
If Execration lose? I mean, my eyes are on Tino. It's refresher Enigma. I'm sure he's shouting at his team, kill Rubik, guys, we win. Kill Rubik, we win. But Pichu's just been doing a really good job of just chilling in the back.
Let's see. Well, he's only smoked up on his own. This Roshan, he's back in 30.
And I almost wish Shanks would sell his Pavis for the eggs. I feel like this eggs rocket flare is the key to this fight. Finding Aster. I say that, but Ninja Gear on Pichu. They're walking up actually, Aster. Oh,
they are indeed. Oh, Mone's going to maybe perhaps scout out the
He's
rest of
gonna
them.
see-
He
oh,
has
they see the
indeed. Look at
Enigma.
that. They got the Hex there onto Enigma. Enigma dead. No buyback. TA gone as well. TA is dead. Palos, Hex up. Nowhere to run. He's going to be able to use the BKB, but not the Shadow Dance. Absolute team wipe from Aster. They take out almost the rest of Execration with only the Clockwork remaining. Aster TP out.
Where's the detection? Monet just walked in with Silver Edge. Second rapier.
Second rapier. Alright. Exciting times.
He has minus 22 damage. Am I crazy? What? My door has bounced me. It's not me.
Yeah, it's oh, Echo Slam. There onto Slog. Along with the Hex as well. Slog, it's going to be a dieback. It is. Palos down. They go forward onto a bang. GG is called. Game 2 is going to be going to Aster. They will complete this best of 2 series.
Oh man, 10k goal lead is what Execration had. 10,000, but you know, sometimes you don't want to win. Sometimes you want to dive the base. You want to show you're better. Oh, regretting it for sure.
They definitely should. It's really
This
hard.
was not a game they should have lost, man.
I bet you they'll be hitting themselves hard after this. It was definitely a difficult one there. 44-minute victory with Aster able to somehow turn this around here. I mean, XXS, I got to say, did really, really well with the Hex. I mean, Kaka as well, even though he died quite a few times, and Pichu was able to actually come back from the horrible deaths that he had very early on, comes out with this black hole, delays the game even further. They get the rapier onto Monet, and then all of a sudden, seems like the pacing has turned around.
Yeah, well,
look at that
I
graph.
feel like, man, that was. I don't know. You watch his replay, and you're like, guys, we shouldn't dive base. Like, okay, move on with life. It's crazy. They're in such a good position to take the game, but decided to go tier 3 diving, and Aster punished hard. Then some good plays. Pichu, the stolen black hole was so clutch. If he did not get that black hole off Execration, we still got the game.
Yeah, they
Monet
absolutely
running in at bottom. God damn.
I know, with that scouts as well, because you were shocked by the fact that they did not have themselves any detection, were you?
I mean, he had sentry on Abing, but I think they just didn't expect the Dusa to like come running in like that.
Yeah. Oh, but wow, let's have a look at some replays though, guys. Let's check out what happened today with that series.
This is it. Dude, look at Bob, okay? Look at Bob in this fight. I'm so curious what happened, okay?
Okay.
All right, he sees the Rubik on the left. Okay, black hole stolen, and then he blinks. He hits the Rubik and turns around.
Absolutely so great there. I do.
That was so odd to me. Bob, you just hit him with a warning shot. You expect to one hit the Rubik or what?
Or the reverse. I wonder what was going on there. I was like, why is TA gaining HP? What's going on?
The reverse black hole.
Some kind of like weird ass time like, but yeah.
So big from Pichu.
So big. Wonder if we have any other of the black holes as well.
Was there another black hole? I feel like it wasn't anymore.
I think this was only the one play of the day. This is the play of the day.
Yeah, it was, man. Pichu. That's why they call him the ball. That's why he sucks you into his ball, his green black hole ball.
But he had a hard time though, didn't he? During the early stage, he felt like he was dying quite a lot.
They all had a hard time, man. Let's be real. Moneo was like the only one keeping up in there. Sumail wasn't having a good game, but the team fights towards the end, just Execration overplaying their hand. You're asking me, should they go high ground without Aegis? I said no. Execration said yes. Let's dive. And I don't really know what to talk about. It's just a lot of an overstep.
Well,
for Execration.
I guess we'll conclude it here. I mean, we had to wait really, really long for that game, and boy, oh boy, did both teams deliver for that final game. And that concludes the third best of 3 series for the day. But ladies and gentlemen, there is one more game to come. we have ourselves Team Aster versus Entity Aster. They are not done. Can they take themselves another 2-0 as we head forward for Entity versus Team Aster next? Find out shortly, because we'll be back in just around about 10 or 20 minutes, maybe perhaps even 5 with
minutes,
how long? 25 minutes. Right, okay, thank you, Adam. 25 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, for the next best of 3. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon with that final best of 2. I hope I did not say best of 3, or else that would be pretty embarrassing. I think I may have. But yeah, we'll see you in a bit, guys. Take care.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنقه بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنقه حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنقه جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. With myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. We just had ourselves the third best of two of the day, which was indeed Execration versus Aster. Aster, they were indeed able to take themselves a 2-0 with an incredible performance of Black Holes here and there with Rapier on the Medusa on Monet. But now, Monet and the rest of Aster, they will come in for round two as they have themselves another best of two to come in and compete against. And it is indeed against none other than Entity.
It's the Kaka Lion once again. No fix was not broken. He's definitely the most comfortable on this hero compared to everything we've seen him play.
The Kaka Lion. Classic bands. Actually, Medusa banned out this time, so no one's going to get Medusa. Or the Timbit. Bat Rider first pick here from Entity. Is this a flex pick here, Adam?
I would say it's 95% of the time a Katami hero. In fact, I've not seen Stormstormer play Bat Rider in a very, very, very long time.
Oh.
So
Okay.
most likely Katami.
10 seconds.
Okay, then.
Aster's response to this. Something to deal with Tombstone or something to deal with Lasso here. Usually I pick their carry in this slot, but the Dusa's banned. It's kind of hard to morph here as well.
So they got themselves the Undyne in the bat. What do they want to come out with in return? Do they possibly want to pick themselves a carry, then start to protect it with some of the bans that they can use?
I feel like Dusa was the only hero they picked in the 8 slot so far. The other one was Mars, but that was with a Snapfire. Wonder if they'll choose to go for the Mars here, but into Undying.
They're still taking quite a bit of reserve time. They'll finally pick it out, and it is indeed going to be the Tide Hunter on possibly XXS that we saw within the first game.
It's definitely the XXS hero. I like his pick a lot more. Just thinking what they could go for. His hero does deal with Bat Rider in its own way. It's hard to lasso Tide, and counter initiation from Ravage against Lasso is always really nice. They're not the worst against lane. Undying in lane.
10 seconds remaining.
So this lock ban comes out here for Aster. Even though that they were able to win against it, they realise his potential. They will indeed ban it out, not wanting to play against that pesky fish.
It's a good hero against the Tie Hunter in lane. What else is there? When I think of Watson, there's the TA, the Morphling. TA probably not the most highest of priorities. There's the Terrorblade. He plays like these really hard carry heroes.
On Watson?
Yeah.
Aster's turn to ban.
Morphling, TB.
Entity's turn to ban.
Is there anything that he usually goes with the Undyne here to help benefit him? That you know of any carry hero?
Looking at the Dota buff, they haven't really run Undying recently. The last time I played it was with Morphling. I would think TB and Morph are like the top two here.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
TB is nice because you get to cast Reflection in lane for Undying. You get to push out waves later on. But against Lion Tide, it's not like a great matchup, you know. It's more of a mid-late game kind of thing.
Oh, they banned the Morphling.
Aster do take out the Morphling.
Yeah.
The problem with Entity picking Terrorblade is it opens up PL for Aster. And it's a really good PL game right now against Undying and Bat Rider.
I'm surprised they banned the Drow as well, but I guess that's because Drow has a great time against the Tide.
That is one reason, yes. Strong lane with the Undying. They could also be looking for the Terrorblade themselves. Bans are pretty good bans for TB. Maybe both teams looking at the same hero. Entity also taking off the Illusion Clearers. So I'm looking at a PL Terrorblade thing right now.
Oh, an Invoker.
It's a Stormstormer hero.
Does
doing
he
really well on it so far?
Does he prefer Quas or Wex? Do you know all the
Exhort
pick
for
faces?
sure.
Exhort for sure. So they get
Snap Void Aster again. Just team fight. Can't go wrong. Decent lanes. Pick team fight. Have
10
initiation.
seconds remaining.
like four types of initiation: Chrono,
5 seconds
Gobble Up,
remaining.
Ravage, Hex. They've got it all here on Team Aster at the moment.
Yeah, it's so easy for him to just set up for a Sumail's hero like this.
We'll ban out the Leshrac though, with that final ban. Forgot to mention that. And what is the final pick going to be? What do they want here for Gabby?
What's Gabby played so far? He's played some cool heroes. He played a Winter Wyvern game earlier. Legion and Beastmaster is what comes to mind for me right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think another cool hero, but it might be very far-fetched, is the Abaddon. It's nice against Ravage, you know, you get to protect your teammates. It's nice against Faceless Void.
Did you say the Beastmaster?
Abaddon.
You said Abaddon.
Yeah, but they'll probably go for a Beast of Legion here. You know, you want to stun to kind of enable your Invoker.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
For the monkey, okay, so carry first. Maybe worried there's no carries left in the pool.
Mm-hmm. So they'll go the Monkey King. Ban phase begins now. Is Monkey okay against Faceless? Around
It's
about
alright, there's a way to play.
10 seconds remaining.
way to play.
You have like a much faster timing, right? Like with this Nesso Echo Saber build, you can kind of kill the Void.
What about the Tide, though? Is Monkey King okay against Tide? I mean, when you think about it, he should be, but Tide does get tankier at a certain stage and is okay, especially if
he
he
has
goes
the
to
Undying.
Hmm.
He has the Undying, so it's kind of nice because Undying's strong at level 1 and 2, and Monkey King's weak at until like level 2 in Jingu. But it's not a weak lane from Aster. It's Lion and Tidehunter, Gush, 2 stuns, Anger Smash.
5
I
seconds
think Watson will be
remaining.
fine down here though. Doomban. It's nice protection for the Faceless Void. What else is there for Gabby? I feel like they need more stuns on Entity. Beastmaster is probably the hero I'm looking at right now.
It's still available. They ban out the Shadow Demon, which could signify that they definitely want the Beastmaster here.
Very interesting ban. Just a save for Chrono, I guess. I don't hate it.
Turn to ban.
Venomancer ban. So he's protecting a lane, Aster. I feel like they might actually just pick Wyvern again. Lich ban. So Entity just expecting this mid Snapfire for Sumail.
Mm-hmm. Do you think with Winter Wyvern off lane it'll be okay? Because I feel like who's going to provide, you know, like rotations to lane as such? Because Lion's not all that great until he gets Blink, and they need some damage dealing anyway in order to help burst people down before the Hex expires.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's not the best of picks. There's also a lot of magic damage to pour into Cold Embrace. Probably see a Beastmaster or Legion come out. For Aster here, there's also a Primal Beast that they've been running quite a bit.
They have, and we've seen it. Seen it all too well before. But what are Aster going to pick up for their final pick here? They could possibly go in mid lane, or they could go support, because this Snapfire, it could potentially be Sumail. I have seen him play Snapfire a few times before.
They're thinking about it. What's good here? TA, Zeus, Puck, Phoenix. Okay, so it is a mid Snapfire. They go for more team fight. This hero is really good against Monkey King as well. And Undying. No, Undying, you Tombstone high ground, and Phoenix eggs, and the egg kind of wins most of the time. You also have Sunray heal. a lot of damage. I like Aster's draft a lot right now. What can Entity pick here?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the Beastmaster's still available. And it
Go
is a
for
Legion. Okay, so Legion Commander picked up last pick here for Entity. Are you liking Aster's pick up a lot more here, especially with a lot of their team fight?
Yeah, I think Aster has a pretty well-rounded draft for us for Entity. I feel like they're kind of lane heavy, right? Monkey King, LC. These heroes, they need to do well in lane and, well, use the Sunstrike, I guess. It's a draft setup for the Invoker, but I'm not sure how the team fights are going to go mid-game. I feel like if you duel someone that's not the Tidehunter, you're just going to get Ravaged or Chronoed, Phoenix Egg, Sunray. Just doesn't look very easy to execute for me, Entity's lineup, compared to Aster.
Mm-hmm. So let's see how this will go. Team Aster, they have themselves a lot of team fight, especially, you know, with Chronoing the Supernova. They have themselves Ravage as well. And they've got themselves the Mortimer's Kisses that they can also combine with the Chronosphere. But in return, Entity, they've gone for a more laning dominance here. So what will come out on top? Will Team Aster be able to survive the early game with the lane pressuring and possibly turn it around, or will Entity be able to completely dominate the lanes here and get themselves a very fast victory?
I guess it's not really easy to go high ground. I mean, they can definitely snowball their lead Entity, but it's gonna... I don't feel like Aster has weak lanes as well.
Yes, here we go. Game 1 gets underway, ladies and gentlemen, for this last best of 2 that we have for the day on Stream D. Who will be taking the first win? Aster's looking pretty snazzy. I think I'm going to go with Aster as well here. I think there is a possibility that they could survive it out, you know, and even if you are having a tough time on the lanes, they can definitely turn it around with communicating with Chronosphere and Mortimer's Kisses. That most definitely can help them get themselves a kill. I mean, the only lockdown that they have themselves as well is Bat and the LC. So both of these heroes on the same lane, they have to have themselves a good time, but of course, it is the lane dominance that Entity have picked up here. So hopefully, all things will go well for them, and they'll be able to apply that pressure in the mid stage. Had themselves a good laning presence and got themselves the items that they need to get the pickoffs. Is there going to be some bounty rune contests? That is the question. We're sitting around Entity here on the stairs, waiting to possibly pounce. Doesn't look like there will be any contest for the bounty runes, although Gabby is moving fairly close here to Monet. Maybe perhaps they will. And they will bully the Faceless Void away, and look at that, 3 bounty runes there for Entity. What lane piques your interest, Adam? What is it this time?
Top lane, probably. It's Ty Lion, right? I feel like on paper, Monkey Undying should be strong and they should like out-CS hard. I actually feel like this is going to be a pretty hard lane for Aster. When think of it. Double win lanes on both XXS and Kaka, so they also understand that this lane might be a bit tough.
So we'll see how this goes. We've already Gabby being an annoyance here. With those overwhelming odds, ever since, you know, the change of this ability, it is so powerful. Especially with the fact that it does grant the attack speed now as well, and the fact that you can use it within duel. It's pretty snazzy.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice buff to the hero.
But of course, Monet can time walk that damage away, which is why Faceless Void is one of the better laners, especially against the LC. As you see there, Monet just not caring in the world about this damage being outputted by Gabby. There's a bottle. Coming for some mill as well. How is the top lane going to be? Because you said that once we get ourselves level 3 here on Watson, then it can turn out to be a very strong lane. Or they may have actually found the Phoenix here. Never mind. Fire Spirits and survives on 40 HP.
I like Monkey's one of those heroes that you can bully in like the first 3 to 4 minutes, you know, but once he gets past that point, he's pretty damn strong on his own, especially if he gets to free farm, and Undying enables that a lot. Like it's one of those heroes that in the first 2 minutes you're Gucci gang, you know, you're the strong man. Then when people get levels, you want your carry to be more active and participative.
Yeah. Monet. He did try and attempt to go for a kill there onto Katomi, but wasn't able to get a bash off, unfortunately. He did attempt 3 times, but not lucky enough.
Still doing really well down here CS-wise, Gabby. Same, even denies as the Monet and Faces Void's last hit.
Yes, soon we'll get ourselves the Lotuses. Both teams pinging this one out.
Fight for the bounty rune here, Tommy and Pichu.
Oh yeah, the
He
fight.
has to be careful though. Wants to pop Firefly. Is he gonna go for this? Get the rune, but it's gonna cost him his life. Yeah,
It
it's
is.
First blood for Pichu, solo XP as well. Oh, mid lane. Oh, Sumail almost got the cookie off.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Sumail is dumpstering Stormstormer here.
It's
71 damage. Pretty even base damage actually, but Walker just not really able to handle the harass from Sumail.
And it is 3 minutes now as well, so Stormstormer, realizing that the Scatter Blast is very annoying, is going to pick up those infused raindrops. Although Watson, he's doing okay, actually attempting to push XXS out of the lane here, doing their best. And Tide, he's had to respond with not only Boots of Speed, but a Windlace as well. They're actually attempting to kill Kaka here with a Blood
Chasing
Grenade.
Kaka.
Tombstone will come down, and look at that, they found themselves a kill on this top lane.
Yeah, Kaka used both his spells and Watson just took full advantage of that. Has the boots early on too, so able to constantly keep up his Jingu stacks.
And they may have got Katomi here as well, as the tower will take down the Batrider. Actually diving a little bit too far there with the Firefly. Underestimating the amount of damage that he could possibly take.
Yeah, not really off to a good start, Katomi. 2 deaths so
Look
far.
at this mid lane as well. Stormstormer with the rotation from Kaka.
Refills the bottle for Sumail too.
Really well
Yes,
played.
Evoker is 14 CS. Sumail is 30 and 12.
That's not good.
This is not where you want to be right now. Top lane Watson, just bullying XXS. CS wise, the Tide's still doing kind of okay, but this lane gets harder. Watson, he has the treads now, going for the corrosion.
Yeah. Indeed he is. Interesting, when would you actually attempt to buy a corrosion? When would you feel it's been necessary? Because you usually don't see it quite often anymore.
I think one thing is that in your lane you get to bully people like this. It's like if he chases both of them and they use all their spells, he can still fight back with Jingu. And corrosion gives you HP, helps you run people down, a bit of damage. I think on top of that, if you go for his Echo Saber build, which I do expect him to go for in this game because he has an Invoker, he needs to be able to participate. Corrosion's really nice for that.
It's
also a really good SO game.
Look at the river. We want to go for the power rune here. Cold Snap comes out. Oh, nice use there. Off the flame break. Sumail might be dead here. Not able to get that regen rune. Is he going to be able to get underneath this tier 1 tower? He will, and Katomi will just survive. Uses the healing salve there in the trees. Look at this. Pichu getting very low. Will finally fall, but the Multimus Kiss is coming out. Going to affect Stormstormer heavily there. But we'll actually use...
Katomi's in trouble too.
Snapfire Cookie will stun up Katomi. They'll get themselves 2. Almost 3 kills there. The Multimus Kiss is Dealing incredible amounts of damage there from Samil.
Top lane.
Top lane.
Success gets jumped on. Again, Watson just doing a really good job. Jingu stacks and deny everything. No point chasing the tide. Success. Nothing to do up here right now. Lane's looking real good for Watson.
Bot lane, Monet's about to get a chrono.
Money.
I had a little bit of a brain fart there.
It's alright, it's okay to think about money. Especially if you're a Stormstormer. Could really use some gold right now. 2k net worth. Under the Tide Hunter.
No Midas yet.
Any stacks? Alright, XXS has some stacks to clear. We'll recover from this. Nicely done by Kaka. Also moves his sentry spot to the right. Good job, Kaka. For context, in the previous game, he put his sentry towards the left and it was just...
Oh yeah, I remember that when he missed
out
it.
of range, yeah.
D-Ward there from Fishman. Groups behind Stormer now. Maybe perhaps they want to try and turn the tables here and maybe perhaps get themselves a kill onto Samil. Tomi's rotating around. Is going to D-Ward that Observer. And Samil is going to play it safely. Remove bottom. Unfortunately, the Pyro Rune does not spawn for him bottom. It will go top, and Fishman is going to get that. Not meanwhile, though. This is questionable. Watson could turn it around here. No, never mind. Rotation from Pichu. Watson in trouble. The Ravage is ready, but they don't need it. They get the kill onto the Monkey King. But Pichu has already committed the Icarus dive. They will lose Kaka. Both supports will fall for that kill onto the Monkey King. There's now XXS. He's going to try and attempt to run away. Still has himself the Ravage, but no TP. It's on cooldown for another 30 seconds. They're still chasing him as he runs with his little giddy legs with the phase boots.
Lace, man. You ain't catching this man. He goes right though.
He's buying so much time.
Ravage.
Oh, they'll finally get the duel. There we go. Sunstrike gets the kill, and Stormer is having himself a difficult time. Is at least on a killing spree. But this gives some space for Samil to push this middle tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Mask of Madness almost finished here for Monet, so once they do have themselves multiple kisses, maybe perhaps we'll see a rotation from him with the Chronosphere to get themselves an easy kill. They are going to go for Fishman though, being scouted out within the trees. The Earth Spike is there along with the Gush as well. It will disrupt the Snapfire Kuki with that flame break.
Creep.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he died to the Kamehameha shockwave creep.
No way.
Dire's middle tower
Oh
is under
man,
attack.
Kaka does get the finger charge though, so not the worst. It's mid tower though.
Are scanning.
So Mel almost has Atos.
I can't believe he just got bonked by a Satan.
Middle tower is under attack.
You get bonked sometimes.
They will smoke up though. They do see Watson farming here. Is Kaka ready? We'll try and disrupt Watson there, but still able to use the tree dance, and Primal Spring away. So he will be okay. But they have themselves an Atos now. On to Samil. Samil is strong and ready. Wants to try and find a kill top. Potentially pressure this top tier 1 tower. Oh wait though. They want to kill Stormer with Chronosphere ready. Monet, he goes forward. Mortimer's kisses. That's a kill. Pretty easy kill there for Aster. Not much that Stormer can do. Really has to be careful of that combination. Meanwhile, net worth wise, Samil sitting comfortably at the top here with 5,500. With the top carry from Entity following not too far behind. It's Watson there on the Monkey King with 500 less gold. What is the Monkey King going for? Is he going for a Battle Fury or an Echo? It's an Echo Saber.
Echo Saber, for sure. Needs to be active this game. It's the Midas Invoker. Stormstormer going for the Octarine core. Oh, they're setting up bomb. Gabby is walking into vision.
They do, the Hex is there. Oh, a lovely Sunstrike as well. Will find Kaka. The Supernova comes out, but they have them set the Ravage. Oh, he connects onto Free just in the back of the Supernova comes off! Watson dead! Absolutely clutch Ravage there from XXS. It was one hit away, that Supernova. Oh, that was beautiful played there, and the tips come out. Respect to the Tidehunter. Some Mill on the other hand. Didn't want to go for Katomi there, but Flame braked back. And what do you think of that Ravage there, Adam? That was beautiful.
Man, that was so clutch.
That was
And the
chef's
cookie
kiss.
from Sumil as well. Beautiful egg by Pichu, baiting all of them over. Probably knowing XSS was deeping in.
Wait, did some Mill get a cookie off there onto 3 as well?
Yeah, after Ravage, he followed up with the cookie. It's Boom and Entity Aster, the teamfight lineup coming into play. Oh, Watson, they know he's there.
Still hasn't finished this Echo Saber yet. Chronosphere back online soon, though. They have pinged out Monet. Entity have. They want to go for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. No such thing. Too much damage.
He's playing it safely.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're setting up top here, no Ravage. Stormstormer is tipping.
He is, he is.
They want Sumail.
So they jump
This
forward
looks
there.
kind of deep though, I don't know about this.
They don't get the Primal Spring off. Watson does not have himself the Balance Strike. He's going to try and attempt to slow down Samil. The rest of them, they're going to try and focus Samil right now. He will be able to get himself back. They actually, funnily enough, use Alacrity there onto a zombie. I don't think that
here,
was,
yes, Chrono.
I don't think that was the play. Because now they found themselves the LC Stormstormer being bashed up there and found Chrono now onto 2. Finding the Monkey King with the Supernova coming out. There's no way to kill this egg as the sun will burst out. They've lost 3. They've lost 4. Potentially 5 as Katomi trying to swarm his way through the trees, but will finally not be found.
Katomi trying to
Deny himself.
Neutrals. Wolf bite.
Wolfbite gets him.
And this is with Entity doing pretty okay in lanes. How do you fight? There was no Ravage, by the way. It just came off cooldown. I don't know what you do. Gabby tried to walk in to get a duel, but Kaka hexed him, and then what? It's your only stun, pretty much. And Entity, not sure what you can really do in this position. Echo Saver just completed for Watson. I muted Epi. Stormstormer still on his way to Octarine core.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, my fellow co-caster's mic has broken, so you'll have to listen to me for a while. Gabby's just has his bling now. But so does XXS, and you've seen the power of this Ravage, especially with the Phoenix Egg on top. It's way too hard to take team fights right now, and he's probably just gonna look to split the map and maybe get some pickoffs. Gabby would be a really good big kill if they can find Pichu. So much of their team fight, this Phoenix Egg. All looking for him. Oh, the ping. Fishman.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man, Pichu. The ankle breaker. Oh no, he's running back in. Alright, it's duel and lasso though. Aster smoking down here. They want Stormstormer. This Entity know this though. They're not ready. No Firefly, no lasso.
Is under attack.
Oh, that was a really nice TP. Good read from Stormstormer. So his team. Oh, alright, they get out as well. Aster, see what they do to recover the map here. Monet actually going for S and Y. It's kind of new, but I guess against the duel. Oh, welcome back.
I'm back. I am back. I'm so sorry about that. I actually don't know what happened. My
Fishman.
Oh yeah, got finger onto Fishman.
God, yeah, Sumil threw a watermelon at him. Poor guy, man.
Did I miss much? Did I miss much?
It's a team fight bottom. They got the kill on Pichu, dodged Aster smoke.
Well, they might go for Katomi here as well. They will with the Gush. And the Scatter Blast claim to life for Katomi.
Well.
Yeah, they will. Look at that gold. Gold increase. Yeah, for some reason my mic didn't want to unmute, so I had to unplug it, and then for some reason it crashed Firefox, and then Firefox had to have an update. The domino effect.
It'd be like that, man. Start from the servers. Stormstormer almost has his Octarine.
I mean, what
Arcane
can they do,
Boots,
Adam?
double Void Stone. What can they do? Split the map, man.
Because Entity, they picked up these heroes, so then they would have lane dominance, but that was not what came out of the objective of picking these heroes. It seems like they're just unable to... They weren't able to get themselves much lane dominance, and with that, Aster were able to just do what they want. They've survived in this middle game now, and they're absolutely destroying them with the synergy that they have with these team fight abilities.
Yeah, that's the thing about lanes, right? If you play that way, you need to scale into the items. Like, for example, BKB this game helps you take team fights, you know, but if you're playing Legion, like, after his Blink Dagger, how do you scale if you're not able to fight? It's not really a hero that farms or, like, wants to hit creeps too much. It's just an enabler for Stormstormer, really, who has completed his Octarine. Speaking
of Stormstormer, Adam, he's going to try and TP away.
Oh, Kaka's
actually
here.
Cancels the TP. Has been revealed by the dust. But the press of the attack is there. Still alive. The Snapfire Cookie will connect. And this may look like a definitely dead Stormstormer. And it is indeed. Unstoppable spree for Sumil.
Yeah, Zag's paying off so far. Aster is sweeping a map. When they will start rushing. That's the SNY now.
Heading into the Roche pit. With no contest at all here from Entity. Aster, they are free to just take this Roshan with ease. Look at this, they're not even afraid with the LC here. I mean, Monet going to Sanjin Yasha here on the Faceless. Meanwhile, though, they have got a lasso onto Kaka. But a gobble up onto two with a creep. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming out now. The finger there onto Gabby. Gabby in trouble. Going to try and run away as fast as he can. Will be able to avoid the Mortimer's Kiss. But in return, an Atos there. Along with the damage onto Fishman. Monet is going to be able to get himself a dominating spree.
And this game doesn't look like it's getting any easier for Entity. They're trying their best to split up the map, but what about ours? Like, objectives on the map? Sumil's also running around with this gobble up. You're not really safe. It's such a long range initiation. Oh. Gabby loses his career, so he might not have a TP scroll.
No, he's after that fight, he was hanging around bottom and was not able to get out. He just had to run around in the trees.
Takes the portal. Oh man,
easy kill onto Katomi.
The Kaka Lion, man.
It's the Blinking Hex, it's underrated.
That was a gobble up, man. He just threw him in. Against these heroes that can't like blink out, like Gabby's really the only one safe from this gobble up.
So now they'll attempt to try and take this tier 2 hit on Aster with the Aegis. Do you think they can push high ground this early on? I think it's definite. Especially with the ultimates that they have, I think it's doable. You know, they maybe perhaps not have Mortimer's Kisses, but I still definitely think they can do it. They have Boots of Travel on Sumil. He can easily rotate here to this bottom and actually continue the pressuring.
Oh, XXS runs into Fishman.
Fishman gonna reveal
They want to
himself.
fight here though. Watson has BKB.
As the Wukong's command comes out, the BKB there, the Supernova Comes out defensively, Entity will back themselves off, but a Chrono is ready. Monet not able to get the positioning there to land a three-man Chrono. They were just a little bit too far out. The Supernova is down. We only have Ravage and Chronosphere remaining, but the Mortimer's Kisses have indeed come off cooldown. The smoke play now from Entity. Knowing that the Supernova is down, where are they going? They're not even going to attempt to try for a fight here. They're just going on their own merry way.
Again, just trying to fight, but how? Can't split push, can't fight. Sumail has travels, and he and Kaka are just free run around the map because XXS and Monet are so hard to kill. Oh, Kaka's in, Fishman again.
That's a dead Undyne. With the couple up. Oh my god, I've never seen it used that way, just to secure a kill. We're gonna get the high ground now. I don't really think there's anything Entity can do here. I mean, we have a Blink and Blade Mail now onto the LC. Maybe perhaps they can get a cheeky duel onto Monet. Sunstrike as well. I mean, Gabby's cutting the wave mid. Looks like they are going to respond to that as Samil comes forward there with the Atos. He's going to try and TP away. Where's the cancel? Just about. With the Hex. That is a dead Legion Commander. Or maybe alive. Look at that move.
Oh no.
Oh, the duel. The Blade Mail, the Sunstrike. Is it enough to get the kill onto the line? Yes, it is. Before LC perishes. And they're
tipping him.
Yeah, the appreciation tips. Space created on Gabby. Is Chrono onto Stormer straight away where the bash is. Not able to get him, and a lasso there onto the Faceless. Uh-oh. I mean, he does have the Aegis though. Monet is fine. Not waveform. Time walks away. I did this last time. I called it waveform. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Waveform.
I've seen too many morphlings at him. It's insane.
That's true. Can't blame you. Are we close to any items? Watson, how far away from that? So has the hammer queued up, but missing every other piece still.
Do you think this Desolator will be really beneficial for him in these team fights?
He needs it. They need to find a way to get these easy kills, whether on Pichu, whether on Kaka, Sumail even.
Yeah, Sumail doesn't have himself a lot of armor. Only 12 here on the Snapfire. And they may meet each other here. They're grouped up, all apart from Stormer, who's away farming a camp. They will throw up the Batrider into the air as the press of the attack is there. Katomi will survive, but Stormer will definitely not. Picked off there with the Hex and found by Monet, as now they'll attempt to find themselves their second kill here. Fishman gone. Gabby didn't get tempted to go in for the duel there, but changed his mind. He's actually going to be found out here and taken out by XXS. Well, look at this. Watson in the back lines was able to find the Phoenix. He's jumping away.
Kaka's forced off. Kaka forced off. Kaka.
BKB. The bash is there.
Wukong
Stopping
can't
Wukong's
even
command.
get it off.
That is a dead Watson. They finally get the Monkey King jumping from tree to tree. They will take him down.
This game just getting harder and harder for Entity. Not really able to get farm on the map. Sure, Stormer and Watson aren't that far behind 5k, but these items on Aster are adding up.
That's all. Atos.
Tommy.
Mortimer's Kisses.
TP's out.
I
So
thought
had a blink and a cookie there.
I thought
he
he was
didn't know they were
standing.
TP.
I thought he wasn't TPing, you know. I thought he was just letting that happen. I didn't see the TP effects.
Yeah, maybe Sumail didn't see it too, because he definitely had cookie there. Maybe just not wanting to care, just kicking him out the lane.
Roshan maybe responding in about a minute and 20. Do you think they need Aegis to siege high ground? I don't think they do. I think Aster
I think they need it, but it's nice to have, right? Because Entity only has two ways of killing people. That's duel and that's lasso.
Yeah. Oh, Chrono.
Two man.
On to two. The Bruno finds them. Now a ravage onto 2, Adam. The finger's there. Watson dead. Along with the bat, GG is called as Aster stomp him again with the synergy of team fight spells. As game 1 is going to Aster.
God damn. I just felt like Entity just couldn't take team fights. We saw top, you know, it's like no Ravage, let's go. But Chrono came in, there was Egg. Sumail kind of dumpster mid way too hard. Stormstormer struggling to find impact in this game. And Watson, he did well in his lane, but 1-5, what can you do?
What can you do? I mean, we saw there how effective the team fights were. I mean, especially with all the spells that they had, and you know, they were able to survive the laning stage, came out on top. Actually, were able to get a few ganks of their own, and with that, Aster, they got themselves a very clean game 1. But who would you give the MVP to out of this?
Oh man, it's hard to choose. Probably Pichu or Sumail. Again, I feel like the bot fight debate with the Egg. I mean, Aster just came together so well, right? And I think a lot of it was ease of execution too. It's kind of hard to pick an MVP outright, but Sumail just put on a clinic in the mid lane for sure. Oh man, my voice.
Oh, indeed he did. I know, I feel the pain. I feel the pain, Adam. So with that, we are going to throw it to a break so myself and Adam can, you know, have a cheeky 15-minute sleep or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to throw it to a break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be back with game 2 of Team Aster versus Entity in around about 15-20 minutes. So stay tuned and we'll see you for that final, maybe, yeah, actually, yeah, it is a final game. It's a best of 2. See you for the final game, ladies and gentlemen. See you in a bit.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing. تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة. وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Oh my god, I almost called it the Majors then for a second. You know, it's been a long day. We've had quite a bit of delays here and there. So obviously, of course, you can't blame us for being very tired. What time is it where you're at, Adam?
It's a good 3:32 in the AM. It's the time I'm most awake, honestly.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, never mind then. I thought you'd be pretty tired, but you're pretty nocturnal. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the day with, of course, Aster versus Entity. Aster, they are able to get themselves a very fast victory here, a very clean victory, should we say. But we're going to go straight into game 2, where both teams are getting the draft well underway here, and we got ourselves an Undying coming out for Entity.
Yeah, look at the bans from Entity though. Snapfire and Lion. They're like, dude, this Kaka guy only plays these 2 heroes, man. Get it out. See how what Aster do this time. Time to bring back the Kaka Rubik, the Shadow Shaman, the Phoenix.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
And it's a Rubik.
Looks
Rubik
like it's
comes
a
out
Rubik.
here. Insta pick with the Storm Spirit.
The last time they played Storm, they ran it with the Coddle, actually. Interesting that they pick it here. Is Entity just Invoker again? Oh, they go for the Visage.
Oh.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
This is something new. Stormstormer does play this hero, and I'm not sure if Gabby does, actually. I know Toby used to play it for them, but I don't know if Gabby plays the hero.
Is Visage okay here against these heroes? I mean, Storm, he doesn't have himself the greatest of times against the Shadowgrave Cloak, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good against Storm. It's nice against Rubik too. Super easy kills. Play against Storm is just whatever matchup. But the problem with it in lane is that Storm free farms, right? But I guess as Visage, that's not really something you care about. You're happy getting away with your laning phase.
10 seconds remaining.
There's Medusa
5 seconds remaining.
and the Phantom Lancer get banned out. In return, they'll ban out Scaraf here on Aster. What do they want to ban further? Only 3 bans remaining before we get into the second pick phase.
PL Dusa. Alright, so for Aster is the Tide Mars, which they've been playing the most. Entity needs to pick their poison with that one.
Still thinking about what they want to ban here on Aster. So do you think this is kind of a little bit risky to second pick the Storm Spirit here, or do you think they're going to get away with it and just try and protect the Storm Spirit with the bans here on Aster?
It's just something that Sumail's really confident in, as well as the team. They've done it before. Don't see a reason why they should stop doing it. But they usually play with like some Eye or Coddle kind of hero, something to enable the Storm more. I like to see that. I think it's important that this hero is able to stay on the map.
Yeah.
Also, Witchblade is pretty nice against Gravekeeper's Cloak. Is that still what's it called? Yeah, man, I need to check now.
I think you are right.
Yeah, it is. It is. I am right.
Entities turn
So yeah, it will protect against that Gravekeeper's Cloak. They ban out the Batrider, but we'll see what they further want to ban now, because we've got 2 bans remaining, and maybe perhaps we'll see some team fight heroes coming out again. As we can see from Entity, they get themselves the Tombstone, so at least they have themselves some sort of team fight control, you know. But I'm quite interested to see what Aster will get up in return. So of course, you can get yourself the Aghanim Shard on the Storm Spirit, so you're able to obviously, of course, zip around with that AoE Electric Vortex and snap up some heroes.
Yeah, Aster's banning supports to protect the Storm right now. Catching heroes, Sky obviously really nice against Storm. Batrider, another form of catch. Big comfort for Kataomi. What is Entity banning next? Probably something to protect their pick here.
Is there anything that Entity need to change from looking at game 1 in order to get this second victory?
I'm not sure. I feel like Entity is the type of team that has their like own unique playstyle, so they're kind of gonna stick to it. I don't think they'll change up much. Just be careful of team fight, I guess, but there's no tight lion right now. You know, it's a Rubik Storm. It's more of a play the map kind of thing from Aster right now. I was curious what they'll go for, because I think Stormer likes the Invoker against Storm matchup.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Also not really being banned.
Let me ban out the Naga.
These bans look like they're for more Terrorblade, probably. Morphling Terrorblade.
Looks like it. It's still in the pool, but Aster,
10 seconds remaining.
they do have themselves the first pick.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see what they want to do after the ban. Using quite a lot of reserve time, only 40 seconds remaining.
What's Aster's support here? Are they just gonna pick Phoenix again? I wouldn't hate it, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, it's nice against Visage and Undying.
Oh, Enigma. Enigma comes out for Aster.
New heroes.
So it doesn't seem like there's any cancels here at the moment, other than maybe perhaps if the familiars on Visage get a little bit close. But of course, they can pick up 2 heroes freely now, Entity. The ban phase is done. So what's it going to be?
Entity's turn to pick. Templar Assassin.
Alright, it's the Watson TA.
Okay.
It's a lot of minus armor coming out for Entity right now.
Yeah, and you've got the side blades as well to help take down those pesky Eidolons as well.
They need a support with some form of stun. Tell me. This guy used to be a god tier Nyx player. I wonder if the hero's still playable. I've not seen it in such a long time. What else is there?
So I think they need quite a bit more control here on Entity at the moment. Team Aster, they're perfect. They've got themselves some really nice control here. They just need some damage output now.
Yeah, where's the stunning hero? What is the stunning hero? Everything's banned.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
I mean, what do they go for here? Spirit. I mean, there's a stunning hero.
Alright, that's a good pick.
Able to use the Never Strike onto Enigma.
Like they should pick their carry here. TA Visage. What do you pick against this? Terrorblade?
10 seconds.
They did ban the Darkseer.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, there is a Morphling as well.
Entities turn to
An Eye of Skadi Morphling. Oh, okay, never mind. They do go the Terrorblade. I was going to say, I think they could work with the Morphling as well.
Yeah. I like the TB because I think with the, like when you pick Storm, you want heroes that like split the map, which is why they pick this like Enigma and TB, right? Like it's heroes that you get to push waves safely to enable this Storm to kind of play this off-map catching game.
5 seconds remaining. Team Aster's turn to ban.
Choosing not to go for the heavy team fight approach this time. Aster drafting a much more mid to late game lineup, I'll say. Split the map up a lot more.
Yeah, and they ban the Clockwork as well. 3 more bans remaining before we get into this game.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you think Aster lack anything here, or do you think they're all set with the heroes that they already have?
I want some damage to help this Storm be a kill threat on the map. I feel like Rubik's not the damage hero right now.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean there.
The Stormer is the one who played the mid Beastmaster, right?
He was. You
remember that?
I do.
Think it's actually a pretty good mid Beastmaster game. You give Aura a TA Visage, you have a BKB cancel. I think you're fine in lane 2. I would hate to see it. Wonder if he'll pick it though. It's also still a puck in the pool.
Well, they ban out the DP. Haven't seen a Death Prophet in a long while, actually.
Team
They played it earlier today. It's also
did
really
they?
good against Storm. Very nice run at you heroes with Undying Spirit Breaker as well.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they ban out the Primal.
10
What
seconds
is the
remaining.
final ban here from Aster?
5 seconds remaining.
Invoker, maybe.
Invoke. Do you think Ember could be a problem for them?
I don't think he plays Ember actually. I don't see him Stormstorm play Ember.
He's played Conquer though, right?
Yeah. That's a really weird hero right now though. And you like suck at catching Storm. I feel like I just want a hero that can run around with this Spirit Breaker and Undying Tinker ban. That was a cool ban.
Yeah, everyone hates Tinker.
You pick here. Puck Zeus. Invoker. I feel like they're just gonna pick Invoker, man.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's see.
More cool heroes they can go for.
I can't think of any. Only 10 seconds left though. They got to pick it fast.
Because of run offlane Beastmaster and just put this Visage mid on Stormstormer.
So
Ooh,
Wind Ranger.
Not the pick that I was expecting. Oh, is this a Watson hero actually? Probably not. No, it's probably the Stormstormer hero. It's an interesting pick. Don't feel like it's a particularly good Wind Ranger game, but look at these drafts. They're so like skirmishy and like a lot of cheap small fights. You have no cooldowns, dude. Whereas on Aster, you have Black Hole, you have meta. But I will say that Aster has a lot of wave push and Entity has close to no deep push. Go for a tide, so it's a +4 Enigma, +5? +5 Enigma, okay, very cool.
+5 Enigma. Do you think the +5 Enigma has much effect? Like, what kind of items do you build on this?
You buy Solar, I think? Or just auras for your team? I like the hero. I think watching Puppy play it has like convinced me that it's greedy in its own way, but it's also very strong. The reason +5 Enigma was good before is because you get denies, right? But right now when you actually deny creeps, you get to farm camps beside you. And the camps that you farm in the safe lane are actually so near the lane itself that your carry gets the XP. So it's actually accelerating your carry's levels, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a Gabby Wind Ranger, Stormstormer Visage. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Possibly picking up the TA here to deal with those Eidolons, but it actually turned out to be the fact that it's an Enigma 5.
I don't think this is an easy lane for Tide Hunter, by the way. Yeah, Undying. If you get Mouse Strikes off, Tide is not the best hero in this lane.
So let's see how this game goes, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 out of this best of 2. Entity versus Team Aster. Will Aster be able to get themselves a second victory here, or will Entity be able to equalize it with a 1-1? Currently looking at the draft between both heroes, both teams. Seems that Aster has himself a little bit of more team fight control here, especially with the Ravage, Black Hole, and the ability to steal some spells here, such as Tombstone. But in return, you did say that Entity, on the other hand, they do have these kind of skirmish heroes which like to get themselves the pickoffs and poke at them a little bit one by one and get themselves some easy kills over time, right?
Yeah, just team fight versus no team fight, right? Pretty much. It's the Tombstone, but I think the difference this game is that Entity, if they do well in lanes, they have a very like able to run at you. Like they do damage really fast. Whereas in the last game, they did like this duel into Sunstrike, into like some meteor coming down. This game, like one shackle shot and you might actually die on the Storm or Enigma or Tide even.
That's why you have to be careful.
Drops the Observer Ward. Wonder if they saw that. So male. Oh, look at Watson.
I mean, we have a sentry on Kaka. He was actually close by to it. Both observer wards on either side. Look at this on the top cliff here near the top left outpost. 2 observers there already placed.
I love this from XXS. Look like they go bottom because they understand that this TA can park here for his double melt. So he's just here eating trees, making sure TA does not set up on him. So Watson really sneaky so far. They see Gabby though. The ward from Sumail.
That's a bit of
He's
damage.
probably wondering what Gabby's doing here.
The battle begins.
Well, Fishman will lose the other bounty rune though. XXS. It's double melted and decayed.
That's a lot of damage.
So even though he did all the right things at the bottom, he ran into Watson at the rune.
Hey, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. He can regen, he can regen. He's got himself some tangos. It's all good.
What's Fishman doing? I'm just trying to get a ward down.
When this lane top be kind of a bit passive, especially with Enigma and Terrorblade?
He has level 1 stun though.
True, actually. I mean, I don't know, maybe perhaps they can utilize that with Metamorphosis, possibly.
I'm actually curious why they picked the window. Katami actually drops the blood grenade. Just to hit the Enigma twice. Interesting usage. Yeah, I was saying, I actually hate Windranger against TB in lane. I feel like TB has such high armor.
Yeah, but then your power shot melts him.
He's always in like a creep wave, right? Because he outpushes you. He also has like an illusion. It's really annoying. Oh, the stun. Katomi. Is he actually gonna die to this?
He's okay.
No. Yeah. The Malphite is such a underrated level 1 stun. It's 160 damage. Pretty much a 1.5 second stun, 1 second stun.
If only we had the Metamorphosis.
Oh, going on Katomi again. No reflection though. Just came out.
Yeah, that's not enough to take him out. Katomi is fine. Meanwhile, though, on the mid lane, both of them having a bit of a scrap here. Wonder if Sumail is interested in going infuse raindrops as well. Stormer here. Both of these mid laners, they dish out a lot of magical damage.
Most likely it would, but against a mid visage, I think generally they max Grave Chill because they want to farm. It's very seldom you see more than 1 point in Soul Assumption. Might not even level it here. Look at what Stormer has queued up. This is I would say is an entity special. Toby used to do it on the offlane visage as well. They go Atos. I think that's really cool, especially against this Storm Spirit.
Uh-huh. Still, either side of the lanes don't need to be all that much at the moment. Do you think Watson will have a better time against this Tidehunter with the hero that he has now? I mean, we have seen a few melds and has been able to push away XXS, but will it change once he gets himself the Ring of Health?
I don't think it changes. TA definitely upsurges you to a certain extent. Might see the more points in meld as well. Parker, the build Parker popularized. Boots and Mel run you down. Mel strike. I like to see Watson play that way. I feel like XSS should not be able to lane very well here. It's a gush.
Yeah, XXS not having the best of times at the moment on this off lane. It's only on 7 CS. Make that 8.
Oh, Fishman has the tombstone and the blood grenade.
He does, but does have that Mango and the Healing Lotus as well. Should he want to commit it, as he doesn't have himself a lot of mana.
Go XSS.
Got the blood grenade there. XXS. Maybe found here. One more physical attack. They will find the first blood.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's courier has been
Contest for the water runes here as well.
Dire's courier has
There's
been
Pichu. He gets the top water rune here as Samil gets the bottle. The bottle on the bottom.
Stormer.
Is that interesting that he hasn't gone bottle on Visage mid?
I feel like it's normal to not go bottle, but to have no mana is kind of weird. Sumil's gonna bully him here.
I mean, already doing so. 20 last hits and 12 denies compared to the 1 deny from Stormer here. Not having fun on this mid.
Yeah, I think this is more okay because his Visage is Evoker in this situation where kind of shit. Visage is a hero that does not really win any lane. In fact, probably loses most lanes.
Simone on his way to
Watson bot lane? Super
Watson on
low.
bot. Oh yeah, he is.
1.
He has 2 more refraction shields remaining. They're gone.
Oh,
Fade
no.
Bolt.
The
Kaka
neutral
gets the
creeps.
kill. In return, Fishman will claim vengeance for his fallen comrade, but a kill on the top as well. Is Gabby able to find the Enigma? But Monet might get a kill onto Gabby, never mind. The 1 charges are there, turning his attention out
Monet's
to
in
Katomi,
trouble.
but they could actually find the kill here onto
Unless there's
Terribly
no
Very Fire
bash.
there. Monet's just able to get the kill in the nick of time. It's now the win run and a double kill for Gabby.
Man, I've not seen a Spirit Breaker not bash in that situation before.
Yeah, that was kind of unlucky.
So TP from Rubik though, leaving XXS down here right now. Hudson does go for more points in refraction though, so not a super high pressure build. Looking to farm and maximize.
Stormforce double damage.
Will Templar Assassin drop off over time if this gate continues to be late?
Yeah, once the Skadi comes out for TP, it gets kind of hard. Or it can get really hard. Oh no, Stormer. This is just weakness.
That's a dead Visage. 100%.
Yeah, that's a DD Storm Catapult hitting a tower as well with Eidolons.
I mean, Katomi's here to try and relieve the pressure a little bit, but he can't do much.
Another wave coming in. Another set of islands will spawn real soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is
That catapult's still going to work on this middle tower there, and it's still a considerable amount of damage. Samil at the moment having a great time on the mid lane here.
31 and 20.
I'd say that's pretty good.
It's owning once again. Stormer really wants his 6-1 creep away. We'll finally get it.
Yeah, he's finally got it.
Charge bottom. Looking at Kaka, this is...
Gets the bash. Kaka may be dead. Dead indeed.
It's an interesting item build from Kaka, going Brown Boots Dual Scepter. I guess it's because he's playing against Spirit Breaker. It does make sense.
Yeah.
It's pretty uncommon. See a straight up rush like this. No Arcanes, no Tranquils.
Almost the Meteor Hammer though on XXS, who is getting charged here by Katomi. They're going to dive the tier 1 tower.
No Tombstone.
It's on cooldown, and they will hold their ground here on Aster.
Monday's TPing.
There's a TP
Oh,
commit
is he
there,
gonna
but they
get
have
out?
themselves no cancel. He will be able to get out, and thanks to those infused raindrops, will survive.
That's Metamorph, and now top lane's open for Gabby to take.
I think they'll, where is, well, Mone's actually rotated to the triangle here to farm up the creeps instead of pushing that bottom tier 1. I mean, it's kind of difficult,
Yeah,
especially with Watson here with all the Sonic traps.
It's way too early to try to pressure bot lane. No Hammer Untie, no Ravage even.
Charge there from Katomi. XSS meeting some damage once again. really not having a fun time here. Got one of the worst wow, that's a little bit harsh wording there. I would say hasn't got the most last hits. He's the last core of the lots with 35 CS. 36 at the moment. He's got to be getting his
difficult lane.
Yeah, it was.
Alright, Gabby had the Maelstrom queued up, actually changing it up, going for ADOS as well, so you're gonna have 2 ADOSs for this Sumail Storm Spirit.
We'll see how that works out. This just needs the recipe now. But a Zip and Electric Vortex there onto Katomi. Katomi, the charge is stopped by Kaka. Smil still got plenty of mana to utilize. Actually stunned up there twice. Will still attempt to go for the kill. Will find it on the high ground here. Attempting to TP, but the TP, where's the cancel? Gabby has not leveled Shackle Shot.
Yeah, that's pretty common though, to be fair. Nice awareness by Sumail, recognizing that too. But they are set up to take mid tower now. Catapult. And familiars.
Yeah, with no TP on Storm. They will find this middle tier 1 tower. And that is gone.
That's 1 ADOS complete. How's Watson doing? Top of the net worth. Going for a Deso after the Dragonlance here.
Yeah, he's still quite a while away, Gabby is from that ATOS. About 1,000-ish gold? Somewhere around there. Meanwhile, net worth wise, TA doing really well at the moment. 5,800. And they may actually find another kill here onto XSS.
Kaka.
The Sonic traps are there, slowing down the tide. The Ravage will come out in return. The Black Hole is ready. It will commit onto 2 along with the Meteor Hammer as well as they try to turn it around with the Metamorphosis. They will find Katomi and possibly Watson as well. As Fishman rotating in now with the Tombstone. Watson has been able to live through it all. Is returning the damage here onto Pichu, who will be found, taken out. It's now his Entity who torn up the momentum. As they turn it around, find themselves 2 here.
Sunstorm's coming in. Can get the ATOS.
There's 1 stun. ATOS there, a 2nd stun as well. Gabby does not have himself the Shackle Shot, so Monet is completely fine. But nonetheless, a nice turnaround from Entity. Showing them that they're not going down without a fight. They'll turn that back around, even with the Black Hole and the Ravage. And Watson will live through it all.
Nicely done. Hope to get a tower too. So while all that was happening, Stormstorm was going on the Rubik mid lane, and Kaka stole Grave Chill, and he Grave Chilled the already Grave Chilled Visage, so he got so much move speed and just ran away.
About to get that ATOS now on Gabby as well. 50 gold away.
Game's looking pretty good for Entity so far.
Yeah, I can't see any issues. I mean, even though you had a little bit of a rough mid lane, Stormer has been able to stay on top of it, you know, joining fights, able to help in obtaining kills. This double ATOS is going to be an annoyance now once they start utilizing this.
That's true. In our smoke, they don't want anyone in his bot lane.
Yeah, as they head
Maybe
bot with the smoke.
Of, misread here.
This is a charge onto Kaka. Not able to get the telekinesis there in time. Might actually fall here as both the familiars there will stun the Rubik in place, and the meld will find the kill onto Kaka. Killing spree for Watson.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Desolator on the way as well. They could even potentially take this tier 2 here. The TA is pretty fat hit, but
They
not a
want
lot of mana.
The Wisdom Rune.
Oh yeah.
Tommy sees them. Who's stronger here though? I really am not sure.
I mean, Entity have the high ground here, but Aster, not a care in the world. There's a zip forward. They
nice
will miss
charge.
Katomi. Katomi will charge away.
That's a lot of forced movement. 3 TPs down here. Tide, Enigma, and Sumail.
And a Deso now as well for Watson.
Man, he's so farmed. Ooh, they want Sumail.
They do. You see him, the Atos is there, the charge as well. There's the shackle shot and the never strike. And Sumail will be found by Fishman there. With that decay, will be taken out. Lovely catch from Entity.
Nicely done. This kill squad of Watson sees the ancient stack. Only 2 though, but how does...
There's no tombstone. There's no tombstone and Ravage is ready. A charge there actually onto 2. As Kaka definitely in some trouble. The Ravage will be committed along with the Black Hole as well, but it's only going to connect there onto the Spirit Breaker. There's now Entity look to turn it around there with both team fight ultimates completely wasted. And look at that, they find themselves a complete team wide on Aster.
Just look at how much strength Undying has. 2k HP, 36 strength stolen.
That is a beefy man.
That was such a weird walk up from Aster. I feel like they don't really know what to do right now. They need to use their spells, but they also can't really fight. No damage to go through Refraction, nothing to go through Gabby on this win run. While he's win run.
Do you think we may need to consider the MKB on a Terrorblade?
You'll get it eventually. He definitely needs this Skadi right now. Might even skip the Manta. Entity is just really strong right now. Very tanky supports, very run at you heroes. Drums and mech done. Kaka. Bye, Kaka.
Never strikes there. And the damage is way too much for him to handle. 2 shot by the Templar Assassin. So now actually possibly look here to pressure the tier 2 tower top. They're in a good place right now, Entity. More than comfortable to start taking these tier 2s across the map. There's nothing really that Aster can do. Because they don't have a blink yet on XXS. And Pichu has not been able to get into position yet with this black hole. I mean, especially with the fact that he is a position 5. Trying to go this solar crest here, so not going all too well, and they're going to go for the Roshan here, Entity.
Yeah, Deso, Dagger on Watson, going for a shard next, so more threat for Sumail and the support. Actually, all their heroes are pretty weak against this shard, especially such an early one.
As they're still attempting to go into the Roshan here, they'll get themselves the Aegis. And that is going to be placed in the hands of Watson. Now Sumail back on this top. And what is Gabby going for? Is this a Maelstrom? It is indeed Gabby Maelstrom.
Oh,
no charge coming out. Pichu in trouble.
Pichu.
There's the focus fire there, and they find an easy kill there onto the Enigma.
Kaka's tipping up here though, but I don't think Aster wanna fight. It's hard against this Aegis, even with the dagger on Tidehunter. Entity just doing a real solid job of using the map so far. See Stormstormer. Drums completed. Going for AC next. Oh, they won? Just chilling. Oh, they see Monet. He needs to Ravage here. Oh, the silence! The trap! The shard from Watson. Man, that was so clutch. Oh man, fights feel so hard for Aster right now. Entity just snowballing super hard with their lineup. Gabby's hunting as well. They just don't want to give space to anyone on Aster.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Aster, you need to find a way to get out on the map right now.
Seems like Entity are just completely dominating at the moment, just taking control of all of this map here. I mean, really, what can Aster do? They don't have themselves any damage. I mean, the Terrorblade still needs to farm up. And Sumail, he really needs this BKB.
Blink on Tidehunter. Well, I don't know if Watson's the target.
Oh, wait.
Though.
Watson has revealed himself, though. The zip is there and the smoke is broken. Entity are aware that Aster are hanging around here. Sitting on the high ground, though.
Entity don't need to take this fight.
They're going to anyway, Adam.
They want to, though.
They're valiant. They want to go for something. They'll try and scout out here with the Sonic traps. Will be stolen by Kaka. Now they're definitely aware that someone's sitting beyond this high ground here. It's now the zip forward over the electric vortex as well. The Ravage comes out. It will connect onto 5. Look at that. The black hole coming out now. Onto Gabby. Can they get the return damage and take down this Wind Ranger? Wind Ranger's still going to be able to live through it. Yes, he will be able to get the kill there, Samil. Zapping forward. There's now the Metamorphosis there. They will try and attempt to take down Watson here, but Monet taking way too much damage. Does have himself the Sunder. Will Sunder back to almost full HP. Look at that. They've been able to wipe themselves. 4 here is now Watson trying to lay in the damage there with the Meld. Monet in some trouble. Actually going to be able to survive, turn it around and take down Watson. Watson gone. And look at that, Aster. They come out on top of that team fight.
Oh, it's such a weird fight trying to walk up into the high ground against Black Hole, against Tidehunter. Gabby didn't get a shackle off, I think, on the Enigma. Did not do anything, just got Black Hole straight up. Didn't really do anything in that fight. Fishman went down without dropping the tombstone too. Really nice fight from Aster. We have a game.
We do. Speaking of games, Samil. He was about to get chopped. I mean, the charge is still coming in. Doesn't have any mana. Charge will be cancelled. Has himself the haste rune. I mean, even though that they won that fight on the side of Aster, Watson still have himself quite a bit of farm here, opting to go for that BKB. And we'll be able to... He's going to solo this Torment.
Yeah, Templar Assassin things.
Templar Assassin things, takes it with ease.
Oh, that's a nice shot to have. Fishman has the bunker now.
Yeah, that's really good.
They're so farmed actually. Katomi, look at Fishman's net worth, 6.5k on this Undying. I guess it's just the fights in the Philostone.
Yeah.
This is with him buying back just now, by the way.
Oh god, yeah, he did buy back, didn't he? Rich Fishman. Well, I mean for a support.
Dying expert. Xiaomi close to his BKB. Entity's still feeling pretty strong here.
I mean, Smill's got his BKB now as well.
They're definitely on that timer though.
Yeah, the Ravage is coming off cooldown now, so maybe perhaps they're ready to do some damage again. Still no Black Hole though. For Pichu, another minute remaining before it's back online. Well, they will be able to take the tier 2 tower top because they know that these cooldowns are down, obviously, of course. And Entity, they'll attempt to try and utilize this and take themselves as much objective, as much space as they can.
Yeah, they need to farm these BKBs, but it also gives time for the Skadi on Monet to come out. 1k away. Pichu close to his Bling Dagger. 300 gold.
Kakar actually just revealing himself there as well. With the Fade Bolt. Oh, but a zip forward here from Samil. Found Fishman, the Electric Vortex is there. They'll attempt to take him out. Before anyone can rotate, and they will indeed. Fishman down.
70 seconds. New Stormstormer's bottom. I think this AC on Stormstormer is really interesting to me because you give away the aura when the...
Oh wait, they found Gabby! They found Gabby from going up to the high ground there, so I'm TPing in the trees. The Electric Vortex is there. As the Tendrils of the Deep stun up Gabby. And XXS is able to get the kill, look at that. Now Aster are the ones who are turning this momentum around.
Starting the Shamble Entity.
Not good. Their lead starting to melt away slowly on Entity. If this game prolongs any sooner, then it could be Aster who get themselves this advantage and get themselves game 2, as we all know how terrifying a Terrorblade is with an Eye of Skadi against a Templar Assassin. And that Eye of Skadi that we were speaking about has now been achieved. Is not far away behind this Templar Assassin, actually, in regards to net worth. But that doesn't matter for Hal, because I think a Eye of Skadi TB is a lot more scarier. The TA to handle.
For sure. I mean, Gabby's supposed to be the hero that deals with it, but these two chain deaths, he's never hurt so much. Still on his way to his BKB, but now that Pichu has the dagger, he needs to be really careful in these fights. Surprised Stormstormer didn't go for like some Aghanim's Hex build. I feel like just giving vision in fights is really important for him. Going more for a ball with the AC aura.
And Samil going that Kaya as well. Each team are grouped up here, but they're not showing themselves. I mean, Stormstormer bottom, trying to push out.
Smoke.
Well, smoke indeed. The
Aster
smoke's
did.
broken. That's the
Oh,
wrong
he
way
gets
to
it
zip.
wrong way.
They're behind this tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But nonetheless, they take control
Has fallen.
with strength in numbers, able to find that top tier 1 tower.
This is still super scary for Entity. This top side of the map is where Roshan is.
Tower is under attack.
It's not an early spawn, more than 2 minutes, so kinda lucky there. But I don't know if Entity noticed.
They're going to go for Stormstormer. He's revealed himself.
He's,
Does have an AC, but that is not going to save him. Look at the damage being outputted here by Aster. That is a dead Visage.
What was that?
I mean, he took the
Maybe
tier 2
just-
tower with him, but
It's really so his team can reclaim top side of the map, but now our Visage is dead.
bit of a weird one.
Tell
They found
me.
themselves Katomi as well. The TP commit.
Oh, he's gonna die.
The damage is too much.
Uh-oh, Entity. Again, sequence of events, 2 kills. Top side of the map, taken back for Aster again. Gonna push it out, and then Rosh is...
Radiant's middle tower is under
Can
attack.
Entity fight Rosh? I feel like they can't afford to give away the Aegis here.
I don't think they
At
can
least the
fight Roche.
second Roshan. BKB Gabby, BKB Watson, I feel like
Oh, maybe. They have
they
BKB.
have to
now.
try.
Yeah. There's a possibility that they could potentially win. But there's still a black hole, which obviously, of course, goes through the BKB, and Blink Dagger is ready on the Enigma. Smoke play, though, from Entity. They will be the aggressors coming forward.
Oh, there's a charge, the trap. Ichu did not reward this. He picks up the gem now.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Well, XXS, though, is ready. They're going to be the ones to initiate Aster. The Samil with the Electric Vortex there. He has activated the BKB. The Black Hole comes out. It will affect Watson there,
he
trying to
didn't
land the
BKB.
damage, and the Ravage comes out as well. That's going to be able to affect 4 of them. As there goes Watson. There goes Fishman, as now they'll attempt to clean up here, Aster.
Kaka with the
Stormstormer.
focus fire.
He's just able to use the hideaway ability, the stone form. But look at that, triple kill for Monet. They come out on top of that fight once again. Nice usage there of the black hole from Pichu, locking in place the Templar Assassin, which is indeed their damage. And in return, they win that fight and get themselves as Roshan now.
His fights for Entity are so messy. Gabby, Gleipnir, Sumil, BKB, and then that was like the end of his fight. The bunker was dropped too to save this Wind Ranger who wasn't even in trouble. Butterfly Aegis on Terrorblade.
That's terrifying. I think they can definitely go high ground now, Adam. 100%.
They can for sure. His butterfly timing is huge.
Do they
3
even
physical
need-
damage heroes with no MKB, no Bloodthorn.
Do they even need Black Hole or Ravage? I feel like they can just go.
I feel like they don't, but there's also no point to not wait.
Yeah.
Double Halberd coming out too. One on XXS, and Kaka, interestingly enough, is going for a Halberd as well.
Oh, okay. It's not usually an item that you see on a Rubik, but it really helps against the Templar Assassin. But the charge coming out onto Kaka. Speaking about Kaka, they have themselves no Ravage. They will lose Kaka though. But look at Monet. He's taking absolutely nil damage. Nothing at all. It's fine, but the charge coming forward, Katomi wants to try and find Monet. But there's no follow-up here. still completely fine here on Aster. They'll only lose their support. And with that, they'll just regroup themselves and get ready for the next team fight as both Ravage and Black Hole, they're going to be ready in around about 30 to 40 seconds.
Stormstormer lost his familiars as well. Gabby didn't chase with the team, tried to go for Sumail there, missed the shackle. Unfortunate.
Yeah, not a good situation to be in now as Monet starts closing in on this tier 2. The ultimates are going to be up. They are more than happy to siege this high ground.
Sumail is level 20, god damn.
Monet's going for an MKB as well. Look at him. Already got that demon edge. It's now the tier 2 tower. They will commit the glyph. And I think they have no fear whatsoever. They're just going to go high ground, right?
It does look that way. Solar Crest behind him as well. Is there really anything to wait for? Monet ain't waiting, not even for his teammates, man.
Not
Don't
even
care right
waiting.
now.
He's on his own, but where are the creeps? Where are the creeps?
Oh, they're running at him.
They are. He'll finally be joined, though. Nice dodge shackle there with the Manta. A charge coming in from Kotomi. No follow-up damage, though. The rest of Entity will get themselves back. Stormer, he's actually lost a familiar there, Adam. Only has one.
Yeah, his Visage is not really accomplishing much right now.
So now the Metamorphosis committed there. Now attempting to siege the high ground. In comes Sumail now with the Electric Vortex. They'll find Fishman. Easy peasy. Attempting now to try and find Stormstormer. Will zip away because of that big crit there coming out from Watson in return. Monet still holding his ground. They will force out the glyph here. They will find no, Fishman's just about to survive.
Oh, Ravage
comes out. There we go. There it is. On to 3. Look at that. The TA just gets decimated by the hands of Monet. As now they zip up there, Stormstormer. They have lost themselves, the TA and the Undying. Only 3 remain that they can more enough clean up this base. As there we go. There goes Stormstormer as well. There's Kotomi being chased here. There is a shackle shot there onto Sumail, but still has himself enough mana to turn the tide. We'll choose to just play it safe here instead as Monet still attempting to try and get himself the melee in the range rounds.
Oh, Pichu.
Another jump there, Gabby. In some trouble within
Drop
this
the
midnight
hole,
pulse,
you know
but they
you
get
want
themselves the shackle. Look at that, Sumail down 1,000
Oh, no,
gold.
Pichu.
Oh, dancing in the money. What? Black hole?
Ah, that's worth. Probably should have Black Hole the Wind Ranger. Got a bit greedy there. Cost Sumail his life, but all is well.
They do get that melee rank, though.
Wants the skill. Oh, nice bling, Pichu. Oh, that was a sick trap too. Harsh Silence coming out.
Yeah, dead Enigma. I'm presuming they wanted to Malefice there?
Yeah. Trap comes out just in time. Watson has MKB actually. He is doing damage. It's just so hard for him to go in and really do anything. 2 Halberds, it's the Ravage and the Black Hole on him. And XXS is going for a Nullifier now too.
Yeah, from what I saw in that fight, they just burst through the refraction shield so hard.
Yeah, it's so easy. Ravage and Tendrils of the Deep.
Yeah, especially with all this lockdown. I mean, you have telekinesis as well. The Black Hole not available for another minute. Possibly they could just wait out the Roshan for the final one and then end it here.
Has Kaka done anything this game? I feel like I've not seen like spell steal or even a lift. I feel like.
I think you're right here, actually. mean, other than halberd usage on T8, I think that's around about it. I haven't seen Kaka being able to actually use any spells.
Come on,
Probably because
Kaka.
I've been too busy seeing Watson get decimated by TB illusions.
Oh, poor Watson.
It's like some Mill heard you when you said that.
Oh, Aghanims on Katalmi. More charges.
Who was it that... Wait, what's more impactful? Is it the
hold up.
Octarine or is it the
Hold up.
Aghanims?
Aghanims is cheaper.
Oh, zip. Electric Vortex, they found themselves Fishman again. Down for 50.
And Sumail has Shivas too.
Hey, look at this. They may actually don't care about Roshan. May perhaps they'll just get the high ground. It seems that way. Look at Monet. He's more than confident to do it. They have the Meteor Hammer placed down upon the racks. As now they'll hammer through, not even committing the Metamorphosis here.
What is
Zip
it from
though from
Sumail?
Sumail onto the Tried Fire. There's the Ravage comes out there. Stormer completely decimated, but a charge onto 4. A Black Hole though. It catches 3, but it's cancelled there by the sounds of the Personic Trap. Sumail able to zip away and avoid the damage there coming out from the Templar Assassin. Gabby and Katomi are dead, as now they're trying to affect Stormer, but he's been able to stop this damage from being inputted onto him because of the Stoneform.
Monet's a
But he'll come back. The
monster.
damage finally returns there. They will lose 4 here on the side of Entity, as now they look to clean up the tier 4s and end this game now.
It's way too hard to fight. Hold the lift.
Oh, the
Kaka.
telekinesis. Yeah, there's no way to
Oh.
escape. TA gone, the buyback's there, Fishman falls, and there's no way of pushing these back, and GG is called Entity. They will lose this second game, and Aster absolutely unstoppable today. I mean, the last 2 series that they had, they get themselves a 2-0. On not only Entity, but on Execration as well.
Very nicely done. This game, I feel like Entity had it, and then they took this high ground fight where Fishman got bursted. Really nice execution from Aster. Landing all their spells in all the right places, and from there it felt like Monet just kind of took over the game. 1-7 Visage Stormstormer, man, not having a good day. Impressive from Aster.
It looked like Entity, they were possibly able to snatch themselves game 2 here, but you can see on the graph that it just started to slowly come down, and it was all because of that team fight there upon the high ground. You said, even yourself, Adam, they don't have to fight here, they don't need to, and yet they still felt confident, and they decided to, and it hurt them really, really hard, even with Aegis.
Yeah, the way they took the fight was just weird, I feel. I don't know. Running into a Ravage Black Hole like Tide Blink, that's just kind of disrespectful. I think they definitely misplayed it. Like, I think Gabby had some misspells there, and then he ate the Black Hole. Probably got Enigma. He got like a nice wraparound, but again, I just felt like it was not necessary to walk up there. Aster is just stuck in a corner of their map, nothing to do.
Oh, but yes, Aster coming out on top. How impressed have you been with Aster's performances so far? I mean, they've had themselves a little bit of difficult games here where, you know, either Execration or Entity, they've been able to actually get themselves the advantage during the early game, but, you know, they kept cool and calm and collected, being able to take advantage and somehow winning themselves the last 2 series here.
They've also had such a long day with our like 1 hour thing in between as well. 4 BO2s, 3 BO2s since morning. God damn, they must be exhausted. I know I am. It's nice 4:30 in the morning right now.
Yeah, sorry, they got themselves 3 best of 2 wins here, and then they got themselves a 1-1 against TSM, so they have been absolutely kicking butt. And their next game isn't until tomorrow. They've only got themselves 1 game, and that's against Team Liquid. They have been doing phenomenal.
4 BO2s with delays. My God, that's tiring. Man. It's tiring.
Oh gosh. But do you think maybe perhaps Entity, is there a possibility they could have done? It was definitely that fight, right, on the high ground where they didn't need to take that.
It was for sure. I think they had like this lineup that they could play the map and choose fights they want, but they chose one wrong fight, and then Aster just took over from there.
And is there any way that they could have possibly came back after that situation, or do you think it was pretty much over from there on out?
I think it was. I think there was definitely a way, but it just felt like Gabby needed to scale, and Stormstormer, he was trying to play the game, but it just felt so non-impactful. His Visage, he was dying in every fight. Couldn't really frontline.
He kept on using the stone form, didn't he, in the fights? And he was like, okay,
yeah, he went for this AC. I mean, I might be wrong. The guy's a Visage Baron, but I feel like the eggs to give vision of the right heroes to jump in the fights might have been more beneficial. You know, try to find the Enigma somehow, be sneaky, get some hex. I don't know.
Question is, who would you give the MVP to here today for Team Aster?
Probably Monet, right?
Monet.
You mean today or this game?
Let's say both. Let's say the game and today. Put you on the pressure.
Definitely Sumail, man. Definitely Sumail for me. I think Kaka played well in like some games, but the last game was kind of question mark. Like I really don't know what the Rubik did in the last game.
But then who would you say is a whole? Wait, was Sumail your whole?
No, Sumail's the whole.
Sumail's the whole. What? Okay, for this game.
Last game, Monet for sure.
Monet for sure.
I mean, he just kind of took over, right? I don't know. It's weird, right? I feel like Aster's a team. You know, they're win or lose, like it's kind of not on one player, and usually if it is one player, it's usually Sumail.
Oh, but yes, we're gonna wrap it up here, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have ourselves a play of the series? Do we have a play? Okay, we may have a play of the series here, Adam. What do you think was the top play? Was it this one?
Oh, dude, this was cool. This the egg protection. Dude, he saw the TV. Look at this XXS.
Look at that rat.
And then the cookie.
Oh. So good.
Oh damn, bro.
It was so clutch, that Ravage just landing on the edge just to stop that, and then they were all lined up there. That was absolutely beautiful to see.
Yeah. I feel like Entity plays drafts that just can't team fight, or they need like some sort of execution, but the way they fought was as if they're not playing against like some Chrono Ravage Phoenix ult, you know.
Yeah. But we're going to conclude it here, Adam. I mean, we are only able to cast the Riyadh Masters for only around about 1 day. How have you enjoyed it so far, man?
Oh, it's pretty nice. Some hype games from Aster, really clean. Good to see they're not falling apart with the addition of Kaka. Maybe a bit of rust, I would say, watching him play, but you know, in clutch moments he does what he needs to do, and the team looks pretty good right now.
Hell yeah, I think the team looks extremely well. I mean, especially with them being at the top at the moment. Like, how many games did they play?
8 games, man.
8 games. Oh, and they're pro games as well. They're not even pub.
Yeah,
that takes
crazy.
a lot.
It's actually crazy.
Takes so much mentality. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end it here, and that is the end of myself and Adam's journey for the Riyadh Masters. But thank you ever so much for watching. We are concluding day 1 now. That's the rest of the series. We are done. Dota over for today, but there's lots more for you to come. Loads more days for you to watch some Dota. I think we have ourselves 1 more day for these group results, and then we get into some of the deciders, and then the group stages begin. So a lot of stuff, a lot of Dota to watch. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you ever so much for watching. We've been your casters for today, and have yourself a great rest of your night. Take care of yourselves, and look forward to some more Riyadh Masters. Take care. Bye-bye.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing. هتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر